The sacred bells of Jetavanta Temple told the inevitable passing of all things. Their resonant sound, reminiscent of the deep boom of a bronze bell, though tradition tells us they were fashioned of silver and glass, marks the fleeting nature of life. At the ancient Jetavanta Vihara, known in Japan as Gion Shoja, a temple founded by a wealthy patron in honour of the Buddha, these bells once hung at the four corners of the infirmary and were solemnly rung when a disciple died. In a similarly poignant sign, the twin sal trees that surrounded the sacred site, trees that normally burst with yellow blooms but turned pure white in the presence of loss, heralded the certain fall of even the greatest among men. No matter how high one soars, arrogance is short-lived. The proud are as ephemeral as a dream on a spring night. Even those celebrated for their boldness and valour eventually meet their end, reduced to nothing more than dust scattered by the wind. In distant lands beyond our own, the ambition of men like Zhao Gao, Wang Mang, Zhu Yi, and Lu Shan led them to reject the time-honoured ways of governance handed down by their reverend predecessors. They pursued self-indulgence, dismissing wise counsel and turning a deaf ear to the anguished cries of the people, oblivious to the ruin steadily gathering at their gates. Unsurprisingly, their defiance only hastened their own annihilation. Closer to our own soil, figures such as Masakado, Sumimoto, Yoshichika, and Nobuyori once stood out for their pride and martial valour, yet even they pale in comparison to a more recent luminary, a man who began his career as a chancellor and later embraced a monastic life at Rokuhara. Tyranno Kiyomori's legendary deeds and the sheer magnitude of his influence defy description, transcending what words can capture. And what was his heritage? He was the firstborn of Tadamori, the esteemed Lord of Justice, and his grandfather, Masamori, had once governed a distant province. Their lineage stretched back, through many generations, to a distinguished prince, a court noble who served as the ceremonial lord, and was among the offspring of an emperor. Yet over time his noble line experienced a gradual decline. The prince's direct descendant, Takami, died without ever achieving rank or office. His son, Takamochi, was the first to adopt the surname Taira when he became deputy to the governor of a modest province, marking the end of imperial favour and the beginning of life as a mere subject. Later, his son Yoshimochi, who had the duty of guarding the distant northern borderlands, those provinces lying along the edge of the Great Sea, chose a new name, Kunika. For 6 generations thereafter his descendants served as provincial governors, though none ever rose to become a trusted member of the imperial court. This narrative, woven through both distant and local histories, reminds us that no matter how mighty or noble one's origins, the passage of time spares no one. Tadamori, then governor of Baizen, had seen to it that a temple, Tokuji Inn, which the reverend court official had long vowed to build for the retired emperor, was finally raised. He designed the temple with an impressive length of many bays, and inside he enshrined countless Buddhas. In return for this dedication, His Eminence declared that any vacant governorship should be awarded to Tadamori. By chance, an open post in a neighbouring province became his, and as a further token of gratitude, he was granted entry into the palace, a long-awaited privilege for him. But envy stirred among certain high courtiers, sometimes called cloud-dwellers for their lofty airs. They conspired to assassinate him during the night of the famed Goseshi warmth of wine banquet. When word of their plot reached Tadamori, he responded resolutely, "I was not born to be a mere clerk, I was born a warrior. Sudden disgrace would be a better blow to my household. A man's duty is always to serve his lord." With that, he steeled himself for action. Quietly, Tadamori went to the palace, a large dagger concealed loosely beneath his robes. In the dim light of a shadowed hall, he slowly drew the weapon and held it near his side, its blade catching the light like frozen mist. Every gentleman present stared in astonishment. Among Tadamori's retinue was a junior officer named Isida, a member of the Left Watch whose ancestry traced back to a once prominent family in the Carpentry Bureau, and whose father had served in the city's right ward. Dressed in a pale green hunting cloak over finely laced armour, and carrying a sword with an attached pouch reminiscent of a bowstring case, Isida took up position in the small court beside the hall. His appearance and readiness aroused the suspicion of the head chamberlain and others. One of them demanded, "You there, by the rain tank near the bell rope, in that plain hunting cloak, who are you? You do not belong here. Remove yourself at once." Isida calmly replied, "The governor of Bizen, my lord of a long and honoured line, has heard that tonight there may be an attempt on his life. I am here to protect him. I cannot possibly leave." His steadfastness made it clear that the conspirators' plot had unravelled, and that very night no harm befell Tadamori. Later, when His Eminence summoned him to join the dance, Tadamori complied without hesitation. As the company began a new song, teasingly remarking on his appearance with playful double meanings that hinted at his origins from a distant province known more for local squires than imperial lineage, Tadamori felt the sting of ridicule. Quietly, he slipped away from the hall before the music ended. Outside, behind the Emperor's residence, and within view of a few discreet courtiers, he signalled a trusted palace official to take custody of his dagger, and only then did he depart. Meeting Isida outside, the officer inquired, "What happened, my lord?" Though tempted to recount the events, Tadamori knew that revealing too much might prompt Isida to act rashly with his sword. Instead, he answered simply, "Nothing." During the usual Gosechi merriment, the revellers sang light amusing songs, verses celebrating delicate artful objects like fine paper in various hues, and exquisitely crafted brushes with lacquered handles and swirling patterns. In contrast, memories of figures from not so long ago, such as Lord Suwanaka, a provincial viceroy known by his dark complexion and dubbed Viceroy Black by his inmates, was recalled in playful ditties that teased his inky appearance. There was also Lord Tadamasa, a former chancellor who, after losing his father at a young age, had been embraced by a powerful governor as a son. When Tadamasa performed his dance, the company sang praises likening him to the pure shining qualities of his home region's prized rice and delicate artisan brushes. The songs recalled a time when such playful banter was common, though no harm was done then. Yet in the present age, there was an undercurrent of apprehension, a sense that trouble might be stirring. Sure enough, once the festivities ended, the palace's close advisers protested in unison. They argued that appearing at an imperial banquet with dagger at one's side, or being accompanied by an armed retainer in the palace, was strictly forbidden, unless explicitly authorized by the Emperor. Tadamori had not only joined the festivities with a warrior dressed in a plain hunting cloak, clearly his hereditary retainer, but had also kept a dagger within reach. Such breaches of protocol, they declared, were unprecedented and compounded each other, leaving no room for leniency. They demanded that he must be immediately dismissed from his duties. The retired emperor, astonished by these accusations, summoned Tadamori for questioning. With respectful candour, Tadamori explained, "Regarding my attendant in the small court, I was unaware of his presence. Rumours of a plot against my life had reached us, and as an experienced retainer, he likely acted on his own to spare me public shame. I was powerless to stop him. If he had indeed erred, shall I summon him for you? And as for the dagger, I entrusted it to a palace lady. You may examine it for yourself." His Eminence agreed and had the dagger brought forth for inspection. While the scabbard and handle were crafted in polished black lacquer, the blade was revealed to be only a wooden core overlaid with a thin silver foil. This clever modification, designed to give the appearance of a deadly weapon while avoiding the risk of real harm, was hailed as a stroke of genius. It was said that just as those skilled with bow and arrow must exercise equal prudence, so too does a warrior's attendant. In light of this, Tadamori was found to have committed no offence, and the talk of punishment soon faded away. Tadamori's sons all advanced to become the second in command of a distinguished corps of palace guards, and with their admission into the inner precincts, no one could now question their rightful place there. Not long after, Tadamori himself journeyed once again from Baizen to the capital. When retired Emperor Toba inquired, "How did the Akashi coast strike you?" Tadamori described a scene of dawn. Above the Akashi shores, the moon still lingered while the sea wind whipped the dark, receding waves into a brightening shore, a vision that delighted his patron. His words rendered in verse were later cherished in an esteemed anthology known as the Collection of Golden Leaves. During a visit to his patron's palace, Tadamori spent time with a gentlewoman for whom his affection ran deep. On one occasion, he accidentally left behind a fan in her room, its edge adorned with a painted moon. Amused, his companion teased him, asking where she had procured such a moon. With a playful smile, she explained, "That moon, as you mention, seems to have drifted in from the lofty heights of the palace, a silent treasure that sealed my lips against any further revelations." Her mysterious reply only deepened his affection, and the poem inspired by that moment further bound their hearts. From their union came a son, Tadanori, who would later rise to govern distant lands, a fitting testament to the adage that birds of a feather flock together, for Tadamori was renowned by his discerning taste in choosing only the very best. In time, Tadamori became known as the Lord of Justice. Upon his passing, his eldest son, Kiyomori, inherited not only his title, but also his indomitable spirit. Kiyomori distinguished himself early in service. After quelling unrest provoked by a high-ranking minister, he earned a transfer to govern a more prominent province, and was soon appointed to a deputy position in a prestigious regional office. When a rebellion later broke out under the leadership of a disaffected lord, Kiyomori led the imperial forces with decisive valour. His many heroic deeds and the weight of his accomplishments rapidly elevated him through a succession of roles, from consultant and intendant of the Gatewatch to police superintendent, councillor, grand councillor, and minister. Eschewing the common lateral moves of his peers, he advanced directly to become palace minister, and then chancellor at the junior first rank. Though he was never bestowed the coveted post of commander of the palace guards, a role so intensely prized among the elite, Kiyomori was nonetheless granted the freedom to travel as he wished, always accompanied by armed retainers. An imperial decree further awarded him the use of both an ox-drawn carriage and a two-wheeled palanquin, the latter being a mode of transport reserved for those of the highest dignity within the palace grounds. Thus, in and out of the palace gates, he moved with the air and authority of a regent. A statute of the realm declared that in the chancellor the emperor finds his proper teacher, and that the four seas, that is, the entire world, find their ideal exemplar. The chancellor was charged with governing the realm, expanding its way, and harmonizing opposing forces. Should no one suitable be found, the office was to remain vacant, a humorous tradition that earned it the nickname left vacancy. In this way, Kiyomori held not only dominion over the realm, but symbolically the whole world, and his authority went unquestioned. Legend tells that the Heike clan owed their eventual success to the favour of the god of Kumano. In one celebrated tale, while still serving as governor, Kiyomori was sailing along the Issei coast on a pilgrimage to the Kumano shrines when a massive sea bass leapt unexpectedly into his boat. The ascetic leading the pilgrimage cried out that the fish was a divine boon and urged immediate sharing of its fortune, recalling an old legend in which a white fish had once carried the famed King Wu of Zhao into a boat. Kiyomori agreed that the omen was excellent. Though he had strictly observed the 10 precepts, the fundamental Buddhist rules of virtuous conduct, and refrained from eating meat during his journey, he broke his fast for that auspicious catch, preparing the fish and distributing it among his men. Perhaps it was this unblemished streak of fortune that ultimately elevated him to the position of chancellor. Kiyomori's success was matched by the meteoric rise of his children, who advanced through the ranks with the speed of a dragon mounting the clouds. Outstripping the achievements of 9 generations past, his family became the very model of resplendence and shining success. In time, Lord Kiyomori fell gravely ill. In a bid to extend his life, he renounced the world and took monastic vows, adopting the religious name Jaikai. Remarkably, his chronic discomfort soon ceased, and he lived on undisturbed. His influence was absolute. Men bowed to his will as naturally as grass bends in the wind, and the world revered him as a parched land yearns for rain. His sons were equally formidable. No scion of a noble house or brilliant talent could stand on equal footing with them. Even Tokitada, the Taira Grand Councillor and Kiyomori's own son-in-law, remarked that no one else really counts as human. It was no wonder, then, that everyone, by any means necessary, sought to align themselves with the Heike. Throughout the realm, people imitated the customs of the elite at Rokuhara, even down to the cut of a robe or the crease of a hat. Under Kiyomori's rule, dissent was not tolerated. While some degenerates whispered slander and rebellion in hushed corners, such loose talk was unheard of in his presence. To ensure that no ill word escaped, Kiyomori personally selected 300 youths in their mid-teens, their hair trimmed in a boyish style, and dressed them uniformly in red. These enforcers, known as the Rokuhara Boys, patrolled the city day and night. If anyone dared speak ill of the Heike in their presence, the report would swiftly spread. The Rokuhara Boys would then storm the offender's home, confiscate his belongings, arrest him, and drag him off to Rokuhara for judgment. Their fearsome reputation was such that riders and carriages gave them a wide berth, and they could march unchallenged straight through the palace gates. No one even dared ask their names, and even the city elders averted their gaze in deference. One man reached the pinnacle of glory, and his entire family shared in his prosperity. His first son, Shigemori, became both palace minister and commander of the left division. His second son, Munamori, served as counsellor and right commander, and his third son, Tomamori, held the rank of captain. His eldest grandson, Koromori, attained the rank of lieutenant. In all, the Taira family boasted 16 senior nobles, 30 trusted privy gentlemen, and another 60 officials serving as governors, guard officers, and in other roles. No other family rivalled their influence. Long ago, the sovereign established a central guard with its own commander, which was later renamed the Palace Guard. Over the years, members of this family led its left and right divisions on only a few notable occasions. In one era, under the guidance of a right minister, a pair of brothers, sons of a prominent left minister, commanded the two divisions. In subsequent generations, leaders emerged from the same line. Sons of high-ranking officials took charge of the left and right wings during different reigns, and eventually the left was led by one son while the right was commanded by his brother, all of whom belonged to the esteemed line of regents. No other house could boast such a distinguished pedigree. Then there was a grandson of Tadamori, once bitterly resented for his access to the palace, who flaunted luxurious garments in forbidden colours, rich damask, fine brocade, and intricately embroidered silks. He held dual offices as both minister and commander, while his brother served as the other commander. Even in those later, increasingly corrupt days, such displays of opulence remained astonishing. Lord Kiyomori also had 8 daughters, each favoured by fortune. One daughter was betrothed in childhood to a counsellor from Sakuramachi. Though political turmoil disrupted these plans, instead she became the senior wife of a prominent left minister, Kanamasa, with whom she bore many children. Her would-be suitor, renowned for his refined tastes and deep love for the delicate, Yoshino cherry blossoms, earned the nickname Sakuramachi because he planted rows of these trees on his estate, built a retreat among them, and made his home there. Every spring, observers marvelled at his cherry grove, lamenting that while blossoms usually fell after a week, his seemed to last 3 times as long, thanks to his fervent prayers to the bright sun goddess. Another daughter rose to become empress, bearing the emperor a son who was first declared heir and then enthroned. She came to be known simply as Kenraimonin, the mother of the realm. The third daughter married the regent Motazane, and during Emperor Takahura's reign acted as his foster mother. Her stature later honoured with the title Lady Shirakawa. The fourth daughter married the regent Motamichi. The fifth became the wife of a grand counsellor named Takafusa, and the sixth married Lord Nobutaka, the director of upkeep. One daughter, born of a maiden from the Itsukashima shrine in Aki, joined the retinue of a cloistered emperor, and lived as an imperial consort. The last daughter, originally a maid from Tokaiwa, at Lady Kuji's residence, eventually managed Lord Kanamasa's staff of gentlewomen, and came to be known as the Mistress of the Gallery. In our island nation of Japan, which comprises only 66 provinces, the Heike controlled an astonishing 30. Beyond their vast estates and countless fields, both paddy and dry, their influence extended over more than half the realm. Their halls overflowed with exquisite silk, damask, and gauze that blossomed like flowers. Horses and carriages crowded their gates, as if it were a grand market day. They possessed treasures from across the world, gold from far-off Yangtze, pearls from Jingzhou, intricate damasks from distant Wuzhen, and sumptuous brocades from Fujian. The palaces boasted pavilions for singing, halls for dancing, and venues for magic shows and circus entertainments, offering pleasures so varied that no emperor, reigning or retired, could ever have imagined. Lord Kiyomori, who ruled as if the entire world were at his fingertips, cared little for criticism or mockery, and freely pursued every whim. One striking example was his fascination with two shirabyoshi dancers, Gi and Ginyo, daughters of the famed dancer Toji. Gi, the elder, was his favourite, and as a result even Ginyo was held in high regard. To show his favour, Kiyomori had Gi's mother provided with an elegant house and a generous monthly allowance of rice and cash, ensuring the household prospered. Shirabyoshi dancing itself had ancient roots in our land, originating in the reign of Emperor Toba, when two pioneering women, Shima no Senzai and Waka no Mai, first created the dance. In those early days, dancers wore flowing suican robes, tall black lacquered hats, and even carried silver-trimmed daggers, a style they called manly grace. Over time the hats and daggers fell out of fashion, leaving only the suican robe, which is why the art form is now known simply as shirabyoshi. News of Gi's success spread throughout the capital, stirring envy and admiration in equal measure. Some dancers even adopted names incorporating Gi in a bid to replicate her luck, though many critics argued that true success depended on the karma one carried from past lives, not just a name. For 3 years, this rivalry continued until a new star emerged from Kaga province, a 16-year-old dancer named Hotoke. Her exceptional skill quickly won the praise of everyone in the city, who declared that while many shirabyoshi had graced the stage over the years, none could match her artistry. Frustrated by being overlooked, Hotoke declared that although her name was known far and wide, it disappointed her that Lord Kiyomori, so supreme in his power, had not yet invited her to his residence. Determined to change that, she set out on her own to Nishi-Hachi. When word reached Kiyomori that Hotoke had arrived unbidden, he was incensed. "She is just an entertainer who comes only when called," he exclaimed. "How dare she show up in Gi's presence? Send her away." At that moment, Gi stepped forward to defend Hotoke. "It's perfectly natural for any dancer to present herself uninvited," she argued. "Besides, Hotoke is just a girl. If she dares to come here so boldly, it would be cruel to drive her away. I would feel sorrow and shame for her. Even if you don't want her to perform, it would be kind to see her at least once." Reluctantly, Kiyomori conceded, sending a messenger to fetch Hotoke back. When she returned, Kiyomori greeted her with a mix of irritation and reluctant curiosity. "I hadn't planned to see you today," he admitted, "but since Gi insisted, I might as well hear your voice. Sing me an inmei." Hotoke complied, singing a haunting melody that evoked images of a lone maiden and flocks of cranes gathering upon a rock rising from a lake. Her performance, repeated 3 times, captivated everyone present. So moved was Kiyomori that he later urged, "You sing inmei beautifully. You must also be a fine dancer. Please, dance for me. Find us a drummer." Hotoke's beauty, her graceful movements, soft voice, and enchanting presence left Kiyomori utterly spellbound, yet after her dance, as she protested that she had come uninvited and wished to leave, Kiyomori retorted harshly, "If Gi's presence troubles you, then Gi must go," he insisted repeatedly. Torn by conflicting loyalties and the cruelty of being forced aside, Gi eventually withdrew in sorrow. She composed a tearful farewell on a sliding door, a lament about new shoots and wilting fronds, symbolizing the inevitable decay of all things, and then left in her carriage, collapsing in despair at home. Her distress was profound. Her mother and sister pleaded for an explanation, but Guy could only weep silently as her household's monthly provisions ceased. Rumours soon spread throughout the city that Kiyomori had dismissed Guy, and curious onlookers began to seek her out. Despite receiving letters and messenger visits, Guy refused to respond, deepening her isolation and sorrow. The following spring, Kiyomori sent a message asking after her welfare and urging her to return, so she could cheer up Hotoke with song and dance. When Guy failed to reply, Kiyomori demanded an explanation. Guy's mother, Toji, tearfully begged her daughter to comply, warning that defying the Lord's wishes might bring dire consequences, expulsion from the capital, or worse. Guy bitterly replied that if she had wished to return, she would have sent word, but now she saw no way to answer his summons without risking her very life. Determined to sever all ties, she resolved that she never wanted to see Kiyomori again. Unable to bear the thought of staying, Guy left the capital, accompanied by her loyal sister Ginyo and 2 other dancers, travelling by carriage to Nishihachi. However, upon arrival, she was not given the honour she was accustomed to. Instead, she was seated far from the place of distinction, an injustice that drove her to tears. Hotoke, witnessing this cruel treatment, pleaded for her to be moved to a more honourable place, but Kiyomori refused. Later, when Kiyomori again addressed Guy and demanded that she perform for Hotoke, Guy, unable to defy him in his presence, sang a heart-wrenching song about the Buddha, lamenting the misery of sharing in the Buddha nature while remaining so far from enlightenment. Her performance moved all who heard it, and even Kiyomori praised her skill. Yet, as she left amid tears, Guy's anguish deepened to the point where she declared that she would rather drown herself than continue living under such misery. Her sister Ginyo vowed to join her in death if necessary, which terrified their mother even more. Toji pleaded desperately with Guy not to take such a drastic step, reminding her that while earthly troubles may be painful, life itself is a rare and precious gift, and that the suffering of this life pales in comparison to the horrors of the next. Moved by her mother's words, yet still overwhelmed by sorrow, Guy ultimately decided that she could no longer endure life in the capital. At the age of 21, she renounced the world and became a nun, building a humble brushwood hut in the hills beyond Sagano, and dedicating herself to the sacred name. Not long after, her younger sister Ginyo, then only 19, followed her, fulfilling a promise to share in her sister's fate. In retreat, the 2 sisters prayed earnestly for the bliss of the hereafter, a sight that deeply touched their mother. So moved was Toji by her daughter's devotion that, even though her white hair once symbolized her age and sorrow, she eventually shaved it off and joined them in calling the name, hoping to secure rebirth in paradise. As the seasons passed, spring giving way to a blazing summer and then to autumn's chill, the sisters would write their most heartfelt wishes on slender mulberry paper slips, imagining them as oars rowing across a celestial stream towards the fabled western paradise, where the sun was said to vanish into eternal bliss. Though the sisters often found themselves lost in memories of past sorrow, their prayers continued until one night, as darkness fell and they gathered in their modest hut, a knock sounded at the door. Terrified at first, fearing that some merciless demon might come to shatter their prayers, they hesitantly opened the door. To their astonishment, standing there was Hotoke Gozen. Overcome with emotion, Hotoke explained her own tragic tale. She recounted how she had boldly presented herself at Kiyomori's residence only to be ordered away, and how it was Guy's intervention that had forced him to call her back. We women rarely get to choose our own paths, Hotoke confessed between tears. I knew then that the fate I feared might befall me was real, so I left that day to join you. Removing her robe to reveal her new identity as a nun, she pleaded for forgiveness for her past misdeeds, and vowed to call the sacred name alongside her newfound sisters until they were reborn together on a lotus throne. If they were not united in that way, she promised to wander until she could achieve that priceless rebirth in paradise. Guy, moved beyond words, clutched her sleeves to her eyes. I never imagined you could feel such deep sorrow, she said. For so long I felt like a failure in this life and the next, but now, seeing you so transformed, I find hope. I know without a doubt that we will be reborn in paradise. Your renunciation of this polluted world, even at such a young age, is an inspiration. Welcome, dear friend, and guide in the true teaching. Let us pray together. In their humble retreat, the four of them, the two sisters, their mother, and Hotoke, adorned their small altar with incense and flowers morning and evening, devotedly calling the sacred name. According to the records from the chapel of the cloistered Emperor Go-Shirakawa, all four eventually departed this life together, their story, marked by heartache, fierce defiance, and transcendent spiritual commitment, remained profoundly moving. From ancient times to the present, the Heike and Genji families, in service to the Emperor, jointly punished anyone who dared defy royal authority. For a long period, the realm remained undisturbed. However, after Tamayoshi was slain and Yoshitomo of Heiji met his fate, the Genji successors were exiled or killed, leaving the Heike to flourish unchallenged. Their triumph appeared permanent, until a series of armed skirmishes broke out following the passing of a retired emperor. Repeated executions, banishments, and dismissals plunged the realm into unrest. Insecurity spread throughout the land, and as imperial reprimands began reaching the inner circles of the retired emperor, while discontent seeped among those surrounding the reigning sovereign, every man, from the highest noble to the humblest subject, trembled as if standing on the edge of an abyss. Although the two emperors, father and son, should have shared a unified vision, strange incidents occurred. This was because the world had entered a degenerate age, where wickedness was exalted, and the reigning emperor repeatedly spurned his father's counsel, sparking a conflict that sent shock waves throughout the court. In the midst of this turmoil, Her Grand Imperial Majesty, Empress to the late Kunoe, and daughter of Lord Kinyoshi, a high-ranking minister, found herself in a difficult position. After suffering personal loss, she left the palace and returned to her home at Kunoe Kawara, living quietly away from the public eye. Despite being considered past her prime by conventional standards, she was still hailed as the greatest beauty in the land. The emperor, notorious for his passionate pursuit of women, and aided by his own network of scouts, wrote her love letters. When she ignored his advances, he made his intentions unmistakably clear by issuing a decree through her father, demanding that she serve in the palace. This move was regarded as a matter of grave consequence. Since nobles gathered in council to deliberate, with one pointing to a precedent from a distant land, where an empress had served twice under extraordinary circumstances, but they unanimously declared that no such double honour should occur in their realm, which had seen over 70 emperors without any such anomaly. The retired emperor also voiced his disapproval and attempted to dissuade his successor. He argued that the Son of Heaven, whose authority was earned through merit and adherence to virtuous precepts, should not be denied his wish on a trivial matter. Consequently, He decreed that she must enter the palace immediately, leaving him with no further recourse. The news brought the lady to tears. She lamented that if only she had vanished like dew, or left the world altogether, she would be spared such hateful treatment. Her father, desperate to reconcile her to her fate, urged her to comply without protest. He suggested that perhaps this was a sign of destiny, that she might be called the mother of the realm if she bore him a prince, thereby ensuring that he in his old age could still be honoured as an emperor's grandfather. Yet she offered no reply. In a moment of quiet reflection, her brush formed lines of sorrowful poetry, a lament that the gulf of grief had not swallowed her entirely, and that the stream of life might yet carry her name into the future. Word of her touching verse spread, and many sympathized with her tragic fate. The day eventually came when she was to enter the palace and serve the emperor. Her father attended her procession, accompanied by a host of senior nobles and a splendid array of display carriages. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she delayed boarding her carriage until long past midnight. Thereafter she took up residence in the Heike, where she regularly implored the emperor not to neglect the morning council. The palace pavilions, the Shishinden, and others were adorned with sliding panels depicting great sages from China, as well as heroic figures, long-armed men, and majestic horses. In one room, a painting portrayed a hero slaying a demon, while another showcased a likeness of General Lee. It was said that Ono no Michikaze, the governor of Awari, had revised the inscription on these sage portraits repeatedly, and on one door of the Sairaiden, an old painting of distant hills and a moon at dawn, originally created by Kanaoka, had been whimsically altered by a young emperor, leaving the image of the moon unchanged. This sight must have awakened in her a flood of fond memories. Little did she know that, caught in the web of her own misfortune, she would one day return and behold the same moon, evoking a love so profound that its memory would speak louder than words. That spring, news spread that His Majesty was unwell. By early summer his condition had grown critical, and rumours began that his eldest son, a toddler born to the daughter of Ikino Kanamori of the Treasury Bureau, was to be named heir apparent. Suddenly one day his father declared the child a prince and abdicated in his favour that very night. The entire realm was thrown into a state of deep unease. Those well versed in history offered their counsel. They recalled that Japan had seen child emperors before, like Saiwa, when Emperor Montoku abdicated and the Duke of Zhao governed on behalf of King Chen, assisted by the commoner Fujiwara no Yoshifusa, the first regent. Even though previous ascensions had been met with complaints about the emperor's youth, this new candidate was even younger, and no precedent supported such an early ascension. It seemed a rash move. Then in due course the emperor died in his early 20s, as gently as a bud falling from a branch. Behind ornate blinds and sumptuous curtains, all his ladies wept in grief. That very night his remains were carried through Rendaino to Mount Funaoka, and it was there that a quarrel broke out between the masked monks of Enrakuji and their counterparts from Kofukuji, over when and where each temple would install its commemorative plaque. Tradition dictated that after an emperor's passing, monks from both the northern and southern capitals escort the body to its final resting place and affix name plaques around it. First, Todaji, entitled by inviolable privilege as the foremost temple founded by an emperor, placed its plaque, followed by Kofukuji, established by Lord Tankai. Next, Enrakuji, from the northern capital, traditionally took its turn, with Midera following thereafter, founded to honour an ancient imperial vow by later esteemed abbots. However, the Enrokuji monks, for reasons known only to themselves, disregarded established custom and installed their plaque immediately after Todaiji, thus placing it before Kofukuji. As the Kofukuji monks debated how to respond, two of their renowned monk warriors from the temple's West Golden Hall, Kanon in black laced armour wielding a plain wooden spear, and Saishibi in green laced armour brandishing a great sword with a black lacquered scabbard, took matters into their own hands. Together they charged forward and smashed the Enrokuji plaque to the ground. Then, rejoining the monks from the southern capital, they burst into song. Ah, the lovely waters, roaring, the great waterfall scorns the burning sun, flowing on and on and on, tra-la-la-la-la. Enrokuji, having been so violently challenged, would normally have struck back, but the monks remained silent, perhaps following a deeper plan. The passing of a sovereign is meant to stir even the plants and trees to visible grief, yet the ensuing commotion was so grim that everyone fled in terror. Later that day, news spread that a horde of monks was descending from Mount Hiei towards the capital. Despite warriors and police racing to block their advance at Nishi Sakamoto, the monks broke through and surged into the city. Rumours soon circulated that on the retired sovereign's order, the Enrokuji monks intended to suppress the Heike. In response, an armed force secured all the palace guard posts while the Heike gathered at Rokuhara. Retired Emperor Go Shirakawa hastened there as well, and Lord Kiyomori, then still a Grand Councillor, was greatly alarmed. Although Lord Shigemori urged calm, dismissing the rumours as nonsense, every Heike official was nearly in a state of panic. Instead of targeting Rokuhara, the Enrokuji monks turned on an innocent temple, Kiyomizudera, and burned every hall and lodge within it. Some said their aim was to erase the shame of that night's funeral, for Kiyomizudera was a dependency of Kofukuji. The morning after the fire, a sign was posted before the main gate that read, "Hey you, now what do you have to say about that line from the Lotus Sutra? Cannon will turn that pit of fire into a refreshing pool." The next day the response came, "His aeons of wonders confound understanding." The Hiei monks then retreated back up the mountain, and His Eminence left Rokuhara for home, escorted only by Lord Shigemori, while his father, Lord Kiyomori, stayed behind, apparently acting with caution. When Lord Shigemori returned from escorting His Eminence, his father remarked, "His visit was a great honour, I suppose, but his past words and thoughts are what sparked that rumour. Do not become too friendly with him." Shigemori replied, "Never reveal those suspicions in look or word. You will regret it if anyone uncovers even a trace of them. Avoid crossing him and be kind to everyone. Do that, and the gods and Buddhas will protect you so that you have nothing to fear." As he was about to leave, his father added, "Shigemori, you are too big-hearted." Later, among his close companions, His Eminence observed, "Well, he certainly said some strange things. That is not my thinking." At that moment, a monk named Saiki remarked, "As they say, heaven has no mouth and must speak through men. The Heike Lord is beyond their station. Perhaps heaven has a plan." The murmurs began. "You can't say that. The walls have ears. It's frightening. Simply frightening." That year, the Purification and Enthronement Festival was cancelled because the new emperor was in mourning for his father. A decree was issued appointing the son of retired Emperor Go Shirakawa by Kenshanmonin as a prince. Soon after, the era name was changed, and later at the Tosanji residence the young prince was elevated to heir apparent. At the time, he was only 6 years old, and unusually was the emperor's uncle, while the reigning emperor, his nephew, was just 3. Such a reversal of seniority was rare, though history has seen similar cases. For example, one emperor ascended at a very young age, and his successor was named heir apparent, while he was still a child. In fact, His Majesty had ascended to the throne as a toddler following his predecessor's abdication, and he was only 5 when he stepped aside in favour of the designated heir, becoming known as the new retired emperor, a remarkable distinction he earned before even coming of age. Such an occurrence was unprecedented both in China and in our own land. Eventually, the new sovereign formally assumed his role in the Great Hall of State, an event that heralded even greater glory for the Heike. His mother, Kenshin Monin, was of the Tyler lineage. She was the younger sister of Lady Ni, the principal wife of Lord Kiyomori. In fact, the Tyler Grand Councillor, Lord Tokitada, was her elder brother, making him a relative of the Emperor. He wielded immense power, both inside and outside the palace, and every appointment to rank or office was made according to his wishes. A similar situation had occurred in the days of Yang Gaifai, when her brother, Yang Guozong, rose to great prominence and influence. In every matter, no matter how great or small, Kiyomori constantly sought Tokitada's advice. It was for this reason that people eventually began to call him the Heike Regent. That summer, retired Emperor Go Shirakawa took religious vows, formally renouncing the world. However, this did little to diminish his authority. He remained deeply involved in governance, so much so that he and the reigning emperor effectively ruled as one. Those in his inner circle, from high-ranking nobles to lowly gods, were rewarded with positions, titles, and privileges beyond their due. Yet human nature being what it is, their ambitions were never satisfied. Whispered conversations revealed their greed. If only the old man would die, that province of his would be up for grabs. His position would be mine, if he would just pass away. The retired emperor himself harboured private concerns. Throughout history, many men have fought to suppress threats against the court, he mused, but never has there been a case like this. Great warriors of the past crushed rebels and traitors, yet their rewards never went beyond provincial governorships. Kiyomori, however, does as he pleases. He thrives only because these are the final days and the sovereign's way is in decline. Still, despite his disapproval, he never took action against Kiyomori. Meanwhile, the Heike clan had no direct animosity towards the court, yet the seed of chaos had already been sown. It all began with an incident involving Kiyomori's grandson, Tsukamori, a boy of 13, and governor of Echizen. One winter afternoon, Tsukamori and 30 young attendants set out on horseback, hawks in hand, for a day of hunting. They roamed across the snowy fields near Rendaino, Murasakino, and Ukon no Baba, chasing quail and larks until dusk. As they made their way home to Rokuhara, they crossed paths with the powerful regent Fujiwara no Motofusa, who was en route to the palace. His grand procession moved with dignity along the road, intending to enter through the Yew Gate. Upon seeing them, the regent's attendants called out, "Identify yourselves! You are in the presence of the regent, dismount at once." But Tsukamori, young and arrogant, cared little for protocol. His men, none of whom were older than 20, were equally ignorant of proper court etiquette. The title of regent meant nothing to them, and instead of showing the expected deference, they ignored the command and charged through the procession on horseback. By then, darkness had fallen. The regent's guards either did not recognize Tsukamori or pretended not to. Seizing the opportunity, they dragged him and his men from their horses, humiliating them in the street. Covered in shame, Tsukamori fled back to Rokuhara and relayed the incident to his grandfather. Kiyomori was livid. Regent or not, he should have shown some consideration. Instead, he disgraces my grandson over such a trivial matter. I will not let this pass. I will teach him a lesson. But his son, Lord Shigemori, took a different stance. There is no insult here, he said calmly. Had this come from someone like Yorimasa or Motomitsu, that would be a different matter. But in truth, the offence was ours. For my son to encounter the regent and fail to dismount, That is the real disgrace. He sternly reprimanded the young men involved, warning them to learn proper decorum. Then, in an effort to smooth things over, he promised to personally apologise to the regent. But Kiyomori had no intention of letting the matter rest. Without consulting his son, he assembled a band of 60 men, hardened ruffians from the countryside, along with his most loyal retainers. He placed them under the command of 2 warriors, Nanba and Seno, and gave them clear instructions. On the 21st, when the regent makes his way to the palace for his majesty's coming-of-age preparations, ambush him. Cut off the hair of his outriders and attendants. This will wipe away Tsukamori's shame. The regent, unaware of the plot, set out in grand style. This was no ordinary visit to the palace. He was going to plan the emperor's coming-of-age ceremony, a prestigious event that required time in his palace chambers. His train was resplendent, with his attendants dressed in their finest robes. He moved westward along Naka no Mikaido, preparing to enter through the Taiken Gate. But as he approached the intersection of Inokuma and Inomikaido, Kiyomori's men sprang their trap. 300 fully armed and armoured horsemen surrounded the regent's procession, shouting in unison. His attendants, elegantly dressed for the occasion, were no match for the ambush. They were chased down, dragged from their mounts, and thrown to the ground. Their hair was shorn off, an unthinkable humiliation. One of the victims was Takamoto, a right palace guard, and one of the regent's 10 closest attendants. Another was Takanori, a Fujiwara noble and former chamberlain. As the attackers hacked off his hair, one of them sneered, "This isn't just your hair, you know, it belongs to your master." The assault continued as the warriors rammed their bow tips into the regent's carriage, slashed the straps of his oxen, and tore down the blinds. Satisfied with their handiwork, they rode back to Rokuhara, whooping in triumph. Kiyomori was pleased. "Well done," he said approvingly. One man, however, refused to abandon the regent, his loyal groom, Tobano Kanihisamaru, a junior official but a man of deep integrity. He stayed by the shattered carriage and guided it back to the regent's residence. The scene upon his return was one of bitter disgrace. With no words to express his humiliation, the regent wept into the sleeves of his court robes. Such an act was unprecedented. Ever since the days of Lord Yoshifusa and Mototsune, no regent had ever suffered such an insult. This was the moment the Heike truly began to fall from grace. Shigemori, deeply troubled, acted at once. He dismissed every horseman involved in the attack. "Whatever reckless order my father may have given, you should have at least informed me." He scolded them. Turning to Tsukimori, he was even harsher. "A sandalwood tree gives off its fragrance the moment it sprouts its first leaves. By the time a boy reaches 11 or 12, he should already understand right from wrong. Instead, you have brought shame upon our house. Worse, your actions have tainted Lord Kiyomori's name. What you have done is profoundly unfilial." To make amends, he banished Tsukimori to the distant province of Ise. Both the emperor and his ministers, it seemed, were quietly grateful for his decision. That year, plans for the emperor's coming-of-age ceremony were abruptly cancelled due to mounting tensions. The meeting to discuss the event was instead held in retired Emperor Go Shirakawa's private chambers. Under the circumstances, the regent, Fujiwara no Motofusa, did not attend, and soon after, he received a decree promoting him to the high office of Chancellor. However, this promotion did not sit well with many at court. The year drew to a close amid growing unease. Early the following year, the emperor's coming-of-age ceremony was finally held. Afterwards, he made the traditional rounds of imperial visits, appearing before his grandfather, retired Emperor Go Shirakawa, and his adoptive mother, Kenshan Monin. Both were captivated by the young emperor's dignified appearance in his new headdress. Around this time, a daughter of Lord Kiyomori entered the Emperor's service as a consort. She did so under the patronage of the retired Emperor, who treated her as an adopted daughter. Meanwhile, the influential Chancellor, Morinaga, resigned from his post as Left Commander. Rumours swirled about his possible successor. The Grand Councillor, Sanasada, seemed the likely choice, while another courtier, Kanamasa, harboured hopes of his own. However, a recently appointed Grand Councillor, Narichika, openly coveted the position and enjoyed the favour of retired Emperor Go Shirakawa. He commissioned a series of prayers to secure his desired appointment. Narichika arranged for 100 monks at the Hachiman Shrine to perform an intense week-long reading of the Great Wisdom Sutra. During this time, a curious omen occurred. 3 turtle doves flew in from Otokayama, landed on the mandarin orange tree near the shrine's main sanctuary, and began to peck at each other until they fell lifeless. The monks were astonished. The dove is Hachiman's messenger. Such an occurrence has never been seen here before, declared the temple abbot, who reported it to the emperor. The Bureau of Shrines later offered an interpretation. This portends disaster throughout the realm, not a direct threat to the emperor, but to high-ranking officials and ministers. Despite this ominous sign, Narichika remained undeterred. For 7 consecutive nights he made a pilgrimage to the Upper Kamo Shrine, walking under cover of darkness to pray for his success. On the final night, exhausted, he returned home and fell into a deep sleep. In a vivid dream, he found himself once again at the Upper Kamo Shrine. The sanctuary doors opened wide and a mysterious voice intoned, "Ah, Cherry Blossom, never blame the wind that blows down the Kamo River. There is nothing it can do to spare you your coming fall." Rather than feeling alarmed, Narichika doubled down on his efforts. He engaged a reclusive ascetic to perform a 100-day ritual of Dakini magic in a cave behind the shrine's main hall. However, on the 75th day, a bolt of lightning struck a massive cryptomeria tree near the sanctuary, setting it ablaze. The flames threatened the entire shrine, and the priests, fearing divine displeasure, rushed to extinguish the fire and demanded the ascetic leave, but he refused. "I have vowed to complete this ritual. I will not leave until my 100 days are over," he declared defiantly. News of this disturbance reached the palace. An official decree ordered the priests to remove the ascetic by force. The shrine men beat him with their white staves and drove him south beyond Ichijo. This incident was interpreted as a sign of divine rejection. "The gods do not favour those who seek unrighteous gains," people whispered. It seemed that Narichika's desperate prayers for the commander's post had only provoked calamity. Ultimately, the influence of the Heike proved overwhelming. Neither the cloistered emperor nor the regent had their way. Appointments were determined solely by Kiyomori's desires. His eldest son, Shigemori, was promoted from right to left commander, while his second son, Munamori, leapt ahead of his seniors to become the right commander. The court was stunned. The decision to pass over Sanasada, a Grand Councillor of impeccable lineage and scholarly reputation, was particularly shocking. Whispers spread. "He's sure to renounce the world now," but instead Sanasada quietly resigned his post and withdrew to his home. Furious at being overlooked in favour of Kiyomori's son, Narichika fumed. "I could accept Sanasada or Kanamasa being chosen over me, but Kiyomori's second son? This is intolerable. They think they can take whatever they want. I'll find a way to bring down the Heike and secure my rightful place." These words, spoken in anger, were ominous. Narichika, despite already holding high rank and vast estates, was blinded by ambition. His past experiences should have taught him caution. During the Heiji years, he had narrowly escaped execution after siding with a failed rebellion, saved only by Lord Shigemori's intervention. Yet he remained ungrateful. Secretly he amassed weapons, recruited loyal warriors, and plotted in earnest. He chose Shishi no Tani, a secluded ravine behind the eastern hills, as his base. This location, adjacent to Midera land, offered natural protection. A powerful priest named Shunkan had a villa here, and the conspirators met regularly to plan the downfall of the Heike. Even retired Emperor Go Shirakawa was drawn into their schemes, visiting the villa accompanied by the monk Joken, son of a former minor councillor. During a drinking party one night, Go Shirakawa casually mentioned the plot to Joken, who was horrified. "This is dangerous. Far too many people know about it already. If word spreads, there will be serious trouble." Startled by the gravity of the situation, Narachika stood abruptly, accidentally knocking over a wine jar in front of the Emperor. "What does that signify?" Go Shirakawa asked. Narachika, with a dark glint in his eye, replied, "Down go the Heike." The Emperor laughed it off, inviting the conspirators to entertain him. Yasuyori, a police lieutenant, played along, complaining about the number of wine jars. "There are too many, and I'm so drunk." Shunkan, ever bold, added, "There's nothing like taking heads," before dramatically breaking a jar and slipping away into another room. Joken remained silent, deeply unsettled by what he had witnessed. The plot was dangerous, and those involved were prominent figures. The warrior monk Renjo, Superintendent Shunkan, Governor Moto Kane, and others from the cloistered Emperor's Guard. The boldness of these men, combined with Narachika's reckless ambition, set the stage for a disaster that would soon engulf them all. Shunkan, the superintendent of Hoshoji, was the grandson of Lord Mataoshi of the Kyogoku Genji family. Although he came from a non-military lineage, he was notorious for his bad temper. He would often stand at the gate of his residence near the Kyogoku and Sanjobomon crossing, glaring in fury at anyone who dared pass by. Perhaps it was this inherited disposition that made him, despite being a monk, arrogant enough to join a reckless conspiracy. Lord Narachika summoned the Chamberlain Yukitsuna and declared, "I rely on you as my battle commander. If we succeed, you may claim whatever provinces and estates you desire. For now, take this cloth to make bowstrings." He handed over 50 bolts of white fabric. When Lord Morinaga was appointed Chancellor, Shigemori took over his previous role as palace minister, bypassing Grand Councillor Sadafusa. Holding both the title of minister and palace guard commander was a remarkable feat, and a celebratory banquet was arranged. Lord Tsunamune, the right minister of the Ino Mikado, was the guest of honour. Normally, Morinaga's birth would have disqualified him from such a high position, but his father, Yorinaga, the proud and powerful left minister, ensured his rise. The North Guard of the cloistered emperor had not existed in earlier times. It was first established under retired Emperor Shirakawa and was mainly staffed by former palace guards. In the days of retired Emperor Toba, men like Suwanori and Suwayori had served honourably, sometimes even delivering petitions to the throne. However, under cloistered Emperor Go Shirakawa, the North Guard became increasingly arrogant. They ignored senior nobles, dismissed privy gentlemen, and disregarded all rules of propriety. Lesser men ascended to commanding positions, and some guardsmen were even granted access to the Emperor's private quarters. Their unchecked rise likely explains why so many of them were drawn into this misguided plot. Among them were two men who had once served the late Shinzei, a former minor councillor who later became a monk, Morimitsu, and Narikage. One had started as a local official in Aiwa province, while the other was from the capital. Though they came from humble backgrounds, their quick thinking earned them promotions. Morimitsu became a junior officer at the Left Palace Guard, and Narikage held the same rank in the right. Eventually, both moved to the Gate Watch, but when Shinzai fell from grace, they renounced the world and took monastic vows. Now known as Heike and Heike, they oversaw the cloistered emperor's storehouses. Heike had a son named Moritaka, a lively and ambitious man who climbed the ranks to become a junior police officer. He was later appointed governor of Kaga province. However, his rule was harsh. He seized land and estates indiscriminately, whether they belonged to temples, shrines, or wealthy individuals. Good governance, as once seen in the time of the wise Duke Zhao of Zhao, seemed to be a thing of the past. When Moritaka governed Kaga with a heavy hand, his younger brother Moritsune was sent there as his deputy. Soon after his arrival, an incident occurred at Ugawa Temple near the provincial seat. The monks were taking a bath when Moritsune barged in, threw them out, and took the bath for himself. His attendants even washed their horses in the sacred waters. Furious, the monks protested, demanding respect for tradition and temple law. Moritsune dismissed them. Past deputies were weak, and the people took advantage of them. This time will be different. Obey the law. The monks, undeterred, stood their ground. Clashes broke out between them and Moritsune's men, escalating into a violent skirmish. The fighting only ended when Moritsune's prized horse had its leg broken. Realizing that he was outmatched, he fled under the cover of night. Determined to retaliate, the provincial authorities gathered 1,000 horsemen and launched an attack on Ugawa Temple, setting fire to every building. However, Ugawa was part of the powerful Hakusan shrine network, whose senior monks, Shishaku, Gakumyo, Hodaibo, Shochi, Gakuon, and the Tozer Adept, rallied a force of 2,000 warrior monks. They marched on Moritsune's residence, surrounding it at dusk, intending to attack at dawn. As they waited, the autumn wind carried the scent of dew, rustling the sleeves of the archers. Lightning flashed across the sky, reflecting off their helmets. Sensing defeat, Moritsune abandoned his home and fled to the capital. The next morning, the monks stormed the residence, but it was already deserted. With their enemy gone, they withdrew and took their grievance to Enrakuji. To make their case, they carried the sacred palanquin of Hakusan Shrine all the way to Mount Hiei. When they reached Higashi Sakamoto at noon, word spread quickly. Thunder rumbled in the north, rolling towards the capital. A strange phenomenon followed. The sky darkened, white clouds hung low, and both the mountains and the city turned a brilliant, unnatural white. The Hakusan palanquin was carried into the grounds of the Moroto Shrine, as Moroto itself was closely linked to Hakusan Miori Gongen. Their connection was akin to that of a father and son. The outcome of this appeal was still uncertain, but the gathering brought the gods great joy, perhaps even more than when Urashima's descendants reunited 7 generations later, or when an unborn son saw his father on Vulture Peak. Mount Hiei's 3,000 monks stood in strict formation, accompanied by the priests of the 7 shrines. Shoulder to shoulder, they chanted sutras and prayers, creating a breathtaking scene. The assembly sent word to the cloistered emperor, demanding the exile of Kaga's governor, Morotaka, and imprisonment for his deputy, Moritsune. However, the response was slow. Officials murmured among themselves, "He must act quickly." Mount Hiei's petitions have always carried weight. Even prominent figures like Lord Tamafusa and Deputy Viceroy Suwanaka were exiled when the mountain's monks protested against them. Why should Moritaka and his deputy be any different? The decision is obvious. Yet despite their private conversation, no one spoke up publicly. Retired Emperor Shirakawa once admitted that 3 things were beyond his control: the flow of the Kamo River, the outcome of backgammon, and the monks of Mount Hiei. During retired Emperor Toba's reign, Enrikuji gained control of Haisenji in Echizen. Toba justified this by declaring he had corrected a past wrong, as he held deep respect for Mount Hiei. During Shirakawa's time, a past conflict arose when Minamoto no Yoshitsuna, the governor of Mino, attempted to abolish a newly established estate. In doing so, he killed a monk named Eno, who had taken a vow of seclusion at Mount Hiei. Outraged, the priests of Hiyoshi Shrine and senior monks from Enrikuji, over 30 in number, brought their petition to the retired emperor's guards. The regent, Morimichi, sent a warrior named Yoriharu of the Yamato Genji to stop them. Yoriharu's forces fired arrows, killed 8 monks and wounded more than 10. The survivors fled, but soon news arrived that the senior monks of Enrikuji were marching towards the capital. Government forces rushed to intercept them at Nishi Sakamoto and turned them back. Despite the violence, no immediate judgment was passed on Yoriharu. The enraged monks carried the sacred palanquins of the 7 shrines to the temple's central hall, where they chanted the Great Wisdom Sutra for 7 days. Then they called upon the gods to curse the regent. On the final day, the great monk, Chuin, led the ritual, rang his bell, and spoke in a mighty voice. "O gods who have nurtured us since birth, strike with your divine arrow, punish the regent Morimichi. O great Hachioji Gongen, bring your wrath upon him." That very night a strange event occurred. Many dreamers claimed they heard the whistling sound of an arrow flying from Hachioji Shrine towards the imperial palace. The next morning at the regent's residence, his attendants found a fresh branch of star anisey placed at his window, an eerie sign that chilled those who saw it. Shortly afterwards the regent fell gravely ill. It was widely believed that Sano, the god of Mount Hiei, had struck him down. Desperate to save her son, the regent's mother, a noblewoman of great status, disguised herself as a commoner and entered Hiyoshi Shrine for 7 days of prayer. She made several vows, offering to sponsor 100 sacred dances, 100 processions, 100 equestrian contests, and 100 Buddhist ceremonies. She also pledged to commission sacred images of Shakyamuni, Amida, and the Medicine King. But she made 3 secret vows that no one else knew, until the final night of her retreat. At that moment, a shrine maiden from the north, who had been among the pilgrims, suddenly collapsed. When she regained consciousness, she began to dance, seemingly possessed by a divine force. Then the voice of Sano spoke through her. "The regent's mother has prayed here for 7 days. She has vowed 3 things in exchange for his life. First, she will serve at my shrine, tending to the sick and crippled for 1,000 days, morning and night. Though she was once shielded from suffering, she will now immerse herself in the hardships of others. Second, she will build a covered gallery from the bridge hall to Hachioji Shrine, so that Mount Hiei's monks, who come here in all weather, will have shelter. Third, she will establish daily debates on the Lotus Sutra at this shrine. I find the first 2 vows touching, but the third, the daily debates, pleases me most. However, justice must be served. This matter could have been settled peacefully, yet my shrine servants were attacked, their blood spilled. The arrows that struck them have wounded me as well. See for yourselves whether I speak the truth." The possessed shrine maiden pulled down her robe, revealing a deep wound beneath her left arm, as if she herself had been struck by an arrow. "It is too late," she continued. "Even with her prayers and offerings, the regent cannot live a full life. But because of her devotion, I will grant him 3 more years. If that is not enough, there is nothing more I can do." The god's presence faded. The regent's mother, shaken to her core, wept as she accepted the prophecy. Even a single day more would be a blessing. 3 years is a gift beyond measure. She descended Mount Hiei, still in tears. Once she returned to the city, she fulfilled her vows. She donated the Tanaka estate in Ki province to Hachijo's shrine, ensuring that the daily Lotus Sutra debates continued. Meanwhile, the regent, Morimichi, recovered his health and returned to his duties. People were relieved. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Then in the 6th month of the 2nd year of Aicho, Morimichi developed a terrible boil on his forehead. He took to his bed, and within days he was dead, just as the prophecy had foretold. At only 38 years old, he had been a formidable figure, strong and bold. But when death approached, he clung to life, as any man would. He died before his father. Though such is the fate of many, even the Buddha and the Bodhisattvas cannot escape death. Sano, the god of Mount Hiei, acts only for the good of the people. His judgment, though harsh, was righteous. The monks of Mount Hiei repeatedly petitioned for the exile of Moritaka, the governor of Kaga, and the imprisonment of his deputy, Mototsune. When their demands were ignored, they took drastic actions by cancelling the Hiyoshi Shrine Festival. At dawn, they adorned the palanquins of the gods, Juzenji, Moroto, and Hachioji, and marched towards the palace guard posts. Along the way, crowds of junior monks, shrine servants, and temple workers gathered at various points, watching the grand procession move westwards along Ichijo Street. The sacred treasures shimmered in the morning light, as if the sun and moon had descended to earth. Inside the palace compound, high-ranking commanders from the Genji and Heike clans took their positions to prevent the monks from advancing. On the Heike side, Lord Shigemori, Minister of the Palace and Left Commander, led 3,000 horsemen to secure the eastern gates. His brothers, Manamori, Tomamori, and Shigehara, and his uncles, Yorimori, Norimori, and Tsunemori, reinforced the defences in the west and in the south. Meanwhile, Lord Yorimasa, representing the Genji, guarded the Nuidono gate with only 300 warriors. Knowing he was outnumbered, he approached the monks with humility. He removed his helmet, slung it over his back, and saluted the sacred palanquins before addressing the monks. "The grievances of Mount Hiei are just. There is no doubt about that. The delay in judgment is regrettable. You may of course force your way through here if you wish. However, Yorimasa's forces are few, and if you overpower them, people will say that the monks of Hiei entered with downcast faces, lacking the dignity they deserve. If I allow passage, I will be breaking the imperial decree, but if I stop you, I will betray the gods I have revered all my life. It is an impossible situation. Lord Shigemori has stationed a large force at the eastern gate. You would be wise to enter from there instead." With that, Yorimasa withdrew, leaving the monks to consider his words. Among them, some of the younger monks protested, insisting they should force their way through, but the respected preacher, Goan, from Setsu province, stepped forward to offer his opinion. "Lord Yorimasa speaks wisely. Those who march with the palanquins of their god must prove their strength against true resistance if they are to earn lasting honour. Yorimasa is not only a renowned warrior but also a gifted poet, once praised by Emperor Konoe himself. At a poetry gathering, when given the theme Blossoms Deep in the Mountains, he alone composed the perfect verse. With so many trees crowded on the mountainside, which one may blossom no one knows, until those boughs reveal their wealth of blossoms. A man of such talent and refinement should not be humiliated over a single moment of tension. Let us take the sacred palanquins east." His reasoning swayed the crowd, and the monks turned their procession towards the Taiken Gate. However, when they arrived, chaos erupted. The warriors rained arrows down upon them, many striking the palanquins, especially the one carrying Juzenji. Shrine servants fell dead, and countless monks were wounded. The cries of agony seemed to shake the heavens. Overcome with grief and rage, the monks abandoned their mission, leaving the gods behind as they retreated back up the mountain. Meanwhile, at the north gate, Yorimasa's small force stood guard. The monks, noticing the weakness in their numbers, attempted to bring the palanquins through. Seeing this, Yorimasa once again dismounted, removed his helmet and saluted the sacred procession. His warriors followed his lead, showing their respect. He then sent a message to the monks through his envoy, Watanabe no Shojitsu, who was dressed in elegant armour, over a grey-green robe, decorated with tiny yellow-dyed cherry blossoms. At his waist hung a sword with golden fittings. As he stepped forward, the fate of the standoff hung in the balance. By imperial command, the Chamberlain and minor controller, Kanamitsu, convened an emergency council of senior nobles in the privy chamber. When the sacred palanquins entered the city in the 7th month, the emperor ordered them to be sent to the Sekisan shrine. Later, when the same event occurred in the 4th month, the Gion shrine superintendent was instructed to receive them there. The council decided to follow this precedent. Choken, the Gion superintendent, admitted the palanquins to the shrine at dusk, and shrine servants immediately began removing the arrows still embedded in them. Over several years, the monks of Mount Hiei had carried their palanquins to the palace guard posts on 6 separate occasions. Warriors had been summoned each time to stop them, but never before had arrows struck the sacred palanquins. As the monks were being repelled, the people whispered to one another, "When spirits and gods are angry, disasters visit every street. Terrifying, terrifying." Later that night, rumours spread that the monks would return. The emperor quickly summoned a hand carriage and made his way to the cloistered emperor's residence. The empress left in a carriage as well, with Lord Shigemori accompanying her in service dress, carrying a quiver on his back. His son Koromori, a lieutenant in the gods and deputy of Her Majesty's household, attended her in formal dress, carrying a flat ceremonial quiver. Other nobles and palace staff followed suit, and panic spread throughout the city. On Mount Hiei, the council of monks, numbering 3,000, agreed on a course of action. With the palanquins bristling with arrows, shrine servants killed, and many monks wounded, they decided they would reduce to ashes every shrine, sanctuary, temple, and lecture hall they could find, and then retreat into the wilds. Finally, the cloistered emperor agreed to hear the complaint from Hiei. The senior monks began their journey back to the city to deliver the news, but they were stopped at Nishi Sakamoto by the monks who drove them back into the city. Tokitada, the Grand Councillor of the Taira clan and still in charge of the Left Gate Watch, was sent to calm the monks. When he arrived before the great lecture hall, the monks seized him, throwing off his court cap and preparing to throw him into a lake. Just as they were about to do so, Tokitada spoke up. "Silence for a moment, please. I have a message for you all." From his robe he drew a paper and inkstone and wrote a few lines, which he passed to the monks. They spread the paper out and read, "That the assembled host of monks should permit themselves violence betrays the working of demon powers. That the sovereign in his wisdom should then marshal force to restrain them reveals the protection of the Buddha." Upon reading these words, every monk agreed to stop their actions. They withdrew to the valleys and returned to their own lodgings. In a matter of moments, the wrath of 3,000 monks was calmed, sparing both the emperor and his subjects from shame. From this accomplishment, Tokitada earned widespread praise. People were impressed that the monks of Mount Hiei, whom they had long thought of as nothing more than troublemakers, had actually understood the value of proper conduct. Shortly afterwards, the provisional councillor, Tadachika, was tasked with executing further orders. The governor of Kaga, Morotaka, was relieved of his post and exiled to Odota in Owari, while his deputy, Morotsune, was jailed. 6 warriors, including Fujiwara no Masazumi and Masasune no Iakani and Iakuni, and Kiwara no Yasui and Yasutomo, who had shot arrows into the sacred palanquins, were also sentenced to prison. A few weeks later, a fire broke out near the crossing of Higuchi and Tomi no Koji. A strong wind blew from the southeast, and much of the capital was consumed by flames. Great cartwheels of flame leapt several blocks, spreading quickly. The fire caused massive destruction, burning more than 30 landmarks, including the Chigusa Mansion, the Red Plum Hall, at the Kitano Shrine, and the homes of senior nobles and privy gentlemen. The flames eventually reached the palace, where the Suzaku Gate, the 10 Gates, and the Kaishi Gate, and the Great Hall of State all caught fire and were reduced to ash. Diaries, treasured documents, and priceless items from the great houses were destroyed. Hundreds of people perished in the blaze, and many oxen and horses were lost. The damage was beyond measure. Some claimed that several thousand large monkeys, torches in hand, came down from Mount Hiei and set the city ablaze. At one point, Mayun, the abbot of Mount Hiei, was barred from performing religious services at the palace. A chamberlain arrived to reclaim his Nyoirin canon, an esoteric manifestation of the compassionate Bodhisattva canon, traditionally entrusted to palace chamberlains, esteemed clerics whose prayers were believed to protect the emperor during sleep. In his stead, a new palace chaplain was appointed. Soon afterwards, the police arrested Mayun on charges of inciting his monks to descend upon the palace with the palanquins carrying their deities. Matters grew even more serious when Heike and his sons denounced him before the retired Emperor Go-Shirakawa. They claimed that the Kaga governor, Morotaka, had confiscated one of Mayuin's estates, a grievance that had driven him, along with his monks, to initiate legal proceedings, and thereby threatened the court's stability. The cloistered emperor was furious, and it was widely murmured that Mayuin was in deep trouble. Overwhelmed by the emperor's wrath, Mayuin returned his seal and keys and resigned his post. Not long after, the 7th son of Emperor Toba, known as Cloistered Prince Kakukai and a devoted disciple of the great prelate Gaigen of Shrenin, was named the new abbot of Mount Hiei. The situation worsened when the following day 2 policemen arrived to seal off Mayuin's well and douse his fire, a symbolic act of denying him even the elements of fire and water. This measure fueled rumours that the monks would soon return to the city, sparking an uproar among the people. Matters reached a climax when Chancellor Morinaga, accompanied by a group of senior nobles, convened at the palace to debate Mayuin's alleged crimes. Even the junior councillor, Nagakata, spoke boldly, noting that while legal experts suggested reducing a death sentence to banishment, Mayuin's case was far more complex. He pointed out that the former abbot had mastered both the outward and secret teachings of Buddhism, maintained impeccable conduct, and had even guided the emperor in mastering the Lotus Sutra, a guidance from which the retired emperor himself had received his bodhisattva vows. Nagakata warned that imposing the harshest punishment on such a distinguished teacher might provoke unseen powers. Although his colleagues agreed, the cloistered emperor's profound displeasure ultimately sealed Mayuin's fate. He was sentenced to distant banishment. When Lord Kiyomori came to announce the decision, the cloistered sovereign, citing indisposition, refused to meet him, and Kiyomori left in disappointment. As custom dictated, when a monk was punished, Mayuin was forced to surrender his certificate of ordination and was reduced to lay status under the name Fujino Matsueda. Despite his noble lineage, he was 6 generations removed from Prince Tomihira, the 7th son of an earlier emperor, and his father had been a Grand Councillor. He had once been hailed as the greatest monk in the realm. Both sovereign and subjects revered him so highly that he had been entrusted with the leadership of Tennoji and 6 other major temples. Yet even his stature did not shield him from criticism. Abe no Yasuchika, head of the yin-yang office, once remarked in puzzlement that it was odd for such a learned man to choose the name Mayuin, observing that while the character Mai fused the radiant qualities of both moon and sun, the following Un signified cloud. Later, when Mayuin was reappointed as abbot, he performed his first formal worship in the central hall. There he opened the treasury and discovered a small white cloth-wrapped box. Inside lay a single scroll of yellow paper. The scroll, authored by Dengi Daishi, also known as Saichi, the great monk who introduced Tendai Buddhism to Japan from China and founded Mount Hiei, had long foretold the names of all future abbots. Tradition required that each new abbot read the scroll only up to his own name, then carefully re-roll it and return it to its place. Mayuin, known for his unblemished virtue, undoubtedly followed this ritual. Yet, despite his sanctity, the weight of past karmic debts would not leave him unscathed. Eventually, Mayuin's place of exile was decreed to be at the province of Izu, a decision influenced by the denunciation of Heike and his sons. Authorities dispatched police to his residence in Shirakawa and ordered his immediate expulsion from the city. With tears in his eyes, Mayuin left Shirakawa and sought refuge with the ascetic community at Isaki in Iwataguchi. Meanwhile, on Mount Hiei, the monks came to view Heike and his sons as their chief adversaries. In a dramatic act of defiance, they recorded the names of these foes and placed them beneath the raised left foot of Kompyra, a venerated member of the 12 Divine Generals, the traditional protectors of the Buddhist faith, praying that Kompyra would trample them. Their collective cries, invoking both the 12 Divine Generals and the 7,000 Yaksha Guardians, demanded swift retribution. Shortly thereafter, Mayuin departed the ascetic community for his place of exile. One can scarcely imagine the profound sorrow of such a reverend prelate as he cast one final glance at the city, pursued by the police, before leaving through the Saka barrier towards the east. Upon reaching Uchide Beach at Tsu, he beheld the Monju Tower glimmering white in the distance. This tower near the central hall on Mount Hiei enshrines the Bodhisattva Monju, known in Sanskrit as Manjushri. The sight proved too overwhelming. He pressed a sleeve to his eyes and broke down in tears. Among the many wise monks on the mountain was Choken, who would later ascend to the highest clerical rank. Deeply moved by Mayuin's departure, Choken accompanied him as far as Awazu before bidding him farewell and returning to the capital. Touched by this kindness, Mayuin personally initiated Choken into the secret practice known as triple insight in one mind. Tradition holds that this profound teaching was originally imparted by the Buddha Shakyamuni himself and passed down through figures such as Ashvaghosha of Varanasi and Nagarjuna of South India, a legacy that has long inspired devoted practitioners. As Choken made his way back to the capital, his thoughts turned to the transitory nature of their troubled age, and tears welled in his eyes. Back on Mount Hiei, the monks gathered in council. They recalled that since Gishin had established the line of Tendai abbots, not one had ever been sentenced to exile, even now when the tally had reached 55. They reflected on the mountain's storied past, in the early years when the sovereign built his imperial city and the Dengi Daishi ascended these slopes to teach the Tendai doctrine. Not a single woman affected by the 5 impediments had ever trodden its sacred ground. Today the mountain was home to 3,000 pure-minded monks. Its peak had long since resounded with the chants of the Lotus Sutra, while below, the 7 shrines continually bestowed fresh blessings. Just as Vulture Peak in India, located northeast of the ancient Magadra Royal City once sheltered the Buddha in a cavern. Mount Hiei, rising northeast of the capital, provided protection from malevolent forces. Generations of wise emperors and loyal subjects had built their altars here, and even if these were indeed the latter days of the Buddhist law, no one had the right to defile the sanctity of this sacred mountain. With impassioned cries and fervent imprecations, the assembled monks then descended upon Higashi Sakamoto. The monks gathered in earnest before the shrine of Juzenji Gogun and pleaded, "Please hear us. We must go down to Awazu, rescue our abbot, and ensure he remains with us. But he is heavily guarded, and retrieving him safely won't be easy. We have no choice but to trust in the power of our great divinity, San. If our mission is to succeed without incident, then please, show us a miraculous sign." At that moment, an 18-year-old servant, named Surumaru, a man in service of Madoji, suddenly became visibly distraught. Sweat streamed down his face as he began to rave. "Juzenji has entered me. Though these may be the later days, I cannot understand how they can simply march our abbot off to some far-off province. The horror of this will echo through many lives. If this is our fate, what is the point of staying here beneath the mountain slopes?" Clutching his sleeves to his eyes, he sobbed bitterly. Unconvinced, the monks demanded, "If you truly speak an oracle from Juzenji, then prove it by returning each of these items to the monk to whom it belongs." Hundreds of elders, each holding a rosary, hurled them onto the broad veranda in front of the Juzenji sanctuary. In a flurry, the troubled youth dashed about, collecting every rosary and returning each one unerringly to its rightful owner. Deeply moved by the miracle, the monks joined their palms in prayer and wept with joy. "All right," they cried. "Let's go and fetch our abbot." Like a rolling cloud they set off, some following the lakeshore path towards Shiga and Karasaki, others sailing directly across the lake from Yamada and Yabase. The display was so overwhelming that even the numerous guards scattered in every direction. Eventually, the monks reached the old provincial temple in Su, where their arrival astonished the deposed abbot. He protested, "They say that a man under imperial ban should never even see the sun or the moon. While his cloistered eminence's decree orders my expulsion from the city, I cannot afford to pause even for a moment. Hurry back, monks. Return to your mountain without delay." Stepping to the very edge of the room, he continued, "I was born into a family that supplies ministers of state. From the moment I began studying the Tendai doctrine in the peaceful valleys of Mount Hiei, I aspired to master its full teaching, both the outer and secret aspects. My only wish was for our mountain to flourish and our realm to prosper, and I longed to nurture you, my fellow monks. Surely the gods who watch over us know that I speak only the truth. I have done nothing to deserve blame, yet falsely accused, I have been condemned to banishment, a punishment for which I would never dare reproach gods, Buddhas, or men. The warmth you have shown by coming all this way to find me is something I can never repay." His words brought tears to his eyes, staining his sleeves a deep clove tan, and every monk present wept with him. They brought forward a palanquin and urged, "Please, your reverence, get in quickly." But he replied, "Once upon a time I led 3,000 monks. Now, as you can see, I am a mere banished criminal. How could I allow your wise, learned monks to bear me on your shoulders? Even if it were proper for me to accompany you, I would rather don straw sandals and walk like the rest." And so he refused to board the palanquin. Amid the throng, an adept named Yukai, a fighting monk from the West Pagoda of Hiei, stepped forward. Standing 7 feet tall in black leather laced armour, roughly plated with steel and reinforced by sturdy skirts, he had removed his helmet, which his monks now carried for him, and leaned on a long, plain wood-handled halberd, as though it were a staff. "Make way!" he bellowed, pushing through the crowd until he reached the abbot. fixing him with a glittering gaze. Yukai said, "Your Reverence, it is precisely this defiant stance that has gotten you into trouble. Now get in." The frightened abbot hastily complied. Overjoyed to have him at last, the monks refused to let any subordinate bear him. Instead, the leading figures among them hoisted him onto their shoulders and carried him upward along the winding slope. Except for Yukai, whose fierce grip on the forward poles nearly broke them along with his halberd, he strode up the steep climb as if walking on level ground. Once the palanquin was set down before the great lecture hall, the monks conferred further. "We have now come down to Owazu and recovered our abbot," they said, "but he remains under imperial ban. To keep a man condemned to exile as our abbot is to court reprisals. What shall we do?" Stepping forward again, Yukai declared, "Our mountain is sacred, more so than any holy site in Japan. Here we offer united prayers for peace. Here shines the full dignity of the mighty San. In this place the Buddha's way and the sovereign's way hold equal sway, like the horns of a bull. Hence, thus the monks of Mount Hiei are unrivalled in understanding, and the world takes none of us lightly. Our abbot is wise beyond measure, the head of our 3,000, and virtuous in every respect, the greatest monk of our mountain. Though blameless, he has been unfairly condemned. Does not all of Mount Hiei and the entire capital rage at this injustice? Do Kofukuji and Midera not mock this spectacle? Gone is the master of both the esoteric and exoteric schools, and everywhere scholar monks have neglected the rigorous study they once cherished. Surely no one could fail to mourn. To put it plainly, call me, Yukai, the ringleader of this rebellion. Go ahead and jail me, banish me, or even cut off my head. I would accept such a fate in this life as a great honour, and in the next, as a memory of eternal pride." His impassioned declaration echoed the core Tendai teaching, that one may simultaneously grasp the emptiness and transience of all things, while recognising their non-duality, a principle central to their tradition. Tears streamed from his eyes as the assembled monks murmured their assent. From that day forward, everyone affectionately called him Reverend Thunderbolt, while his distinguished student, Eki, became known as Little Thunderbolt. The monks then escorted the deposed abbot to a valley south of the East Pagoda, where they lodged him in the Myoke Lodge. Yet even divine favour cannot always shield one from calamity. In times long past, there was a learned adept in the realm of Great Tang, named Yizing, a chaplain to Emperor Xuanzong. A rumour, entirely baseless yet potent enough to cause scandal, spread that Yizing was involved with the Emperor's great favourite, Yang Guai-Fai. As in any era, people delighted in malicious gossip. The mere suspicion proved enough, and Yizing was banished to Tokhara, a vaguely defined ancient kingdom possibly located in the northwest of India. Tokhara could be reached by one of 3 routes: the Rinchi Road for the Emperor, the Yuchi Road for commoners, and the Anketsu Road for those convicted of heinous crimes. These road names are rendered in Japanese because the proper characters are unknown. Yizing was sent down the Anketsu Road, for he was deemed a criminal. For 7 long days and nights he journeyed in complete darkness, never glimpsing the sun or moon. The path dissolved into gloom amid dense trees and plunging slopes, until, far down a ravine, a single bird called out and fresh tears soaked his mossy, unblemished sleeves. Though the accusations were false and the sentence unjust, heaven eventually showed him mercy by revealing the 9 luminaries, an esoteric mandala revealed in the Shingon school that portrays the sun, the moon, and 7 other major celestial bodies as deities. The moment he bit his finger and drew blood on his left sleeve, the sacred image of the 9 luminaries was indelibly imprinted upon him. News that the monks had recovered their deposed abbot only fueled the cloistered emperor's anger. Heike declared, "Those monks of Mount Hiei have stirred up trouble before, but now they've gone too far. I've never seen such brazen insolence. It's time for decisive action." Heike, unaware of the fate that awaited him, and indifferent to the will of the sand deity, dared to trouble the cloistered sovereign with his words. After all, as the old saying goes, those who slander spread discord. Orchids may multiply eagerly, yet the autumn wind scatters them. A king may strive for glory, but the slanderer brings only darkness. Perhaps this was exactly such a case. The cloistered sovereign conferred with Lord Narachika and his advisers, and soon word spread of an impending attack on the mountain. Rumours even circulated among some of the monks, claims that no one born and nurtured on imperial soil may defy an imperial command, and these monks secretly urged everyone to comply with the sovereign's decree. Meanwhile, secluded at the Myok Lodge, Mayu sighed, "I wonder what trials await me next," though he heard nothing more about his exile. Because of the turmoil on Mount Hiei, Narachika was forced to abandon the project that had once consumed him. Though he continued to prepare for it in private, it was clear that his rebellion was doomed. His closest co-conspirator, Tada no Yukitsuna, soon lost hope. Instead of sewing the cloth Narachika had provided for making covers for men's bows, Yukitsuna had turned it into simple, unlined robes, and he agonized over his next move. With the overwhelming strength of the Heike, overthrowing them is nearly impossible, he mused. I've entangled myself in a pointless plot, and if news of it leaks, I'm finished. Determined to save himself, he decided to shift his loyalty to the Heike before anyone else uncovered his secret. Later that night, Yukitsuna presented himself at Nishihachi, and announced his wish to speak with Lord Kiyomori. "He never usually comes here," Kiyomori remarked. "What is this about?" "Go and listen to what he has to say." He sent Morikuni, the chief inquiry, to the heir apparent to hear Yukitsuna out. Insisting on speaking to Kiyomori personally, Yukitsuna met him in the gallery beside the middle gate. "It's very late," Kiyomori said. "Why do you need to see me now? What is all this about?" "Too many eyes would be upon us during the day," Yukitsuna replied. "I preferred to come under the cover of darkness. Lately, the cloistered emperor's men have been arming themselves and mustering troops. Have you heard about that, my lord?" Kiyomori seemed unimpressed. "I gather they plan to attack Mount Hiei," he said, but leaning in, Yukitsuna whispered, "No, my lord. The true aim is the Taira house itself." When Kiyomori asked if the cloistered emperor was aware of this, Yukitsuna replied, "Of course he is. In fact, Lord Narachika is raising forces under a decree from him." Yukitsuna then recounted the events, adding embellishments about Shunkan's actions and what Yasuyori and Heike had been saying, before excusing himself and departing. Astonished, Kiyomori roused his guards with a roar. Terrified that his own indiscretion might later implicate him as a witness, Yukitsuna hastily pulled up his skirts and fled out the gate, as if he had just set a vast plain ablaze. Kiyomori immediately summoned Sadayoshi. The capital teems with rebels bent on overthrowing the Heike. Spread the word and muster our men. Sadayoshi rode off without delay. Soon, Right Commander Lord Manamori, Palace Guards Captain Tomamori, Secretary Captain Shigehira, Chief Left Equerry Yukimori, and several others, clad in armour and armed with bows and arrows, assembled with haste. A host of warriors also converged, like gathering clouds. At Nishihachi that night, it was said that there were as many as 6,000 or 7,000 mounted men, though limited historical evidence suggests the real figure was probably only about 1/10 of that number. before dawn, Kiyomori summoned Abe no Tsukinari of the police. "Go at once to the cloistered emperor's residence," he ordered. "Call out to Nobunari and tell him, 'Those in the circle around his cloistered eminence plan to destroy my house and sow chaos throughout the realm. Arrest, interrogate, and punish them, and make it clear that his cloistered eminence is not to interfere.'" Tsukinari obeyed immediately, contacting Nobunari, the master of the cloistered emperor's table, and relaying the news. Nobunari paled, then reported everything to the sovereign, who muttered in dismay, "Oh no, my men's secret plans are out." Yet, when pressed further, he offered no real explanation. Tsukinari raced back with his report. "I knew it!" Kiyomori exclaimed. "Yukitsuna was telling the truth. Without his warning, I would have been in serious danger." Kiyomori then dispatched Kagie, the governor of Haida, and Sadayoshi, the governor of Chikugo, with orders to seize the rebels. Groups of 200 or 300 mounted men were sent to storm the implicated houses. Next, Kiyomori sent a messenger to the Nakano Mikaido and Karasumaru Crossing, where Narachika resided. "I have a matter to discuss with you," the message read. "Please come immediately." Unaware of his own peril, Narachika thought, "He must have heard that his cloistered eminence is planning an attack on Mount Hiei and wants me to stop him. But his cloistered eminence is far too angry for that. There's nothing I can do." Clad in a soft, graceful hunting cloak, Narachika rode in a lavishly decorated carriage, accompanied by a small retinue of well-appointed housemen, servants, and grooms. Only later did he realise that this would be his final journey from home. As they approached Nishihachi, he noticed a wide area swarming with warriors. "There are so many," he thought, his heart pounding. Alighting from his carriage, he entered the gate and found himself caught in a dense throng of armed men. A group of particularly fearsome warriors awaited him at the middle gate, seized him by the arms, and began dragging him away. "Maybe we should tie him up," they remarked. Watching from behind his blinds, Lord Kiyomori ordered. "No need for that." 14 or 15 men quickly surrounded Narachika, hoisted him onto the veranda, and confined him in a small, cramped room. Narachika could hardly believe what was happening. As his men melted into the crowd, his servants and grooms, pale with fear, abandoned his carriage and fled. Meanwhile, the authorities captured and brought in the novice Renge, the prelate Shunkan, Motokhane, the governor of Yamashiro, Matasuna, from ceremonial, and 3 police lieutenants, Yasuyori, Nobufusa, and Tsukayuki. The monk, Saki, hearing of these events and no doubt eager to save himself, raced, with his whip raised high, towards the cloistered emperor's residence. But Heike men intercepted him. "You're wanted at Nishihachi," they announced. "Go there immediately." "But I have a report for his cloistered eminence. I'm on my way to see him," Heike protested. "I'll go there right afterwards." "You miserable monk," they retorted. "What report could that be? No more nonsense." They pulled him from his horse, suspended him in mid-air, and dragged him all the way to Nishihachi. Since he had been a ringleader from the start, they bound him carefully and marched him into a small courtyard. Standing on the wide veranda above him, Lord Kiyomori bellowed, "This is what happens to anyone who tries to overthrow me. Bring that wretched cur over here." They moved Psyche to the edge of the veranda, and there Kiyomori, fully shod, furiously trampled on Psyche's face. "I watched as the cloistered emperor plucked men like you from the dregs of society, appointing you to offices you never deserved. Fathers and sons alike received unmerited favour. Then you provoked a crisis by banishing the blameless abbot of Mount Hiei. And now, to top it off, you've been plotting rebellion to destroy my house. So explain yourself." Unflinching, Psyche sat up straight and laughed derisively. "You have it all backwards," he said. "It is you, Lord Kiyomori, who speaks far beyond your station. Others might think differently, but I will not tolerate your tone. In serving his cloistered eminence, I have no choice but to accept what Narachika presented as an imperial decree. Yet your words sting. Your father Tadamori, the late head of the Bureau of Justice, never allowed you into court service until you were barely a teenager. Then, when you began frequenting the household of the late Councillor Fujiwara no Ianari, the city's youth nicknamed you Suck-Up Hider. Later, on your commander's orders, you captured 30 pirate chieftains, a feat for which you were awarded the 4th rank and made a lieutenant of the watch, though many felt even that was too high an honour for you. The very notion that one once deemed unworthy of entering the privy chamber should rise to chancellor is in my view utterly outrageous. Yet it is not unheard of for a lowly houseman to become a provincial governor or a police officer. So in what way have I exceeded my own station? For a moment Kiyomori was too incensed to reply. Finally, he commanded, "Don't just behead him, tie him up securely." Matsura no Shigeyoshi obeyed, crushing Saike's arms and legs and subjecting him to severe torture. Since Saike never contested the charges, the torture was relentless, and soon he confessed everything, enough to fill several sheets of paper. Then Kiyomori ordered that his lower jaw be split open, which was carried out, and afterwards Saike was beheaded at the Suzaku crossing. Saike's elder son, Morotaka, formerly governor of Kaga, had been exiled, and a local official executed him. Saike's younger son, Morotsune, was imprisoned and later executed on a riverbank, while his younger brother, Morohira, then a junior officer in the Left Gate Watch, along with 3 of his men, was likewise beheaded. These men having overstepped their bounds by meddling in affairs that were not their own, and by condemning an innocent abbot, ultimately reaped the bitter harvest of their deeds. The divine wrath of the great San struck them down in an instant, as if Enma, king of the underworld and judge of the dead, had held up a mirror to their souls and pronounced their final fate. Thus they met their end. Dripping with sweat and confined in that cramped room, Narachika muttered to himself, "Oh no, our secret plans must have been leaked. But who could have done it? It must be one of his cloistered eminence's guards." His mind raced through every possible culprit, when heavy footsteps suddenly approached from behind. "That's it, I'm finished. They're coming for me." The door slid open with a resounding slam, and there stood Lord Kiyomori himself, striding in with a loud, measured tread, clad in a short, plain white silk robe and wide trousers concealing his feet, with an unadorned dagger casually swinging in its scabbard. He glared down at Narachika with barely concealed fury. "I should have taken care of you back at Hiei," Kiyomori snarled. "But Shigemori once offered his life for yours, so you still have your head. Now tell me, what is it that you're plotting against us? What grudge do you hold that drives you to scheme against our house? They say only a man feels gratitude, while beasts feel none. Yet our time is not over. I'm here and ready for a full account of your plans." "Nothing is as it seems," Narachika protested. "Some slander has been spread about me. Please investigate further." Before he could finish, Kiyomori barked for an attendant. Sadayoshi appeared at once. "Bring me Saike's confession," Kiyomori ordered. When Sadayoshi produced the document, Kiyomori read it aloud several times. "Absolutely disgusting," he roared. "Now, what do you have to say for yourself?" He held the document in Narachika's face, slammed the door shut, and stormed off. Still seething, Kiyomori called for Sanet and Kanayasu. When Senaro no Ta Kanyasu and Namba no Jia Sanet arrived, he commanded, "Take that man and drag him down to the court." They hesitated. "My lord, we must consider Lord Shigemori's feelings," they murmured. Their reluctance only deepened Kiyomori's anger. "I see. Apparently the palace minister's orders mean more to you than mine. Then I have no choice." Both men immediately seized Narachika and forced him to the ground. With a twisted smile, Kiyomori ordered, "Flatten him! Make him howl!" Leaning close to Narachika's ear, they whispered, "You'll have to scream somehow," as they stretched him out. Narachika's screams echoed raw and tormented, as if he were a sinner facing the great mirror of truth. A mirror, it was said, much like the one presented by Enma, the underworld's sovereign judge, who exposes the soul's darkest sins. As Narachika's anguished cries filled the space, his mind recalled tales of past retributions, ministers like Xiao and Fan thrown into jail, Han and Peng executed in brutal fashion, Chao Cao's life cut short, and Zhao and Wei condemned for their crimes. Even great men such as Zhao Hai, Fan Kuai, Han Xin, and Peng Yui, ministers loyal to Han Gaozu, had once been brought low by the slander of petty men. Was Narachika destined to share their fates? In that agonizing moment he shuddered at the thought of what might befall his firstborn son, Naritsune, and his other children. The heat was nearly unbearable, and though it was the height of summer, Narachika could not even loosen his clothes. Sweat and tears streamed down his face as he clung desperately to a small hope. At least Lord Shigemori won't abandon me, he consoled himself, though he wondered who might carry his message to Shigemori. That hope was realized much later when Shigemori arrived, alone with his eldest son, Koromori, riding in the back of a carriage, accompanied by a handful of palace guards and a few attendants, but not a single warrior. So relaxed was Shigemori's demeanour that even Kiyomori, his own father, found it hard to believe. As Shigemori alighted, Sadayoshi rushed over. "How can you possibly travel without a single armed guard in a time of crisis like this?" he demanded. "Crisis?" Shigemori replied lightly. "A crisis is a calamity that threatens the realm. This is merely a private matter." The armed men nearby shifted uncomfortably as he spoke. Then he inquired, "And where have you put Grand Councillor Narachika?" Opening a few doors, he finally found Narachika lying face down in a small room, overcome with tears and avoiding his visitor's gaze. "What have they done to you?" Shigemori asked gently. At that moment, Narachika looked up, his relief reminiscent of a sinner in hell catching sight of the benevolent Bodhisattva, who is known to visit the suffering to offer hope and relief. "How could this have happened to me?" he whispered. "Now that you're here, there is at least a chance," Narachika continued. "I nearly faced execution back in the Heike years, and only your kindness saved me then. I rose to the rank of Grand Councillor and Senior Second Rank, and I've already passed my 40th year. I can never repay your kindness across lifetimes of trials, and now as before, you are offering me back my life. If I survive this ordeal, I swear I will renounce the world, retreat to a life of solitude on Mount Kya or at Kokawa, and devote myself to praying for your enlightenment in the next life." "Very well," Shigemori replied, "but know that no one intends to take your life. And even if there were, I would gladly give mine for yours," Narachika vowed. Then Shigemori left to report to his father. Later, he cautioned Kiyomori, "You should think carefully before you do away with Narachika. His ancestor, Akisui, served retired Emperor Shirakawa, and no one in his line before him ever achieved the rank of Grand Councillor or Senior Second Rank. In the eyes of the cloistered sovereign, he is favoured beyond measure. Impulsively beheading him would be unwise. Banishment from the capital should suffice." Shigemori reminded his father of history. He spoke of Sugawara no Michizane, who after suffering unjust exile in Kyushu, where his vengeful spirit once wreaked havoc until he was deified as Tenjin at Kitano and Dazaifu, and of Takakira, slandered by Tada no Mitsunaka and long cited as a possible model for the hero of the tale of the Genji, who was forced to confide his bitterness along a westward road. In both cases, false slander led to exile, a fate long meted out since the days of Emperors Daigo and Reizei. If we wait a little longer before executing Narachika, it might avert greater disaster, Shigemori argued, invoking the old maxim, when in doubt, lighten punishment and increase the weight of reward. He also reminded Kiyomori that Narachika's younger sister is his own wife, and that Koromori is his son-in-law. not to mention the broader implications for the realm. The actions of our fathers, whether noble or ignoble, echo in the lives of their descendants. A house rich in virtue thrives for generations, but one steeped in vice only reaps calamity. Executing Narachika tonight would be a grave mistake. It seems Kiyomori agreed, for he abandoned the idea of beheading him. Instead, Lord Shigemori went to the middle gate and addressed the Taira houseman. Under no circumstances should you let an order from Lord Kiyomori compel you to kill Lord Narachika. If you allow rage to overtake you, you will regret it, and do not blame me if you suffer for it. His words sent a shiver through the assembled warriors. And Sanet, Kanayasu, I condemn your harsh treatment of Lord Narachika this morning. Were you not afraid that I might hear of it, you fools? Chastened, the two men expressed deep remorse before Shigemori returned to his residence. Meanwhile, Narachika's attendants hurried back to the Nakano Mikaido and Karasumaru Crossing, where he resided. His wife and the gentlewoman wailed in despair. Warriors are on their way, they cried. They plan to take Lord Naritsune and all the other children away. Please, flee as fast as you can, no matter what. What good is it for me to stay safe when I know this may be my last moment, his wife lamented. I wish only to vanish with him, like two dewdrops disappearing in the night. Oh, the agony of never having suspected that this morning would be our last. Overcome, she collapsed in a storm of tears. Soon, word came that the warriors were already closing in. Unable to bear the shame of being captured, she gathered her 10-year-old daughter and 8-year-old son into her carriage and fled without a clear destination. Eventually, she headed northward into the hills towards Unrin Inn, alighting at a nearby monk's lodge, where her attendants, anxious for their own safety, said their goodbyes and left. Left alone with her children, she was neglected by all. Watching the sunset, she pictured her husband's life snuffed out that very evening, a thought that nearly broke her. At the house she had left behind, servants and gentlewomen had done nothing to tidy up or secure the gate. The horses stood idle in the stable, unfed and uncared for. Once, at dawn, the gate would have teemed with horses, carriages, and visitors, while the neighbours, though cautious, would exchange pleasantries. But overnight, everything had changed. It was now all too plain to see that even the mighty must fall. As the poet Iono Asatsuna once wrote, joy, once over, yields to sorrow, and how those true words remain. That night, Tamba, Lieutenant Naritsune, had spent his time at the cloistered emperor's residence, serving the sovereign. He hadn't even left when a group of his father's men arrived in a flurry, urgently requesting to speak with him and reporting the latest developments. One of them asked, "Why has no word come from Norimori?" Almost immediately, a messenger from Norimori, Lord Kiyomori's younger brother, and known as the Gateside Consultant, because he lived just inside the Rokuhara main gate, and also Naritsune's father-in-law, arrived with a brief message. Lord Kiyomori wants me to bring you straight to Nishihachi. Naritsune instantly understood the gravity of the situation. He called over the gentlewomen attending the cloistered sovereign and explained, "There was quite a commotion in the city last night. At first I thought it was just the monks of Mount Hiei on the move, but now I see it's much more serious. My own life is in danger. I suspect that tonight my father is to be executed, and I fear my own end is near. I would like to see his cloistered eminence one last time, yet I'm afraid that it would be inappropriate for someone so close to condemnation to do so." The women went to relay this message, and Naritsune was soon ushered in. The cloistered emperor wept silently with him, and Naritsune, choked by his own tears, said nothing for a long while. Finally, he pressed his sleeves to his streaming eyes and left. Watching him go, the cloistered emperor murmured, "How I hate this later age. I suppose I will never see this young man again." Every member of the household staff clung to Naritsune's trailing sleeves in shared anguish, not one of them failing to weep. Naritsune then made his way to his father-in-law's house, where his wife, expecting their child, was near collapse from the shock of the dreadful news. There, his longtime nurse, Rokuji, greeted him through tears. "The first time I cared for you, I cradled you right from birth," she said, her voice breaking. "For 21 years I've watched you grow, always close by. I worried every time you were late returning from the palace, or from His Cloistered Eminence's residence, fearing something had happened to you." "Don't grieve," Naritsune replied softly. "There is Lord Norimori. I am sure he will plead successfully for my life." Yet his nurse wept all the same. Messenger after messenger arrived from Nishihachi, until, finally, Norimori declared, "The only thing to do is to go. Only then can we know how this will turn out." So Norimori set off with Naritsune riding at the rear of his carriage. In the old days, the Heike had known only success, untouched by grief or distress, but now Norimori, alone and burdened by a hopeless son-in-law, was forced to confront sorrow. When they approached Nishihachi, Norimori halted the carriage and sent a message ahead requesting entry. "Tamper Lieutenant Naritsune is not to be allowed in," insisted Kiyomori, so Naritsune was forced to alight at the nearby residence of a Taira houseman. Norimori then proceeded alone through the gate, leaving Naritsune surrounded by warrior guards. Isolated from his only support, Naritsune felt utterly forlorn. Norimori waited respectfully at the middle gate, but Kiyomori refused to come out and meet him. Soon after, Norimori sent a message through Gendayu Suasada. "I deeply regret my close association with this foolish man, but I can do nothing to change it. My daughter, whom I allowed to marry this man, is gravely ill from this morning's dreadful news. There is no compelling reason not to entrust her husband to my care for now. Trust me, I can guarantee he will commit no further folly." Suasada delivered these words to Kiyomori, who replied dismissively, "There you go again, Norimori. You never quite understand." After a long pause, Kiyomori elaborated. "Grand Councillor Narichika has been plotting to destroy the Taira house, and sow chaos throughout the realm, and Naritsune is his son and heir. Your familial ties mean nothing to me. If their conspiracy had succeeded, do you suppose you would have emerged unscathed?" Bitterly disappointed, Norimori renewed his plea. "I have fought in countless battles, always ready to die for you, and I would gladly shield you again, if fate required. Yes, I am old now, but I still have many young sons worthy of your full confidence. If you refuse to let me take Naritsune under my care, then you must believe that I am a traitor too. I have incurred your suspicion, and lost my standing in the world. I shall then bid you farewell, embrace the Buddha's way, retire to a distant mountain hamlet, and devote my life to prayer for deliverance in the next world. There is nothing to gain by clinging to lost hope. Better to renounce the world and follow the true path." Suasada returned once more to Kiyomori on Norimori's behalf, saying, "Lord Norimori has resolved to take that great step. Please act for the best." Astonished, Kiyomori finally said, "This is all well and good, but for him to contemplate renouncing the world is just too much. Tell him for now, I will leave Naritsune in his care." Suasada delivered the news back to Norimori. "Alas," Norimori lamented bitterly, "how much easier it would be if I had no children. Were I not bound by ties to my daughter, I wouldn't suffer this agony." With those words, he took his leave. Naritsune, waiting anxiously, asked, "Well, how did it go?" Norimori replied, "Kiyomori was so angry he refused to see me at all. He kept rejecting my appeal until I threatened to renounce the world. That worked. He agreed to let you stay at home with me. I hardly expect this to end well, though." "I see," Naritsune said. "Your kindness has at least given me a reprieve. But what did he say about my father?" That is not a subject I could mention, Norimori replied. Overcome, Naritsune burst into tears. It is wonderful that, thanks to your intercession, I may live a little longer, but life means nothing if I cannot be with my father one last time. If his fate is to be beheaded, what good is my survival? I would rather have you beg that we die together. Norimori looked deeply pained. I did my best for you, but I simply could not mention your father. This morning, Shigemori spoke at length to Kiyomori about him, and it seems he is safe for now. Naritsune pressed his palms together and wept with joy. Only a son could so quickly set aside his own troubles and rejoice like this. Truly, the bond between parent and child is unbreakable. People are right to have children. In the end, the two shared the same carriage home, just as they had arrived in the morning. To the waiting women, Naritsune's return was nothing short of miraculous, as if he had come back from the dead. They clustered around him, weeping tears of joy at his safe return. Lord Kiyomori had arrested countless men, though in his view it still wasn't enough. Now, clad in black laced armour, with a silver inlaid breastplate over red brocade and holding the lance, with its silver wound shaft, gifted to him in a sacred dream, by the Itsukushima deity during his pilgrimage as governor of Aki, a lance he kept by his pillow each night, he strode to the middle gate's gallery with a face like thunder. There he summoned Sadayoshi. Clad in scarlet-laced armour over a tan robe, Sadayoshi, the governor of Shikugo, presented himself respectfully before his lord. After a moment of silence, Kiyomori asked, "What do you think of this, Sadayoshi?" There was a time when many among the Heike supported retired Emperor Sutoku, and my father, Tadamori, protected his eldest son. It made choosing sides difficult, but I still honoured retired Emperor Toba's testament and led his troops in battle. I risked my life to crush evildoers and arrested traitors like Tsunamune and Korokata. I repeatedly faced death for the cloistered sovereign, yet despite all that, I can't fathom how he could turn against us before even 7 generations had passed. But he did. That dismal troublemaker Narachika and that contemptible ruffian Saki listened to their flatteries and plotted our destruction. I hold that bitterly against him. If any more slander arises, I know he will issue a formal decree demanding the suppression of the Heike. Once we become enemies of the court, there will be no time for regrets. So as I work to restore order, I'm considering whether to have his cloistered eminence moved to the Toba mansion, or even brought here, to Nishihachi. But if I do that, his guards might very well loose an arrow or two. I'll have to warn my men about that. Enough of serving this cloistered emperor loyally. Saddle my horse and bring me my full-length armour. Morikuni rushed to Lord Shigemori and described how events were rapidly unfolding. "Oh no!" Shigemori cried. "It seems Lord Narachika's head has already been severed." "No, my lord," Morikuni replied. "Lord Kiyomori has donned full-length armour, and his men are poised to storm the cloistered emperor's residence. He claims his intention is merely to confine the cloistered emperor in the Toba mansion, but secretly, he plans to banish him to Kyushu." The idea struck Shigemori as absurd, yet his father, caught up in his own furious mood, appeared capable of such madness. He raced towards Nishihachi as fast as his carriage could go. At the gate he dismounted and entered to find his father surrounded by dozens of Taira nobles in robes of every hue and armour reflecting each man's tastes. Provincial governors, guard officers, and others spilled from the verandas into the court in tight ranks. Banner poles were neatly arranged. Horses had their girths tightly clinched and helmet cords securely fastened. They all seemed ready to ride at a moment's notice. Then Shigemori appeared, his court hat and elaborately patterned trousers swishing in view in a most unusual sight. Lord Kiyomori lowered his gaze and muttered to himself, "Oh, not again. Here he comes, strutting about as if he were better than everyone else. How I'd like to give him a piece of my mind." Yet Shigemori, though his father's son, honoured the 5 precepts and valued compassion, as well as the 5 cardinal virtues and proper conduct. Perhaps because of this, Kiyomori felt ashamed to address him while in full armour. Hastily, he partially closed a sliding door and draped a plain silk cassock over his armour, though the metal of the breastplate still shone through, which he tugged at repeatedly in an effort to hide it. Lord Shigemori then seated himself above his younger brother Munamori. For a long while, neither Kiyomori nor Shigemori spoke. At length, Kiyomori broke the silence. Narachika's rebellion hardly merits notice, he declared. The cloistered emperor himself was the one who planned it all. As I work to restore calm, I'm considering moving the cloistered emperor either to the Toba mansion or even here. What do you say? No sooner had he finished speaking than Shigemori burst into tears. What is the matter with you? His exasperated father demanded. Struggling to compose himself, Shigemori began. What I hear in your words, my lord, is the end of your glory. A man turns to evil when fortune no longer smiles upon him. Seeing you now in this guise, I scarcely trust my eyes. Yes, our land may be remote and scattered like a few grains of millet, yet it is ruled by the descendants of the great sun goddess, and Amano Koyane's lineage governs the realm. It has never been proper for a man who has risen to the rank of chancellor to take up arms. Is this not so, especially for someone like you, who once renounced the world? To cast aside the robes favoured by all the Buddhas, to abruptly don a helmet and armour, to take up bow and arrows. This is in effect a blatant breach of the precepts, a violation of benevolence, righteousness, proper conduct, wisdom and good faith, the 5 cardinal virtues. I am not here to accuse you, my lord, but I cannot hide the conviction in my heart. In this world there are 4 great obligations, to heaven and earth, to the sovereign, to one's parents, and to all sentient beings. With the duty to the sovereign being the greatest, under heaven no land exists that is not the king's. Even the sage who washed his ears in the Ying River, or the one who harvested bracken on Mount Shuiyang, knew it was wrong to defy the king. Moreover, you, father, who have achieved what none of your forebears ever did by rising to the Chancellor, and I, pitiful as I may be, having reached the lofty height of Minister of State, must remember that more than half the counties and provinces in this land belong to our house. Every estate is ours to command. Do we not owe all this to our sovereign's exceptional favour? Were you to disregard such kindness in a lawless attempt to bring down his cloistered eminence, you would be offending both the great sun goddess and Hachiman. Japan is a land of gods, and the gods do not tolerate violence against what is right. Therefore, what his cloistered eminence planned was not without its measure of justice. In quelling the enemies of the court and calming the waves on all seas, our house has rendered the throne peerless service, but our pride in those rewards can rightly be called arrogance. As Prince Shotoku wrote in the 17-article constitution, every man has his own mind and his own predilections. I may judge another right and myself wrong, or vice versa, but who can truly define right and wrong? Each is the other's wisdom or folly, circling endlessly. Should a man become angry with you, he should look to his own failings. Your good fortune is not over yet, for the plot has been exposed. Moreover, you have Narachika, a known conspirator, in custody. Whatever eccentricities his cloistered eminence may entertain, you have nothing to fear. Simply administer punishments fitting the crime, and then report your actions with modesty. With ever-increasing diligence, render loyal service to your sovereign and grow in compassion for the people. Then you will have the gods' protection and never offend the Buddha's will. Once the gods and Buddhas stand by you, the sovereign too will see the light. Sovereign and subject, united as one, will recognize no separation. When justice and error stand side by side, how can one not cling to justice? To that extent, his cloistered eminence has every right on his side, Shigemori continued. I must protect his Hojuji residence, even if it means risking failure. I owe him everything, from my humble entry into the ranks to my appointment as palace minister. That obligation weighs heavier than 1,000 jewels. It runs deeper than the richest scarlet dyes. That's why I should go to his residence and stand guard, even though only a few warriors have sworn to die for me if necessary. Yet if I summoned them and stationed them there, the consequences could be dire, alas. If I pour all my efforts into saving my sovereign, I risk forgetting the debt I owe my father, a debt greater than Mount Sumeru. Oh, what sorrow! If I strain myself too hard to avoid being unfilial, I will become a treacherous, disloyal subject. I feel caught in a no-win situation, with right and wrong all muddled together. So I have but one request, please behead me. Simply cannot guard his cloistered eminence's residence, nor can I accompany you, my father, when you go there yourself. Long ago, Zhao He earned more merit than anyone and rose to the highest office in the land, granted the privilege of entering the palace in shoes and carrying a sword, yet he later incurred the emperor's displeasure. Gaozu severely reproved and punished him. His example shows that even a man who reaches the pinnacle of wealth, glory, favour and high office may ultimately see his fortune come to an abrupt end. I have read the saying, "Where wealth resides, privilege and rank prosper, yet even a tree that bears fruit twice in a year suffers at its roots. I wish it were not so. How much longer must I live amid these endless troubles? What dismal karma has condemned me to these miseries? Order one of your men at once to drag me into the court and behead me. That is my wish, plain and simple." Weeping so that his sleeves were soaked, Shigemori spoke with raw passion, and every man of the Taira household, whether naturally sympathetic or not, shed tears. Even the Chancellor, Lord Kiyomori, was deeply moved by the speech of his own son, the palace minister whose judgment he held in high regard. "No, no," Kiyomori protested. "I would never go that far. I'm only worried that his cloistered emperor might, following bad advice, do something disastrous," Shigemori replied. "But even if he did, on what right would you act against him?" Rising, he went out to the middle gate and addressed the assembled men. "You heard me earlier, didn't you? My plan this morning was simply to stay here and maintain order, but the uproar was so overwhelming that I had to return home. If you accompany Lord Kiyomori to the cloistered emperor's residence, see that my head falls before yours. Now you, who came with me, it is time to disperse." With that, he returned to his residence. There he summoned Morikuni. "I have just received word of a disaster threatening the realm," he said. "Tell every loyal man to come here, fully armed." Morikuni obeyed without delay. "Cool and collected as he always is," the men remarked. "He must have a good reason for this call." All the warriors armed themselves and galloped over at top speed. They poured in from all corners: Yodo, Hazukashi, Uji, Okaya, Hino, Kanjuji, Daigo, Ogarusu, Umizu, Katsura, Hara, Shizuhara, and even the village of Seri. Some wore armour without helmets, others, though carrying quivers, had forgotten their bows. Some rode with one foot barely in the stirrups. They assembled in frantic haste, and the rumour quickly spread. Lord Shigemori has raised an alarm. Several thousand warriors stationed at Nishihachi, without waiting for any orders from Kimiyori, rushed to Shigemori's residence in a chaotic babbling mass. Not a single skilled fighter was left behind. Dumbfounded, Kimiyori summoned Sadayoshi. "What is Lord Shigemori up to?" he wondered aloud, calling all these men together. "Does he intend to send a force against me, as he hinted earlier?" Sadayoshi, tears streaming, replied, "Every man is as he is. Lord Shigemori would never do that. He surely regrets everything he said." Kiyomori hesitated to quarrel with his son, and so he abandoned the idea of pursuing the cloistered emperor. He removed his armour, draped a monk's stole over his cassock, and, for a rare moment, sat there, fidgeting with his beads, and quietly chanting. At Shigemori's residence, Morikuni, following orders, recorded the names of over 10,000 warriors who had answered the call. Shigemori reviewed the list, then went into the middle gate to address the gathered men. It is wonderful that you have honoured your promise and come. Allow me to share an example from the other realm. King Yu of Zhao had a favourite named Babosi, the greatest beauty of the land, yet she was so solemn that she never smiled. In that realm, whenever war loomed, it was customary to light fires everywhere and beat drums to muster the troops. These were called signal fires. Once, when an armed rebellion broke out, they lit the fires, and at the sight, the king's favourite exclaimed, "Look at all these fires!" And for the first time she smiled. That single smile sparked countless charms. So pleased was the king that he ordered signal fires lit often, even when no threat existed. Local lords assembled their forces, only to find no enemy to fight. Lacking an adversary, they dispersed. This happened repeatedly until no one came at all. Then, in a neighbouring state, an evil horde attacked King Yu's capital. The signal fires were lit, naturally, but everyone assumed they were meant to amuse the favourite. Yet not a single warrior came. The capital fell, and King Yu died. And then his favourite, Baosi, transformed into a fox, scampered away and vanished. A truly frightening tale. When I next have cause to summon you all, please gather as you have today. I received a disturbing report once, but upon investigation, it turned out to be false. Now go home immediately. And so he dismissed them. In truth, no such report had ever reached him. It was merely a ploy, to test to see who would follow him and in what numbers, and to dissuade my father from rebelling against the throne. As Confucius said, "A lord who is not a true lord does not excuse his subjects from loyalty. A father who is not a true father does not excuse his son from filial duty. Be loyal to your lord and filial to your father." So Shigemori lived. His cloistered eminence heard the news and remarked, "I already knew this, but when it comes to Shigemori, one can only fear law. He has met anger with kindness." The people were equally impressed, saying, "No doubt it was fortunate karma that raised him to minister and commander, but it is hard to believe that a man could excel so in conduct, bearing, wisdom, and learning, that he towers above all others." They say, when a state has a minister who can remonstrate with the ruler, that state is secure. When a household has a son willing to remonstrate with his father, that household is well ordered. Never in ancient times, or even in our own troubled present, has there been anyone like him. The next day they led the Grand Councillor Narachika to the hall of the senior nobles, where he was served a farewell meal. Overwhelmed by despair, he could barely manage his chopsticks. Soon after, they brought his carriage forward, and hurried him aboard, with a sinking heart. All around him, front, rear, left and right, warriors rode, yet not a single one of his own people accompanied him. "I would gladly bid farewell to Lord Shigemori," he murmured, but they would not allow it. From within the carriage he complained, "It is unheard of, even for a man banished for a grave crime, to be denied a single companion." The warriors guarding him even wet the sleeves of their armour with tears. They travelled west towards Suzaku, and then turned south. The palace receded slowly into the distance, and as he passed the Toba mansion he thought of his cloistered eminence, and all the progress made there, always with Narachika by his side. He saw his own Suhama villa, but could only watch it vanish from view. The carriage rolled on, leaving through the southern gate. "Boatman, you're late," the warriors called impatiently, while Narachika asked softly, "Where are you taking me? If I am to die, please let it be here, near the city." That was all he dared to hope. He turned to a nearby warrior and inquired, "Who are you? Is there any one of mine close by? I have a message for him before I board the boat." The man, Namba no Jiro Suneto, set off searching but found no one who would claim any connection with Narachika. "All those men I once had, 1,000 or 2,000 of them, surely. And now not a single one has come, even at a safe distance, to watch me go. Oh, it is too hard. Narachika fought as he wept, and the sturdy warriors beside him moistened their sleeves with tears. Once his true companions, he now had only unending sorrow. In his pilgrimages to Kumano or Tennoji, he had sailed in grand double-killed ships with triple cabins, followed by scores of attendants, but now he found himself in a miserable boat, a single flimsy cabin curtained off, surrounded by unfamiliar battle-hardened men, leaving the city for the last time to venture far over the waves. One can only imagine his grief. That day, the boat reached Daimotsu, a harbour in the province of Setsu. Death was the sentence Narachika almost certainly faced, but thanks to Lord Shigemori's intercession, it had been reduced to exile. In earlier times, when he was still a councillor, Narachika had received revenue from the province of Mino. Once, during a winter, his deputy Matsumoto hosted visitors, shrine servants from the Hirano estate of Mount Hiei, who had come to sell their kudzu fibre cloth. Drunk at the time, Matsumoto spilled ink on the cloth. When the servants protested, he barked at them to be silent, and trampled them in contempt. Soon, several hundred shrine servants burst into his house. Matsumoto defended himself as the law allowed and killed a dozen of them. Later that year, the enraged monks of Mount Hiei formally demanded Narachika's exile and Matsumoto's imprisonment. Narachika, the titular governor, was ordered into exile in the province of Bitchu and was escorted along Shichiji to the western part of the city. Yet only a few days later, the cloistered emperor, for his own reasons, commanded him to return. Despite the rumoured curses of the Hiei monks, Narachika was soon named intendant of the Right Gate Watch and chief of the police, appointments handed over the heads of Lords Tsukikata and Kanamasa. Tsukikata was an old man, and Kanamasa, then riding high, resented being passed over. The truth was that Narachika had earned his reward for building the Sanjo Palace. In time he was further promoted to senior second rank, and eventually he rose to supernumerary Grand Councillor. People even joked that the monks of the mountain must have laid a curse on him. Perhaps that curse explains, in the end, the misfortunes that befell him. The punishments of the gods and the curses of men may strike sooner or later. One can never tell. Then a messenger from the capital arrived at Daimotsu amid great commotion. "Have you brought the order to execute me?" Narachika demanded, but the messenger had not. Instead, he announced the place of Narachika's exile, the island of Kojima, off the coast of Baizen. There was also a letter from Lord Shigemori. "I did all I could to have you sent somewhere isolated near the capital, but my appeal failed. I am thoroughly ashamed of myself. However, at least he honoured my plea for your life." He added detailed instructions to Sunet, urging him, "See to it that you serve him well, do not disappoint him." Thus Narachika was torn away from the sovereign he revered, from the wife and children he loved so dearly that each moment apart hurt him. "But where, oh where am I going?" he wondered. "Never again shall I see my dear family. A few years ago, the Hiei monks exiled me, yet my sovereign, in his regard at losing me, called me back from West Shichijo. No, this rebuke is not from him. How can any of this be?" He looked to the heavens, fell prostrate and wept, but nothing could console him. At dawn, the boat sailed, distances stretched, and his choking tears flowed without end. For him, life was already over, and yet, like a lingering dewdrop, he remained. The boat's white wake trailed behind as the city slipped further away, day after day, until finally a distant destination loomed ahead. They rowed the boat into Kojima Island in Baizen, and left him in a dismal hovel, fit only for local peasants. Behind the hovel, a hill rose, and the sea spread out before it. With wind rustling through pines on the rocky shore and the ceaseless clamour of waves, everything around him exuded misery. Narachika wasn't the only one to be exiled. Many others were sent away too. Renjo to Seido, Motokane to Heike, Masatsuna to Harima, Nobufusa to Awa, and Sekiyuki to Mimasuka. At that time, Lord Kiyomori was at his Fukuhara estate. He had Setsuno Seimon Morizumi deliver a message from Norimori. "I have a plan. Send Naritsune here at once." Norimori mused that it would have been one thing if this command had come immediately, but it was too late now. It would only stir up new worries. He informed Naritsune that he was to report to Fukuhara, and Naritsune set off in tears. The women begged, "Oh please, plead for him again, even if it might not help." Norimori replied, "I've already tried every argument. There's nothing more I can say, short of leaving this world. But whatever desolate coast he ends up on, I will go there to help him while I still have breath." Narachika had a little son, just 3 years old. Although Narachika wasn't very interested in children, this moment of parting made his young son especially dear. "I would gladly see him one last time," he said. When the nurse brought the child in, Narachika cradled him in his lap, stroked his hair and wept. "Ah," he sighed, "when you were 7, I had hoped you would come of age and serve his cloistered eminence, but now that hope is lost. If you live and grow up, become a monk, and pray for me in your future lives." The little boy, too young to understand, nodded as if he did, and everyone present, his father, his mother, the women and others, moistened their sleeves with tears. Later, a messenger from Fukuhara informed Naritsune that he was to lodge at Toba that night. "I'd much prefer to spend tonight in the capital," he said. "A short delay would hardly matter." But the messenger made it clear that wasn't possible. That night Naritsune reached Toba. Norimori was so angry that he did not ride in the carriage with him. Soon after, Naritsune arrived at Fukuhara, where Lord Kiyomori ordered Kanyasu to escort him into exile in the province of Bitchu. Fearing that news of his journey might reach Norimori, Kanyasu treated Naritsune with great care throughout the trip. Yet Naritsune was far from comforted. He spent day and night calling out the name and sighing for his father. Meanwhile, on Kojima Island in Baizen, Sunet, Narachika's warden, felt that the harbour was too unsafe, so he moved Narachika to the mainland and placed him at Ariki, a monastic community in Naiwaze on the Baizen-Bitchu border. The distance from Ariki in Baizen to Senao in Bitchu, where Naritsune's father was said to be, was barely 3.5 miles. Perhaps feeling a glimmer of hope, one day Naritsune summoned Kanayasu and asked, "How far is it from here to Ariki, where I believe my father is?" Kanayasu hesitated to tell him the truth, replying, "About 12 or 13 days, one way." Naritsune wept bitterly. He lamented, "Japan once only had 33 provinces, but then they were divided into 66. In those days, Baizen, Bitchu, and Bingo were one province. They say that in the east, Dewa and Michinoku, with all their counties, were a single province until 12 counties were split off to form what is now called Dewa. This is what confused Captain Senokata. When he was exiled to Michinoku, he roamed the entire province hoping to see the famous Akoya Pine, but he never found it. On his way back, Senokata met an old man. "Excuse me," he asked. "You must have lived here for a long time. Do you know of the Aoka Pine, one of Michinoku's famous sites?" The old man replied, "There is no Aoka Pine in Michinoku. Perhaps there is one in Dewa." Senokata cried, "So even you don't know where it is? What is the world coming to? that everyone should forget something that is the pride of the province. Just then the old man caught his sleeve and said, "Dear sir, it must be the old poem, in Michinoku, the mighty Akoya pine so blocks out the sky that the moon never seems to rise. That poem was composed when the two provinces were one, before they split off 12 counties to form Dewa." "Well then," Senokata concluded, crossing into Dewa, where he finally saw the Akoya pine. Naritsune recalled that, officially, an envoy from Daizaifu in Kyushu to the capital took 15 days, so a journey of 12 or 13 days should nearly take a man all the way to Kyushu. Travel between Baizen and Bitchu could never take more than 2 or 3 days. "You claim that somewhere so near is far off, only to keep me from learning where my father is," he exclaimed. Despite missing his father terribly, he never asked the question again. Soon, Shunkan of Hoshoji, Yasuyori, and Naritsune were exiled to Kikaigashima, a remote island off the Satsuma coast. To reach this place, a traveller from the capital must endure a long sea journey, for ships rarely call there, and the island's inhabitants are few. Though people live on the island, they are not like us. They are dark, ox-like, and very hairy, incapable of understanding human speech. The men do not wear formal hats, and the women keep their hair tightly bound. They go almost unclothed and hardly resemble human beings. Lacking proper food, they seem driven only to slaughter living creatures. With no hillside paddies to cultivate rice, and without mulberry trees to produce silk, their lives are harsh and meagre. At the island's centre, a peak smoulders with an unending fire, and sulphur lies scattered everywhere, so much so that some even call it Sulphur Island. Thunder constantly roars, and ceaseless rain falls. For not even a moment does human life seem possible here. Narachika had long hoped for a measure of peace when he learned that his son, Naritsune, had been banished to Kikaigashima. The crushing news extinguished his hope, and he resolved to renounce the world, a decision he communicated in a letter to Lord Shigemori. Shigemori passed on the message to the cloistered emperor, who gave his approval, and Narachika immediately became a monk. He discarded the bright sleeves of his glory days in favour of the dark garments of one who has turned away from the world. Meanwhile, Narachika's wife went into hiding at Unrinoin, north of the city. Life in a strange land is hard even at its best, and for her, assailed by a flood of memories, every day was a trial and every night a misery. Once, she had enjoyed the service of many gentlewomen and housemen, but now some feared worldly criticism and others kept to themselves, so no one came to visit her. Only one houseman, a man of exceptional kindness, named Genzaimon no Nobutoshi, continued to visit regularly. One day she called him over and asked, "Is it true? I heard he was at Kojima in Baizen, yet the latest news mentions somewhere called Ariki. How I wish I could send him one more little note to ask how he is." Fighting back tears, Nobutoshi replied, "I have cherished his kindness since my boyhood, and have always stayed close by him. When Lord Narachika was exiled, I promised him I would do anything to accompany him, but Rokuhara forbade it, and I had to give it up. I can still hear his voice. His words of reproof are etched in my heart, and I cannot forget them. Never mind what may happen to me, I will deliver your letter to him as soon as I can." Overjoyed, the lady immediately wrote her letter, and each of the children penned one as well. Nobutoshi carried all the letters with him on his journey to Ariki in Baizen. Upon arriving, he announced his presence to Sunet, the warden, who, impressed by his devotion, admitted him to see his lord. Narachika, his mind still occupied by memories of the capital and his spirit very low, was then told, "Nobutoshi is here from the city." "Am I dreaming?" he wondered, straightening himself quickly. "Have him come in," he ordered. When Nobutoshi entered, The sorrow of the meagre dwelling faded for a moment as he beheld the lord dressed in black robes. Narachika's eyes darkened and his heart sank as Nobutoshi carefully relayed his wife's words. Then he presented the letters, and as Narachika read them, the wandering traces of the brush blurred in his tears until he could scarcely make out the message. The children missed him so terribly that their grief was unbearable. In that moment, he knew that all his days of longing for her had amounted to nothing. After several days passed, Nobutoshi said to Sanet, "I would like to stay here to witness his end." But Sanet repeatedly refused, and Nobutoshi could do no more. "Very well," Narachika told him. "Go back now to the city. I will be dead soon. When I am gone, please pray for me." He wrote a reply letter which Nobutoshi received and promised to deliver before saying goodbye. Narachika added, "I doubt you will find me here when you return. It is too painful to see you go. Please, stay just a little longer." He repeatedly called for him, but Nobutoshi, swallowing his tears, had to leave and return to the city, carrying her husband's final letter. When she opened it, she immediately saw that he had renounced the world. Her only memento was a lock of his hair. That keepsake, once precious, became her enemy. Overwhelmed with grief, she collapsed to the floor, and the children too broke into full-throated weeping. In time, at Kibi no Nakayama in Naiwase between Baizen and Bitchu, Narachika was finally put to death. Rumours swirled about his end. They had tried poisoning his wine, but when that failed, under a towering cliff they drove sharp stakes into the ground and pushed him over, so that he met his end impaled on them. The cruelty of his death was almost unparalleled. When Narachika's wife learned that her husband was truly gone, she lamented, "I so wanted to see him again, as we always did, and that is why I have not yet become a nun. But now the time has come." She went to the temple, Bodai-Oin, and took that irrevocable step. Thereafter she devoted herself to prayer and to seeking her husband's happiness in future lives. Her father, Atsukata, had once been the governor of Yamashiro, and although she was exceptionally beautiful and had been loved above all others by his cloistered eminence, Narachika had also been so favoured that one day he was given to her in marriage. Now her children gathered flowers and fetched water for the altar, and they prayed for their father's rebirth. Thus, as time passed and fortune cruelly shifted, she changed, much like angels who are blighted by the signs of decline. The Tokudaiji Grand Councillor, Sanasada, had expected to be appointed commander of the palace guards, but the position was given instead to Kiyomori's second son, Munomori. Feeling deeply humiliated, Sanasada withdrew from public life for a long time and even spoke of renouncing the world. His household was thrown into confusion, unsure how to console him. One of his attendants, a chamberlain named Fujiwara no Shigakane, was quick-witted and resourceful. One evening, under a bright moon, Sanasada sat alone with the southern shutters of his house open, reciting poetry to the moon. Sensing an opportunity, Shigakane approached. "Who's there?" Sanasada asked. "It's Shigakane, my lord." "And what brings you here?" "The moon is beautiful tonight," Shigakane replied. "It shines so peacefully." Sanasada welcomed his company. "You've come at the right time. I've been feeling gloomy and restless." As they talked, Shigakane did his best to lift his master's spirits. Eventually, Sanasada confided in him. "Everything I see around me suggests that the Taira family's power is only growing stronger. Kiyomori's sons now hold both commander positions. His third son, Tomomori, and his grandson, Koromori, will likely take over next. At this rate, no one outside the Taira family will ever have a chance at a military post. I see no other option but to leave the world behind and become a monk." Shigakane, deeply moved, began to weep. "If you do that, my lord, what will happen to the rest of us? Your household will be left adrift. But I have an idea, a way to turn this situation around. The Taira family is devoted to the Itsukashima Shrine in Aki Province. You should make a pilgrimage there and pray. Stay for a 7-day retreat. The shrine's priestesses, who are beautiful and numerous, will attend to you. When they ask what you are praying for, tell them the truth. By the time you leave, they will feel attached to you. Bring some of them back to the capital. When they go to pay their respects at Nishihachi, Lord Kiyomori will hear about it. He'll ask why you travelled all the way to his favoured shrine, and when he learns the reason, he will be pleased. He's a sentimental man. He will see it as a sign of loyalty and reward you for it." Sanasada's mood instantly brightened. "That's a brilliant idea. I'll leave immediately." He began his period of purification right away and soon set off for Tsukishima. The shrine's priestesses were just as beautiful as Shigakane had described. During his 7-day retreat, they attended to him with great care. To entertain the gods, they performed sacred dances and played the biwa and koto. Sanasada, thoroughly enjoying himself, even joined in, singing various popular songs. Eventually, the priestesses asked, "Most of the men who come here on pilgrimage are from the Taira family. Your visit is unusual. What is it that you're praying for?" Sanasada answered honestly, "I was passed over for the position of commander. I am praying for justice." When the retreat ended, he gave his thanks to the gods and prepared to return to the capital. But the priestesses, having grown fond of him, decided to accompany him for a day's journey and see him off. As they reached the end of the first day, however, Sanasada found it difficult to say goodbye. Just one more day, he pleaded, and then another. Before long, he had taken them all the way back to the capital. At his residence, he entertained them lavishly and showered them with gifts before allowing them to return to the shrine. But before leaving, the priestesses felt it was only right to visit their great patron, Lord Kiyomori, at nearby Nishihachijo. When they arrived, Kiyomori greeted them warmly. "What brings you all to the capital?" he asked. "Lord Sanasada came to the shrine on pilgrimage," they explained. "He stayed for 7 days. When we tried to part ways, he was so reluctant to let us go that we ended up travelling back with him." "And what was he praying for?" Kiyomori asked. "He said he prayed to be appointed commander." Kiyomori nodded, clearly moved. "How admirable." "He passed over all the great temples and shrines here in the capital to pray at the one I hold most sacred. What a remarkable thing to do. If he feels that strongly about it." With that, Kiyomori made an unexpected decision. He instructed his eldest son, Shigemori, to step down as left commander and gave the position to Sanasada instead, passing over his own second son, Munamori, who was serving as right commander at that time. The plan had worked beautifully. It was a clever scheme, one that brought success without conflict. What a pity that Narachika had not attempted something similar. Instead, he had rebelled against the Taira, sealing his own fate and dooming his entire family to ruin. The retired emperor had been studying the esoteric teaching of Shingon Buddhism under Koken, a respected prelate from Midera. Koken had instructed him in the core principles of 3 major sutras, and a formal initiation ceremony was planned to take place at Midera. However, the monks of Mount Hiei were outraged. "Initiations and ordinations have always been our mountain's right," they protested. "This has been the tradition from the beginning, upheld by our guardian deity. If the initiation happens at Midera, we will burn the temple to the ground." Understanding the need for caution, the retired emperor decided to avoid conflict. Instead of holding the ceremony at Midera, he travelled with Koken no Tennoji, where he established a small sub-temple called Chi-Koin. There, using the sacred well water of Tennoji as a ritual element, he completed the initiation in a place that held great significance as the first site where the Buddha's teachings were introduced into Japan. Although this decision was meant to prevent violence, tensions between the scholar monks and the lower-ranking monks of Mount Hiei continued to escalate. These two factions had long been at odds, and despite multiple chances, the scholar monks kept losing. Mount Hiei itself seems to be in danger, and the conflict threatened to disrupt the imperial court. The lower-ranking monks, known as practitioners, were originally temple servants, or monks of mixed clerical and lay status. Over time, they had grown resentful of the scholar monks, and had begun to challenge their authority. They ignored orders from their superiors and even plotted to overthrow them. The scholar monks, realizing the threat, appealed to higher-ranking nobles for intervention, and the matter was brought to the attention of the ruling warrior class. As a result, Kiyomori, acting under imperial orders, sent a military force into Mount Hiei. He dispatched Manoshiga, a commander from Ki province, leading 2,000 troops from the central provinces. Their mission was to support the scholar monks in suppressing the practitioners. The practitioners, however, were prepared. They had established their base at the Todo Lodge, but they soon moved to the Sangha estate in Omi, where they gathered reinforcements. With a much larger force, they returned to Mount Hiei, and fortified themselves in a stronghold at Shizaka. Before long, a battle was inevitable. On the 20th day of the 9th month, at dawn, a combined force of 3,000 monks and 2,000 imperial troops, 5,000 in total, advanced on Shizaka. Confident of victory, the monks insisted that the imperial troops lead the charge, while the soldiers in turn deferred to the monks. This hesitation proved disastrous. The defenders rained down stones from their fortress, causing massive casualties on both sides. The practitioners had gathered a ruthless force, including criminals, thieves, bandits, and even pirates. Driven by greed and a reckless disregard for their own lives, they fought with savage determination. Once again, the scholar monks suffered a crushing defeat. After that, Mount Hiei fell into ruin. Apart from the 12 perpetual chanters, monks dedicated to reciting sutras day and night, in the Samaido Hall, only a few monks remain. The once living valleys grew silent, preaching faded away, and the temples that had once been filled with devoted practice were now empty. The great halls of learning stood abandoned, meditation seats were unused, and the teachings of the Buddha, which had once spread like the fragrance of spring flowers, seemed to have disappeared. The light of wisdom, symbolized by the three truths, emptiness, transience, and the unity of both, was now obscured, like the autumn moon hidden behind clouds. No one remained to uphold the flame of Buddhist teaching, which had been burning for more than 3 centuries. The incense smoke that once rose in the air, marking the monks' prayers and meditations, had long since faded. Towering temple halls, with their grand 3-tiered roofs and wooden beams reaching high into the sky, now stood neglected. The rafters disappeared into the mist, and gilded Buddha statues, once revered, were left exposed to the wind and rain. The moonlight filtered through the cracked eaves, and in the morning dewdrops clung to the lotus-shaped thrones, where deities had once been enshrined. This was the state of the world in these dark times. The teachings of the Buddha had begun to decline, not just in Japan, but across all 3 great Buddhist lands, India, China, and Japan. A journey to India, the birthplace of Buddhism, would reveal a landscape of desolation. The famous Bamboo Grove Temple and the Jetavana Temple, where the Buddha had once lived and preached, were now nothing more than dens for foxes and wolves. The only remnants of these sacred sites were their worn foundation stones. White Heron Pond, once a place of purity and reflection, had dried up, overtaken by wild weeds. The great stupas, built by kings to inspire reverence, had become crooked and covered in moss, no longer standing tall as symbols of faith. The same devastation had spread to China. Sacred mountains and temples that had once been centres of Buddhist learning, Tiantai Mountain, Wutai Mountain, Bomasi, Yuquanxi, had all been abandoned. Their last monks had long since departed, leaving the grand structures to decay. The sacred texts of both the Mahayana and Hinayana traditions, once treasured and studied, now sat untouched in forgotten chests, left to rot. Japan was no exception. The 7 great temples of Nara, which had once been the heart of Buddhist scholarship, had fallen into decline. The once vibrant Buddhist schools also vanished, and even the once glorious temples of Otago and Takeo, where pagodas and halls had once stood side by side, had been reduced to nothing but wasteland. Now these sacred places were home to Tengu, the supernatural tricksters said to haunt abandoned temples. It was no surprise then that many believed the teachings of the Tendai school, once considered invaluable, had all but disappeared. Before leaving Mount Hiei for good, one monk had carved a poem into a wooden pillar of his deserted lodge. Has it come to this? These forested slopes where prayers once rose now stand silent, a mountain without people. His words seemed to echo the hopes of Saicho, the reverend monk who had founded the temple on this mountain centuries ago, praying for the blessing of all enlightened Buddhas. The beauty of his vision was only now a memory. The signs of decline were everywhere. On the 8th day of the month, sacred to Yakushi, the medicine Buddha passed without a single voice chanting his name. When the festival of the Sand deity arrived in the 4th month, there was no offering made in devotion. The sacred fence surrounding the shrine, once painted a brilliant red, had faded with age, and the only remnants of its former sanctity were a few weathered shimenawa, the sacred straw ropes that once marked it as holy ground. News arrived that Zenkoji, the great Tendai temple in Shinano province, had burned to the ground. The story of its sacred image being lost long ago in the Indian city Sheravasti, where a terrible plague spread across the land, bringing suffering and death. To protect the people, a wealthy man named Somachata obtained gold dust from the Dragon Palace, the undersea realm of the sea god. With the help of the Buddha, Shakyamuni and his disciples, Maudgalyayana, he used this gold to create a statue of Amida Buddha, forming a triad just over a foot tall. This statue became the holiest image in all of Jambudvipa, the human-inhabited continent of the Buddhist world. For 500 years after the Buddha's passing, the sacred image remained in India. As Buddhism spread eastwards, it travelled to the land of Pekchi. There it remained for another 1,000 years until the reign of King Songmyong. Around the same time in Japan, Emperor Kinmei ruled, and it was then that the image was brought across the sea, arriving at the port of Naiwa in Setsu province. It remained there for many years, and because of the golden light it emitted, the new era was named Konko, meaning golden light. 3 years into the Konko era, a man named Honda Yoshimitsu from the province of Shinao came to Naiwa, stood before the radiant statue, and invited Amida to return home with him. During the day, Yoshimitsu carried the image on his back, but at night, it was said that Amida carried Yoshimitsu. Together they made the journey, the statue in Minochi County. For nearly 6 centuries after that, fire never once touched the temple. But people said, when the sovereign's rule begins to crumble, the Buddha's teachings are the first to go. Perhaps this explained why so many sacred temples had been destroyed. Their loss, people whispered, was a sign that the way of the sovereign was coming to an end. On the remote island of Kikai-Gashima, the lives of the exiles hung by a thread, as fragile as a dewdrop clinging to the tip of a leaf. Yet none of them clung desperately to life. Food and clothing arrived from the case estate in Hizen, which belonged to Noriyori, the father-in-law of Naritsune. These supplies sustained not only Naritsune but also Shunkan and Yasuyori. Before reaching the island, Yasuyori had taken vows as a monk at Murimozi and in Sao Province, adopting the religious name Shoso. Having long wished to renounce the world, he composed a poem reflecting on his decision. At long last, I have abandoned for good this world of sorrows, yet I can only regret not having done so sooner. Naritsune and Yasuyori, both devoted followers of the Kumano deities, were determined to bring their presence to the island, hoping that their prayers would lead them back to the capital. Shunkan, however, had no faith and ignored their efforts. Undeterred, the two men set off around the island in search of a place that resembled the sacred landscape of Kumano. They came upon a magnificent embankment, thick with a tapestry of autumn leaves in red and gold. Above them, towering peaks, crowned with drifting clouds, stretched into the sky. Below, lush green forests unfurled in every direction. To the south, the sea churned in endless waves, an abyss of rolling mist and spray. To the north, sheer cliffs loomed, and from their heights cascaded a waterfall, thundering over 100 feet tall, flanked by ancient pines sighing in the wind. The scenes so closely resembled Nachi, the sacred seat of Hiryu-Gogen, the flying dragon deity, who reveals himself in the waterfall, that they named the falls Nachi. The two highest peaks they called Hongu and Shingu, and all the surrounding places they named after the lesser shrines of Kumano. Each day, Yoshiyori led Naritsune on a pilgrimage around their makeshift Kumano, just as they would have done back home, chanting their prayers, "All hail, Kongo Doji, mighty protector of Kumano. Grant us your compassion, we beg you. Return us to our rightful home, restore to us our wives and children." But the days passed, and their tattered robes could not be changed. They had no fine garments for their pilgrimage, only simple hemp clothing. They took their ritual wash in a small marsh, which in their minds became the sacred Iwata River of Kumano. Every steep hill they climbed became, in their thoughts, the Hoshin Gate, the threefold to enlightenment. At each stopping point, Yasuyori recited a solemn prayer. Lacking paper for the sacred streamers, he offered flowers instead, lifting his voice in devotion. On this fortunate day, in this sacred moment, we stand before the great Kumano deities, whose power and grace shine over all of Japan. Hear Yurt Daisata, whose righteous fury sweeps away impurity, hear our prayers. Shoujo Daibotsatsu, guide us across the ocean of suffering, you who are the sovereign of enlightened wisdom. To the east, the Jori Medicine King, healer of all afflictions. To the south, the great teacher from Fudraku, master of supreme compassion. Nyakuoji, ruler of this mortal world, who manifests countless Buddha faces, who hears and grants the prayers of all beings. From the emperor himself to the humblest soul, all call upon you for peace in this life, for salvation in the next. We journey through these towering peaks, seeing in their height the boundless virtue of the divine. We descended into shadowy valleys, knowing they reflect the unfathomable depths of your mercy. What but faith in your boundless grace could move us to walk this path? What but trust in your compassion could bring us into this desolate place? And so we entreat you, Shoji Daigongen, Hiryu Daisata, hear us. With ears of mercy wide open, with ears attuned to the depths of our devotion, witness our sincerity, grant us the blessing we seek. You, the deities of Hongu and Shingu, leave your palaces adorned with the 7 treasures, soften your radiant light, and walk among us in this dust-filled world, to save those who fail in faith, and to guide those lost in darkness. Hand in hand, heart to heart, we bow before you. Though our karma has led us into exile, grant us a brighter destiny. In this spirit, we offer our ceaseless devotion. Clad in robes of humility, presenting blossoms of enlightenment, we shake the very foundations of your shrine with the fervour of our prayers. If you hear us, how could you not answer? With eyes raised in reverence, we plead, O deities of the 12 sanctuaries, spread your wings of salvation, carry us across the ocean of sorrow, lift the burden of exile, and return us to our rightful place. With deepest gratitude, we bow before you twice. Then Yasuyori poured his heart into his prayer, clinging to hope even in the desolation of exile. Naritsune and Yasuyori often visited the shrine they had dedicated to the Kumano deities, sometimes spending entire nights in prayer and retreat. One such night, after hours of chanting sacred songs, Yasuyori drifted to sleep just before dawn and had a vivid dream. In his vision, a small boat with a white sail appeared from the open sea. A group of 20 or 30 women dressed in scarlet-trousered skirts stepped ashore and began to sing in unison, beating a drum in rhythm. Beyond the vows of all other Buddhas, thousand-armed cannons deserves the finest trust. Even dead trees, even withered grasses, can suddenly bloom and bear fruit. Then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the women vanished. Yasuyori awoke, astonished, and turned to Naritsune. Those women, he said, I believe they were none other than forms assumed by the dragon god himself. Among the 3 Kumano deities, the one to the west manifests as thousand-armed cannon, and among Cannon's 28 followers is the dragon god. This dream is a clear sign. The gods have accepted our prayers. On another occasion, after another long night of prayer, both men fell asleep and shared a remarkable vision. In the dream, 2 leaves floated in from the sea, one landing in each of their sleeves. When they examined them, they discovered that the leaves belonged to the nagi tree, a species commonly found in Kumano. Even more astonishing, leaves bore a poem, as though insects had etched the words into them. Your prayers reach the gods, swift and forever mighty, in such profusion that you may well after all see the capital once more. Yasuyori's longing for home was so overwhelming that he sought another way to send a message. He carved 1,000 small wooden, stupa-shaped tablets, each inscribed with the sacred Siddham letter, his full name, and 2 poems he had composed. Here, alas, am I, marooned on a tiny isle, far beyond Satsuma. Take the news to my father, winds that blow across the sea. Spare a thought for me, when, abroad on a journey sure not to be long, I find my heart aching only to go home again. Carrying these wooden tablets to the seashore, he raised his hands in prayer. Hail and obedience to the refuge, he intoned. O Brahma and Indra, O 4 great heavenly kings who guard the world, O deities who hold the earth firm, O protectors of the capital, and most of all, O mighty Kumano and Itsukushima deities, carry at least one of these messages all the way to the capital. With each wave that broke upon the shore, he tossed 1 tablet into the sea, continuing this ritual daily until 1,000 had been released. Perhaps it was his desperate yearning that stirred the perfect wind, or perhaps the gods themselves guided his message, for one of the tablets washed ashore on the beach at Heike, near the Itsukushima shrine. As fate would have it, a certain monk who was related to Yasuyori had set out on a journey through the western provinces. He hoped to find a way to reach Kikaigashima and learn Yasuyori's fate. Stopping first at Itsukushima, he encountered a shrine attendant wearing a hunting cloak. As they spoke, the monk inquired, "The great beings take on countless forms to aid those in need. What connection, then, does this island's deity have with the creatures of the deep?" The attendant replied, "The noble daughter of Dragon King Sagara, known as Tagori Hime, manifests here as a divine presence. She reveals the wisdom of Dainichi, the great Sun Buddha, who illuminates the universe with boundless compassion." He went on to describe the many miracles that had taken place since the shrine's founding, and how even now the deity continued to bless those in need. He explained that the shrine's unique construction, 8 interconnected sanctuaries built over the water, symbolized its bond with the ebb and flow of the tides. At high tide, the Torii Gate and vermilion fences gleamed as if they were crafted from precious jewels. At low tide, the exposed white sand seemed like a frost-covered plain even in summer. As the sun set and the moon rose over the shimmering waters, the monk chanted sacred sutras in reverence. Then as he gazed at the waves, he noticed something floating among the drifting seaweed. Reaching out, he retrieved a small wooden tablet, one of the stupas Yasuyori had cast into the sea. Examining it closely, he read the engraved words, marooned on a tiny isle. Amazed that the ocean had not worn away the message, he carefully tucked the tablet into his belongings and set out for the capital. Upon arriving, he secretly made his way to Murasakino, where Yasuyori's mother, now a nun, lived with his wife and children. He showed them the stupa, and upon reading its inscription they were overcome with emotion. How could this small tablet fail to drift towards distant China, they lamented, yet find its way all the way here? It does nothing but deepen our sorrow. News of the discovery eventually reached the cloistered emperor. When he examined the stupa, he wept and exclaimed, "So they are still alive after all." The stupa was sent to the nobleman Shigemori, who, in turn, presented it to his father. Even Kiyomori, the powerful leader who had condemned these men to exile, seemed moved. Throughout history, the gods and Buddhas had expressed their will through poetry, from ancient songs of farewell to divine verses mourning fallen temples. Even a man like Kiyomori, known for his unyielding nature, could not ignore the sorrowful weight of these verses. Since Lord Kiyomori had been moved by compassion, people across the capital, both young and old, found themselves murmuring the poem of the exiled man on Kikaigashima. Yasuyori had created 1,000 of those wooden stupas, each one small, yet somehow one had made its way from distant Satsuma all the way to the capital. Such a thing could only be the work of true, unwavering devotion. Long ago in Han China, the emperor waged war against Xiongnu. His first army, 300,000 strong, was led by the general Li Zhaoqing. But the Han forces were weak and the Xiongnu were strong. The Han army was crushed, and Li Zhaoqing was taken prisoner. The emperor then sent a second force, this time 500,000 soldiers under the command of Su Wu. Again, the Xiongnu were stronger. They destroyed the army and captured more than 6,000 men. The general, Su Wu, and 600 of his officers were separated from the rest. Their captors cut off one leg from each officer before casting them away. Many died immediately, others not long after, but Su Wu survived. On his single leg he hobbled through the hills to gather nuts, picked wild greens in the spring, and in autumn collected fallen ears of rice from the fields. In this way he clung to life. The wild geese in the paddies had become so accustomed to his presence that they no longer feared him. Watching them take flight, Su Wu thought, even these birds returned to their homeland in the end. His heart ached with longing. Determined, he wrote a letter to the Han Emperor, adding a plea, "See that this reaches my sovereign." He tied the letter to the wing of a goose and let it fly. As autumn came, the geese migrated south, returning from the northern wilderness to the Han capital. One evening, Emperor Zhao was resting in the imperial garden under a cloudy sky, lost in melancholy when he saw a line of geese flying overhead. Suddenly, one of them broke away, descended, and bit off the letter tied to its wing, dropping it at the emperor's feet. An attendant retrieved the letter and handed it to the emperor. When he unrolled it, he read, "At first, confined to a rock cave, I spent 3 springs in misery. Now, cast out in desolate fields, I am a barbarian with 1 leg. Even if my bones are to lie scattered in this alien land, my spirit will return to serve my emperor once more." Overcome with sorrow, the emperor exclaimed, "How terrible! This is the writing of Su Wu. So he is still alive among the Xiangnu." From that day forward, letters came to be called goose notes. This time the emperor raised an army 1,000,000 strong under the command of Li Guang, and this time the Han forces crushed the Xiongnu. When the news reached Su Wu, he emerged from the wasteland at last. "Behold me," he declared. "I am the same Su Wu of old." After nearly 2 decades of exile, frost and hardship, he was finally carried home in a palanquin. He had been only 16 when he had first taken to Xiongnu lands, and through all those years he had hidden the imperial banner entrusted to him. Now at last he unfurled it before the emperor in a deeply moving reunion. For his steadfast loyalty he was rewarded with vast provinces and command over all the vassal states. Li Zhaoqing, however, was never allowed to return. He longed desperately for home, but the Xiongnu king refused to release him. The Han emperor, unaware of this, judged him a traitor. In his anger he ordered the exhumation of Li Zhaoqing's parents' remains and had their bones flogged. He also punished his surviving family. When news of this reached Li Zhaoqing, he was outraged, but still, his heart remained fixed on home. He sent a letter to the emperor, pleading his case and proving his loyalty. On reading it, the emperor sighed. What a terrible mistake! Too late, he regretted his cruel judgment. Long ago, Su Wu tied a letter to a goose's wing, hoping it would carry his words home. In his own time, Yasuyori sent poems drifting across the seas. One wrote with a brush, the other wove words into verse. One lived in an ancient land, the other in a later age. One suffered among Xiongnu, the other in Kikaigashima. Separated by time and place, yet united by the same unbreakable longing, their stories still stand as a testament to the power of devotion. At the cloistered emperor's residence, the arrival of the new year was formally celebrated, and soon after, the emperor made his customary visit to his father. The ceremonies proceeded much as usual, but the cloistered emperor remained deeply unsettled, still seething over the execution of Narachika and his circle the previous summer. The burdens of governance weighed heavily on him, and his mood was dark. Lord Kiyomori had suspected the cloistered emperor's involvement from the moment the chamberlain, Yukitsuna, had informed him of the plot. Though he outwardly maintained a composed demeanour, inwardly he remained vigilant, and his bitterness showed in his smile. Early in the first month, a comet appeared in the eastern sky, known as the Shi-Yu Banner, or Red Essence. Its glow intensified as the month went on. Around the same time, Kenrai-Monin, the Empress and Lord Kiyomori's daughter, fell ill, causing widespread distress at court and throughout the land. In response, Buddhist temples began reading sutras, imperial envoys travelled to the great shrines with offerings, and physicians and yin-yang masters exhausted every remedy and ritual they knew. No sacred or secret rite was left unperformed. As it turned out, Kenrai-Monin was not simply unwell, she was pregnant. The emperor, still young, had not yet fathered a child, and Kenrai-Monin, a few years his senior, had not yet borne one. The Heike clan was ecstatic at the prospect of an heir. Courtiers whispered among themselves, convinced that it would be a boy. "The Heike have truly struck gold this time," they said. Once the pregnancy was confirmed, the most powerful monks and healers were summoned to perform sacred rituals. Prayers for a prince ascended to the heavens, calling upon the stars, the constellations, the Buddhas, and the Bodhisattvas. By the 6th month, the empress ceremonially donned her pregnancy band. Cloistered Prince Shikaku, abbot of Ninnaji, came to the palace to perform the Peacock Sutra rite, praying for divine protection. Cloistered Prince Kakukai, abbot of Mount Hiei, conducted a ritual to change a female fetus into a male one. As the months passed, the empress's condition worsened. This called to mind the sufferings of Lady Li of Han, whose beauty once dazzled the imperial court, but who had grown frail and ill in the Zhouyang Palace. The empress's plight also evoked memories of Yang Guifei of the Tang dynasty, whose tears fell like rain upon pearl blossoms and lotus petals drooping in the wind. Sensing her vulnerability, restless spirits took advantage of the opportunity to afflict her. An exorcism was performed, invoking Fud Mai, the powerful deity who binds demons with his rope and cuts away worldly attachments with his sword. The spirits revealed themselves, the soul of the exiled Emperor Sutoku, the lingering wrath of the haughty left minister from Uji, the vengeful ghost of Grand Councillor Narachika, the tormented shade of the monk Heike, and the restless spirits of the men banished to Kikai-Gashima. Lord Kiyomori took swift action to appease both the living and the dead. Emperor Sutoku was posthumously honoured with a grand title. The haughty left minister was elevated to the rank of Chancellor, and a clerk named Koromoto was dispatched as an imperial envoy to deliver the decree. The minister's grave, long desecrated, lay in Yamato province, near the Hanyano burning ground in Kawakami village. His remains had been scattered along the roadside in the autumn of the Hogan era, blending with the earth and the spring's new growth. When the envoy arrived to read the proclamation, it was believed the departed must have found some measure of peace. The power of angry spirits was not to be underestimated. In the past, the exiled Prince Suwara had been posthumously recognized as Emperor Sudo to quell his vengeful ghost, and the Agami princess, once stripped of her title, was later restored to her former rank as empress after her curse had afflicted the imperial household. Similarly, the madness of retired Emperor Rise and cloistered Emperor Keizan's decision to renounce the throne were both attributed to the spirit of Moto Kata, Lord of Civil Affairs. It was also said that the ghost of palace chaplain Keizan had caused Emperor Sanjo to go blind. Upon hearing of the disturbances, Norimori, a court official, approached Lord Shigemori. "I hear that all kinds of prayers are being performed to ensure the Empress's safe childbirth," he said. "But no act would bring greater spiritual merit than granting a special amnesty, especially for those exiled to Kikai-Gashima. What could be more effective than recalling them?" Lord Shigemori took his uncle's plea to his father. "Poor Norimori is deeply troubled about Naritsune," he said. "If the Empress's illness is as dire as rumoured, then it is likely that the spirit of the late Narachika is involved. If you truly wish to pacify the dead, you must recall Naritsune. By fulfilling the desires of others, you will bring about your own wishes as well. The Empress will surely give birth to a son, and our family will prosper." Kiyomori, in an unusually accommodating mood, agreed. "Very well. But what of the monks, Shunkan and Yasuyori? Recall them as well," Shigemori urged. "It would bring misfortune to leave even one of them there." "Yasuyori is one thing," Kiyomori replied, "but Shunkan, I always tried to protect him. He owed me everything, yet he went and turned his Shishi-no-Tani villa into a fortress, indulging in strange and reckless activities. No, I cannot pardon Shunkan. Shigemori relayed the news to Norimori. Naritsune is to be pardoned, he said. You may set your mind at ease. Norimori clasped his hands together in gratitude. When Naritsune left, he looked at me with such sorrow, as if wondering why I had not saved him. His eyes were filled with tears. I feel such pity for him. You need not explain, Shigemori reassured him. Anyone would grieve for their own child. I will speak with my father again. Thus the decision was made to recall the exiles of Kikaigashima. Lord Kiyomori issued an official writ of pardon, and an envoy departed from the capital. Overjoyed, Norimori sent his own messenger as well, urging him to travel swiftly without delay. The journey by sea, however, was treacherous. The messengers, driven by urgency, braved fierce winds and waves. Departing in the late summer, they pressed on tirelessly until, at last, they reached Kikaigashima in early autumn. Lord Kiyomori's envoy was a junior officer named Motoyasu from the Left Gate Watch. He stepped ashore and called out repeatedly, "Exiles from the capital! Tamba Lieutenant Naritsune! Hoshochi Superintendent Shunkan! Taira Police Lieutenant and Novice Yasuyori! Are you here?" Naritsune and Yasuyori were away on their regular pilgrimage to Kumano. Only Shunkan was there to hear him. Overcome with disbelief, he muttered to himself, "I must be dreaming. Or perhaps demons from the realm of desire have driven me mad. No, this can't be real." Stumbling in his haste, half running and half falling, he rushed to present himself before the envoy. "What do you want?" he cried. "Yes, I am Shunkan, exiled from the capital." An assistant carrying Lord Kiyomori's writ of pardon in a purse around his neck took out the document and handed it to him. Shunkan unfolded it and read, "Exile has redeemed your great crime. Hasten now. Dispose yourselves to return to the capital. In connection with solemn prayers for the Empress's coming birth, a special amnesty is proclaimed. The Kikaigashima exiles, Naritsune and Yasuyori, are therefore pardoned." This was all. His name was nowhere to be found. Surely it must be on the wrapper then. He checked, but no, it was not there either. He read backwards from the end, forward from the beginning, but there were only 2 names. It said nothing about a third. Before long, Naritsune and Yasuyori arrived. Naritsune examined the writ himself, then Yasuyori did the same. Still, it listed just 2 names, with no sign of the third. If this were a dream, he thought, it would make sense. But it was not a dream, and yet reality had never felt more like one. Adding to his despair, letters from the capital had arrived for Naritsune and Yasuyori, filled with warm words of welcome. For Shunkan, though, there was nothing. Not a single message inquiring after his well-being. The realization struck him like a blow. Everyone he had once considered family had abandoned him. The agony was unbearable. "All 3 of us were punished for the same crime," he cried. "We were exiled together. Why then does the amnesty recall only 2 of us, and leave 1 behind? Have the Heike truly forgotten me? Was it simply a mistake? How could this have happened?" He lifted his face to the heavens, then collapsed onto the ground, weeping bitterly. Seizing Naritsune's sleeve, he pleaded, "This has happened to me because your father, the late Chancellor, led a futile rebellion. You cannot turn your back on me now. If there is no pardon for me, then take me aboard your ship. If not to the capital, at least to Kyushu. While you were here, news from home still reached me, as naturally as swallows return in spring, or geese fly to the autumn fields. But now, how will I ever hear from home again?" Shunkan trembled with anguish. "I understand how you feel," Naritsune said gently. "Our joy at being recalled is one thing, but seeing you like this makes it painful to leave. I would take you with us if I could, but the envoy says that's impossible. If we all left the island without permission, it would only bring disaster. I will go ahead, speak to people, see what I can do, and then send someone back for you. Please wait a little longer, as you have until now. What matters most is staying alive. You missed your pardon this time, but I see no reason why you won't receive one in the end. He tried to sound reassuring, but Shunkan, blinded by grief, could only weep. The crew bustled about, preparing for departure. Shunkan clambered up the side of the ship and fell, then climbed up again, desperate not to be left behind. Naritsune left him a sleeping quilt, and Yasuyori gave him a copy of the Lotus Sutra as parting gifts. The moorings were loosed, the ship set sail. Frantically, Shunkan clutched at the rope, wading into the water, waist deep, then up to his armpits, until he could barely stand. Clenching the gunwale, he cried, "Is this really it? You're truly leaving me behind? I never believed you would. I thought we were friends. Please, at least take me as far as Kyushu." But his pleas were in vain. "No, we may not," the envoy declared. They pried his fingers from the ship. The boat rowed off. Stripped of hope, Shunkan staggered back to shore and collapsed, wailing like a child, calling for its mother. "Take me with you! Take me aboard!" he sobbed. But the boat receded into the distance, leaving behind only white waves. He could still see it, but his tears blurred his vision. He ran to a high place, waving frantically towards the sea, just as the legendary Sayohime had once waved her scarf in a desperate farewell to her lover's ship bound for China. But the boat rowed on, and soon it was gone. Night fell, but Shunkan did not return to his rough bed. The waves washed over his feet. The night dew soaked him, but he remained there until dawn. Clinging to a shred of hope, he reassured himself. "Naritsune is kind, he will speak well of me." Even in the depths of despair, he could not bring himself to throw his life away. Now he knew what it was like to be abandoned, just as the brothers Sori and Sokuri had been when their cruel stepmother left them on a desolate island. Shunkan, alone on the shore, was left to face his fate. The group departed from Kikaigashima and made their way to Hizen province, heading for Lord Norimori's estate in Kaze. From the city, Lord Norimori sent a message. "The winds and seas will be rough for the rest of the year, making the journey dangerous. Stay where you are, take care of yourselves, and travel to the capital in the spring." So Naritsune remained in Kaze until the new year. Meanwhile, in the 11th month, during the 12th night, the Empress went into labour. The news spread quickly, filling the city and the Rokuhara headquarters with excitement. She was to give birth in the Ikadono Pavilion. The cloistered emperor, the regent, the chancellor, and all the highest-ranking nobles and officials gathered therein. Anyone of status, wealth, or ambition turned up, hoping to secure favour and advancement. It was customary for a general amnesty to be declared in honour of such an occasion. A precedent had been set years earlier, when a former empress gave birth, leading to the pardon of many criminals, though one notable exception was the monk Shunkan, who was excluded from mercy. The empress, deeply devout, had vowed that if her labour went well, she would personally visit and give thanks at several shrines, including Yawata, Hirano, and Issei. The great monk Sengen formally announced her promise. Rituals and prayers were arranged at over 20 shrines and 16 temples, including Todaji and Kofukuji. Monks from her household were sent to conduct sutra readings, carrying sacred offerings, swords, robes, and fabrics in a variety of colours. Dressed in hunting cloaks with elaborate patterns, they made an impressive sight as they passed through the palace gardens, bearing these gifts to the temples. Lord Shigemori, who was known for his steady demeanour, set out later than most, leading a procession of the carriages. His eldest son, Koromori, followed behind him. As the Empress's elder brother and acting father, since their father, Kiyomori, had formally renounced his ties to his children by becoming a monk, Shigemori presented lavish gifts: 40 robes in various colours, 7 silver-adorned swords, and 12 horses led by grooms. This gesture followed the precedent set by Lord Michinaga, who had made a similar offering when another imperial child was born in the past. The Gojo Grand Councillor, Kunitsuna, also presented 2 horses, though people speculated whether his gift was out of true devotion or merely a display of wealth. From Ise to Itsukushima, more than 70 shrines received sacred horses dressed in ornate decorations to please the gods. The imperial stables also contributed several dozen horses, each adorned with sacred streamers. Religious leaders performed every conceivable ritual to ensure a safe delivery. The abbot of Ninnaji conducted the Peacock Sutra rite. The Tendai abbot Kakukai led the 7 Medicine King rituals, and the cloistered prince, Enkai, of Midera undertook the Kongoji rite. Other ceremonies included the 5 great Kokuzo, the 6 canon, the 5 altar rite, and the life-giving Fugun. The entire pavilion was soon filled with smoke from ritual fires, the sound of bells ringing through the air, and the powerful chanting of scriptures, enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. No malevolent spirit could possibly withstand such forceful prayers. Meanwhile, imperial sculptors were ordered to carve life-sized images of the Medicine King and the 5 Mantra Kings to aid in the birth. Yet despite all these efforts, the Empress's labour dragged on with no sign of resolution. Lord Kiyomori and his wife, Lady Ni, sat anxiously, hands pressed together in prayer. When asked for orders, Lord Kiyomori, usually so decisive, could only say, "Do whatever might work." Later he admitted, "I would have been less terrified in the midst of battle." 5 renowned healers, Benkaku, Shun, Shungyo, Gozen, and Jisen, each invoked the deity to whom he had dedicated his lifelong prayers, demanding divine assistance in this desperate moment. Surely with such powerful faith, one of them would succeed. The cloistered emperor, having purified himself for an upcoming pilgrimage, sat close to the empress's brocade curtains and began to recite the Sutra of Thousand-Armed Cannon with great intensity. Suddenly, the possessed mediums, who had been causing a great commotion, all fell silent. The cloistered emperor addressed the spirits directly. "Whoever you are, as long as this old monk is here, you will never come near her. Those of you who rage and disturb this birth, remember that in life you owed everything to the favour of your sovereign. You may have no gratitude, but how dare you interfere with what must be? Begone this instant." Then he recited from the sutra, "If a woman struggles to give birth and demons stand in her way, let her with true faith chant the spell of great compassion. The demons will melt away and be reborn in peace." As he rubbed the crystal beads of his rosary together, the Empress's labour suddenly eased, and at last the child was born. A boy. Lord Shigehira, at that time serving as the deputy master of the Empress's household, emerged from behind the curtains and announced loudly, "The delivery went well. The newborn is a prince." A cheer erupted from everyone present: the cloistered emperor, the regent, the nobles, the monks, the physicians, and even the yin-yang diviners. The joyful shouts carried beyond the palace gates, and the celebration continued for some time. Lord Kiyomori, overcome with emotion, openly wept. This, surely, was what people meant by tears of joy. Lord Shigemori approached the Empress and placed 99 gold coins beside the prince's pillow, saying, "Know that heaven is your father and earth your mother. May you live as long as the legendary sage Dongfang Shuao, and may your heart be as pure as that of the sun goddess." Then, taking a mulberry bow, he shot mugwort arrows in the 4 directions, a ritual to ward off evil and ensure the child's prosperity. Lord Monomori's wife had been chosen to nurse the newborn prince, but she had died in childbirth earlier that year. Instead, the child was placed in the care of Lord Tokitada's wife, the Taira Grand Councillor's lady, who later became known as Lady Sotsunosuke. As soon as the birth was announced, the cloistered emperor's carriage arrived at the palace gates. Overjoyed, Lord Kiyomori presented him with a lavish gift, 1,000 talents of gold dust, and 2,000 of raw Fuji cotton. However, some murmured that this display of generosity was excessive. There were also whispers about certain irregularities surrounding the birth. First, the cloistered emperor himself had taken an active role as one of the healers, an unusual and controversial action. Second, a traditional ritual had gone awry. According to custom, when an empress gives birth, a rice cooking pot is rolled down the roof from the ridgepole. Toward the south if the child is a boy, toward the north if it is a girl. But in this case, the pot had mistakenly been rolled northward. When the error was realised, it had to be retrieved and rolled again in the correct direction. The mistake caused quite a commotion, with many believing it to be an ominous sign. The reactions varied. The most amusing was Lord Kiyomori's look of complete bewilderment. The most admirable was Lord Shigemori's steady composure, but the saddest part of all was the absence of Lord Monomori. Having lost his beloved wife, he had resigned from his position as Grand Councillor and Commander, and had withdrawn into seclusion. If only both brothers had been present, the occasion would have been even more joyous. Meanwhile, 7 yin-yang masters were summoned to perform a large-scale purification ritual. Among them was an elderly official named Tokihara, the head of the palace housekeeping office. Accompanied by only a few attendants, he struggled to push his way through the immense crowd, which was packed as tightly as a field of bamboo, rice, hemp, or reeds. Frustrated, he cried out, "I am an official, let me through." In the chaos, he lost his right shoe, and when he stopped for a moment, his headdress was knocked off, exposing his top knot. The sight of an old formally dressed nobleman walking solemnly with his hair uncovered on such a grand occasion was too much for the younger courtiers. They burst out into laughter. Yin-yang masters were known for their careful, deliberate way of walking to maintain their spiritual protection, yet even with such precautions, Tokihara had suffered this embarrassing mishap. At the time, no one thought much of it, but in hindsight, given the events that followed, some believed it to have been an ill omen. A host of distinguished nobles arrived at Rokuhara to mark the occasion of the prince's birth. Among them were the regent, Lord Motofusa, the chancellor, Morinaga, the left minister, Tsunemune, the right minister, Kanazane, the palace minister, Shigemori, the left commander, Sanasada, the Minamoto Grand Councillor, Sadafusa, the Sanjo Grand Councillor, Sanafusa, the Gojo Grand Councillor, Kunitsuna, the Fujiwara Grand Councillor, Sanakuni, the Inspector, Sukakata, the Naka no Mikado Councillor, Munie, the Kasan no In Councillor, Kanamasa, the Minamoto Councillor, Masayori, the Provisional Councillor, Sanatsuna, the Fujiwara councillor Tsukanaga, the Ike councillor Yorimori, the left gate watch attendant Tokitada, the police superintendent Takachika, the left captain and consultant Sanae, the right captain and consultant Sanamune, the consultant and captain Michichika, the Taira consultant Norimori, the Rokkaku consultant Iemichi, the Horikawa consultant Yorisada, the left Grand Controller Nagakata, the right Grand Controller Toshitsune, the left Watch Intendant Shigenori, the right Watch Intendant Mitsuyoshi, the Master of the Grand Empress's household Tomokata, the left City Commissioner Naganori, the Dazaifu Deputy Chikanobu Sankaiyo, who had just been elevated to the 3rd rank. A total of 33 noblemen attended, all dressed in full court attire, except for the right Grand Controller. However, some high-ranking figures were absent, including Lord Tadamasa, the former Chancellor of the Kasan Noin family, and the Grand Councillor Takasui, along with 8 others. Instead of attending the official ceremony, they later made their way to Nishihachi, where they visited Lord Kiyomori, dressed informally in hunting cloaks. On the final day of prayers for the Empress, the court began distributing rewards. A decree was issued assigning the Prince Abbot of Ninnaji the responsibility of overseeing repairs at Toji, a major temple in Kyoto, as well as performing the powerful later 7-day rite, the Daigensui rite, dedicated to the snake-covered esoteric deity, and other sacred initiations. His senior disciple, Kakusei, was granted a further promotion. Meanwhile, the Prince Abbot of Mount Hiei petitioned for an advancement to the 2nd princely rank, and the privilege of entering and leaving the palace grounds in an ox-drawn carriage. However, the Ninnaji abbot opposed his request, and as a result, another prelate, Enryu, was promoted instead. There were many other rewards given out, too many to list in full. With the ceremonies concluded, the Empress returned to the palace from Rokuhara. Lord Kiyomori and his wife had prayed fervently ever since their daughter became Empress. May she give birth to a prince, and may that prince ascend the throne, so that we may stand above all others as the Emperor's commoner grandparents. They had shown their devotion by making monthly pilgrimages to Itsukushima Shrine in Aki, a place deeply sacred to them, to offer these prayers. Their wishes were answered swiftly. The Empress conceived right away, and the child was indeed a boy. Their family's fortune had reached its peak. But how had the Taira family's devotion to Itsukushima begun? The story went back to the time when Kiyomori governed Aki province under retired Emperor Toba. During his tenure, the province had been charged with rebuilding the Great Pagoda at Mount Koya, the holiest mountain in the land, where Kobo Daishi, the legendary founder of Shingon Buddhism, was believed to reside in eternal meditation within his mausoleum. Kiyomori entrusted the project to Endo Rokuru Yorikata of Watanabe, and after 6 long years the pagoda was finally completed. When Kiyomori visited Mount Koya to inspect the finished work, he first worshipped at the newly restored pagoda before making his way to Okunoin, the inner sanctum. There an old monk suddenly appeared, seemingly from nowhere. His eyebrows were as white as frost, and deep wrinkles lined his forehead like waves on the sea. Leaning on a forked staff, he addressed Kiyomori at length. Here the esoteric teachings have remained undiminished since the days of old, unlike anywhere else in the land. Now that the Grand Pagoda has been rebuilt, you must turn your attention to another sacred duty. Itsukushima Shrine in Aki and Kehi Shrine in Echizen are both manifestations of Danichi, the cosmic Buddha of the twin mandalas. Yet while Kehi prospers, Itsukushima is neglected, as if forgotten. Report this to His Majesty, and see to its restoration. Do this, and I assure you, rank and power beyond all men shall be yours. You will have no equal. With these words, the monk rose and walked away. Kiyomori ordered his men to follow him, and for a while they could still see him in the distance. But after about 300 yards, he simply vanished. In the spot where he had stood, an unearthly fragrance lingered in the air. It was then that Kiyomori understood. This had been no ordinary monk. He had witnessed the presence of Kobo Daishi himself. Awestruck, he was overcome with renewed faith and resolved not to let the encounter pass unheeded. In the Golden Hall of Mount Koya, he commissioned a grand painting of the twin mandalas, the cosmic representation of Dainichi. The Western mandala was entrusted to the master image painter Jomyo, while Kiyomori himself undertook to paint the Eastern one. It was said that he even pricked his own forehead to draw blood, using it to paint the tall crown on the figure of Dainichi, seated at the centre of the 8-petalled lotus. With his mind set, Kiyomori travelled to the capital and reported all of this to the retired emperor, who was deeply moved by the story, and extended Kiyomori's appointment. With the sovereign's blessing, Kiyomori began the restoration of Itsukushima Shrine. He rebuilt the torii, restored the sacred halls, and constructed several 100 yards of elegant gallery walkways over the water. When the work was complete, Kiyomori personally visited the shrine and spent the night in vigil. That night he had a vision. In his dream, a divine youth with hair styled in side loops stepped forth from the shrine. "I bring you a message from the triple goddess," he announced. Ichikushima Hime, the third daughter of the sun goddess, was the most powerful of the 3 deities enshrined at Itsukushima, alongside her sisters, Togori Hime and Togitsu Hime. She was speaking now through this celestial messenger. "Take this blade, and with it pacify the 4 seas. You shall be the Emperor's protector." The youth handed him a weapon, a lance wrapped in silver spirals along its shaft. When Kiyomori awoke, the lance was lying beside his pillow. Then the goddess herself spoke to him in a divine oracle. "Did you listen when I spoke to you through my holy messenger, or have you already forgotten? If you act with righteousness, you shall prosper, but if you conduct yourself poorly, you will bring no good to your descendants." With these words, she ascended into the heavens. It was a truly wondrous event, one that shaped the destiny of the Taira family. During Emperor Shirakawa's reign, Lord Morozane's daughter, Kenshi, became empress. The emperor adored her and deeply wished for a son. At that time, a powerful monk named Raigo lived at Midera, a prominent temple. The emperor summoned him and said, "You must pray for the empress to bear a prince. If she does, I will grant you any reward you desire." Raigo agreed and returned to Midera, where he dedicated himself entirely to prayer for 100 days. His efforts bore fruit. Before the prayers were even completed, the empress conceived, and when the time came, she gave birth with ease. The child was a boy. Overjoyed, the emperor called Raigo back to court. "What is your wish?" he asked. Raigo made an extraordinary request: the establishment of an ordination platform at Midera. Such a platform, which conferred the authority to ordain monks, was an immense honour for any temple, but it was also a challenge to Mount Hiei's supremacy, as Enrakuji, the great Tendai temple on Mount Hiei, fiercely guarded its monopoly over ordinations. The emperor frowned. I did not expect this request, he admitted. I assumed you would ask for a promotion or some personal favour. The birth of a prince secures the succession and brings peace to the realm. But if I grant you an ordination platform, Mount Hiei will be enraged, and there will be conflict between Enrakuji and Midera. That would bring chaos and endanger the Tendai teaching itself. With that, he denied Raigo's request. Devastated, Raigo returned to Midera and resolved to starve himself to death. Alarmed, the Emperor summoned a trusted official, Ueno Masafusa, then serving as governor of Mimasaka. I hear you are one of Raigo's patrons, he said. Go to him and try to talk sense into him. Masafusa hurried to Raigo's lodge, but found the monk shut away in a soot-blackened personal chapel. From inside came his grim voice. The word of the Son of Heaven is said to be like sweat. It cannot be taken back. If my simple request is to be denied, then since it was my prayers that brought this prince into the world, I will take him with me into the demon realm. Raigo refused to see Masafusa, who returned to the Emperor with this ominous message. Then, to the Emperor's shock and sorrow, Raigo carried out his vow. He died of starvation. Shortly after, the young prince fell gravely ill. Countless prayers were offered for his recovery, but nothing seemed to help. Then, strange occurrences began. Some people dreamed of an old white-haired monk standing by the child's pillow, gripping a staff topped with jangling rings, an esoteric master of hidden powers. Others swore they saw the monk not in dreams, but with their waking eyes. Frightening hardly described it. And so, on the 6th day of the 8th month, the prince, now in his 4th year, passed away. His name was Atsufumi. Stricken with grief, the emperor turned to Ryoshin, the powerful abbot of Mount Hiei. What am I to do, he pleaded. Ryoshin answered confidently, Only our mountain, your majesty, can fulfill such a wish. When Lord Morosuke sought the birth of a prince, he entrusted prayers to my great predecessor, Ryogen. That prince later became Emperor Rise. This will be no different. He returned to Mount Hiei, and for 100 days prayed with fierce devotion to Sano, the mountain's deity. And just as before the prayers were answered, the Empress conceived once more. In time, she gave birth to another prince, the future Emperor Horikawa. It was a joyful occurrence, yet the power of vengeful spirits was as feared as ever. To celebrate the birth, the court declared an extraordinary general amnesty, granting pardons far and wide. But there was one exception. The monk Shunkan remained in exile, unforgiven. It was an unfortunate omission. Later that same year, a decree was issued. The newborn prince was officially named heir apparent. Lord Shigemori was appointed as his tutor, while Councillor Yorimori became master of his household. At the beginning of the year, while the winter chill still lingered, Lieutenant Naritsune left the Kazai estate in Haizen and set out for the capital. The sea was rough, forcing his ship to move cautiously from harbour to harbour, island to island, until at last, around the 10th day of the 2nd month, he reached Kojima in Baizen. There he searched for traces of his father's old home. He found them in the most poignant of places, on the bamboo pillars and the worn sliding doors, where his father's handwriting remained, a mark of the time spent in quiet contemplation. Nothing brings a person back like writing in his own hand, Naritsune and Yasuyori reflected as they read, their tears falling over the ink strokes. Among the writings they found an entry. Entered religion on the 20th day of the 7th month. On the 26th, Nobutoshi came down. On the 26th, Nobutoshi came down. This told Naritsune that Minamoto no Nobutoshi, a member of the Left Gate Watch, had once visited his father there. Nearby, on a wall, another inscription read, Amida's welcome will not fail, rebirth in paradise is sure. Naritsune's eyes lingered on these words. So, he murmured, he truly aspired to the Pure Land. Amid his overwhelming grief, there was at least a glimmer of comfort. He followed the path to his father's grave, which lay in a quiet grove of pines. There was no proper burial mound to mark the spot, only a gentle rise in the sandy earth. Kneeling before it, he clasped his sleeves together, weeping, and spoke as though his father could hear him. "I heard, even from my distant island, that you were watching over me, but fate did not allow me to come sooner. Now, after 2 years in exile, I have been summoned back. That should bring me joy, but only seeing you alive again could have made my return meaningful. I hurried to you as soon as I could, but there is no longer any need for haste." His words carried all the longing of a son who had spent too long separated from his father. If his father had still been alive, he surely would have asked about his son's hardships and well-being. But between the living and the dead lay an impassable divide. No voice came in reply, only the sound of the wind rushing through the pines. That night, Naritsune and Yasuyori kept vigil by the grave, walking in circles around it and calling upon Amida's name. At dawn they rebuilt the burial mound, enclosing it with a simple wooden railing. In front of it they erected a temporary shelter where, for 7 days and nights, they prayed and copied sutras. On the final day, they placed a tall stone stupa on the grave, and Naritsune inscribed it with the words, "Holy Spirit of the departed, put behind you birth and death, seek only enlightenment." Beneath the date, he added simply, his filial son, Naritsune. Even the local peasants, rough and uneducated as they were, understood the depth of a child's love for a parent. Seeing Naritsune's devotion, they too shed tears. Years may come and go, but a parent's kindness is never forgotten. It may fade like a dream, like a fleeting vision, but longing for them never ceases. Surely the Buddhas of all realms must have pitied Naritsune in his sorrow, and surely his father's spirit, wherever it had gone, must have rejoiced. At last, Naritsune said his farewell. "I wish I could stay with you longer," he murmured, calling upon Amida to bring you greater merit. "But in the capital, there are those who wait anxiously for my return. Be assured I will come again." With tears still falling, he departed. Perhaps beneath the earth his father grieved just as much to see him go. By the 16th day of the 3rd month he reached Toba, where his father had once owned a mountain villa called Suhama Hall. The house had long since been abandoned. The walls had lost their roof tiles, and though the front gate still stood, its doors were gone. Naritsune stepped into the overgrown garden. The place was silent, covered in a thick carpet of moss. He looked out over the lake. The spring breeze from Autumn Hill sent ripples across the water, where mandarin ducks and gulls drifted in pairs. Seeing the same view his father had once enjoyed, he felt tears well up again. The house was still there, but time had taken its toll. The lattice work above the transoms had disappeared. The shutters and sliding doors were missing. Here my father used to sit. Here he used to walk. The tree he planted himself. Every step he took was a memory brought back to life. Standing beneath the lingering cherry blossoms, he recited an old poem. Peach and damson never reveal how many springs have come and gone. Vaporous mists retain no tracks. Who can have lived here so long ago? The thoughts brought a deep, aching sadness. If the blossoms could speak, what stories would they tell of the past? Yasuyori, too, was moved, his tears staining his sleeves. Though they had planned to leave by sundown, Naritsune found himself unable to part from the place. He lingered deep into the night, watching as the moon cast its pale light through the broken eaves. Dawn would soon come, but still he did not want to go. At last a carriage arrived for him. He could not delay forever. There were those waiting for him in the capital. With a heavy heart, he departed Suhama Hall. Naritsune and Yasuyori entered the capital together, their emotions caught between joy and sorrow. A carriage had come for Yasuyori as well, but he hesitated. "I cannot bear to part from you just yet," he admitted, and so he rode behind Naritsune's carriage until they reached the Kamo River at Shichijo. There at last, they had to say goodbye. Even those who share only a brief moment, sheltering under a tree in the rain, admiring cherry blossoms for half a day, feel the sadness of parting. How much deeper must it be for two who have suffered exile together, braved treacherous seas, and endured the same fate? Surely they understood that their bond had been formed across many lives. Naritsune arrived at the home of his father-in-law, Norimori. His mother, who had been living on Mount Ryozen, had come down the day before to wait for him. When she saw him enter, she burst into tears. "I who live on." And that was all she could say before she collapsed, covering her head with her robe. The women and attendants of Norimori's household gathered around, weeping with joy. And what of Naritsune's wife, his nurse, Rokujo? The endless grief had turned Rokujo's black hair white, and his wife, once full of life and beauty, had become frail, almost unrecognizable. The child who had been only 3 when Naritsune left for exile was now old enough to wear his hair bound in loops, and beside him stood another child, also 3 years old. "And who is this?" Naritsune asked. Rokujo tried to answer, but she could only press her sleeves to her eyes and weep. Naritsune understood. His wife had been pregnant when he left, and he had worried so much after her. And now the child had grown so strong. In time, Naritsune returned to serving the cloistered emperor. He rose to the rank of consultant and captain. Yasuyori, on the other hand, withdrew to his villa at Sorinji in the eastern hills, where he spent his days reflecting on the past. "Here at my old home, moss in so thick a carpet overgrows the eaves. Far less moonlight than I thought comes shining in through the cracks." Eventually, he renounced the world and lived there in quiet contemplation. They say he wrote a book of stories, a precious treasury, recounting all that had passed. Of the 3 men exiled to Kikaigashima, 2 were finally called back to the capital, but the unfortunate monk, Shunkan, was left behind, alone on that desolate island. Back in the capital, there was a young man named Ari, whom Shunkan had cared for, and kept in his service since childhood. When Ari heard that the exiles were returning that day, he rushed to meet them at Toba, but when he arrived, his master was not among them. Anxiously, he asked what had happened. The others explained that Shunkan's crime had been judged too severe, and he had been left behind. Ari was devastated. He wandered through Rokuhara, always listening for any hint of a pardon, but none ever came. Eventually, he went to see Shunkan's daughter, who was living in hiding. "Your father was not given mercy," he told her. "He is not coming back. I have decided to go to the island myself, no matter what it takes, and find out what has become of him. Please write him a letter." With tears in her eyes, she did as she was asked. Ari wanted to say goodbye to his parents, but he knew they would never let him go. So without a word to anyone, he set out. A merchant ship bound for China was due to sail in the summer, but he could not wait. He left in the early spring, enduring a long and difficult voyage before reaching the coast of Satsuma. At the port where he hoped to find passage to the island, people stared at him suspiciously. Someone even stole his clothes, but Harry did not care. He had hidden the letter in his topknot to keep it safe, and that was all that mattered. Eventually he secured passage on a merchant vessel and arrived at Kikaigashima. What little he had heard in the capital had not prepared him for what he found. There were no rice paddies, no fields, no villages, no hamlets. There were people, yes, but their language was incomprehensible to him. Desperate for news, he approached one of the islanders. "Excuse me," he said. "What do you want?" the man grunted. "There was a monk exiled here from the capital, the former superintendent of Hoshoji Temple. Do you know what has become of him?" But the man only frowned. "Hoshoji? Superintendent? Never heard of them." Ari tried again with another islander, who at least understood a little more. "There were 3 of them," the man said. 2 were taken back to the capital. The 3rd, well, he just wanders around. I don't know where he is." Ari's heart sank. If he was wandering, perhaps he was in the mountains, so he climbed into their depths, struggling over peaks and through ravines, but all he saw were endless white clouds. The path was never clear. Not even in his dreams did his master appear, only the wind tearing through the trees. Failing to find him in the mountains, Ari turned to the shore. The beach was deserted, save for gulls leaving tracks in the sand, and plovers gathered on offshore bars. Then, one morning, he saw a figure lurching towards him from the rocky coast. Gaunt and frail as a dragonfly, the man looked as though he had once been a monk, but his hair, tangled with scraps of seaweed, stood wildly in every direction like a crown of thorns. His joints stuck out sharply, his skin hung loose, and his ragged clothes were so worn that their original fabric was unrecognisable. In one hand he clutched a strip of kelp, in the other a half-rotten fish. He looked as though he wanted to walk but could only stagger. In all his years in the capital, Ari had seen countless beggars, but never anyone like this. The Buddha had spoken of the Asura demons who lived near the ocean, and of the hungry ghosts who haunted the mountains and shores. Was this place then the realm of the dead? Still, he had come too far to turn back now. "Excuse me," Ari called out. The ragged figure turned. "What do you want?" Ari hesitated. "I'm looking for someone. A man exiled here from the capital. He was once the superintendent of Hoshoji. Do you know him?" The man stared at him, and suddenly Ari saw recognition in his sunken eyes. "I am he," the man said. The fish and kelp slipped from his hands, and he collapsed onto the sand. Ari dropped to his knees, cradling his master's head. "I am here," he whispered. "After all I went through, crossing the sea, searching for you. How can you do this to me? How can you make me feel as though I have come all this way for nothing?" Tears streamed down his face. Slowly, Shunkan stirred. With Ari's help, he sat up. "I can hardly believe," he murmured, "that you cared enough to come all this way here to find me. Day and night, my thoughts have been with the capital. In my mind, I see the faces of those I love. Sometimes they appear in dreams, other times in visions while I am awake. But I am so weak now that I can no longer tell what's real and what's not. So how can I be sure that you are truly here? If this is a dream, what will I do when I wake?" "I'm real," Ari insisted. "And the fact that I have found you alive in this terrible condition is a miracle. Yes, a miracle indeed. Imagine how I felt when the others left me here alone. If it weren't for Naritsune, who did what he could to console me, I would have thrown myself into the sea. He told me to wait, that more news might come from the capital. Foolishly I believed him, but there is no food on this island. While I still had my strength, I gathered sulphur from the mountains and traded it with Kyushu merchants for food, but as I grew weaker, I had to give that up. Now in fair weather I go down to the shore and beg the fishermen to spare a little of their catch. When the tide is low, I search for shellfish, or scrape seaweed from the rocks. That is how I have survived." Shunkan fell silent for a moment, then he sighed. "I want to tell you everything, but not here. Come to my house." Ari was astonished. Even in this state, his master still had a house. Shunkan led him through a grove of pines until he reached a tiny hut. It was made from bamboo poles and bundles of reeds, with a thick roof, layered in pine needles. It was so flimsy that it could not possibly keep out the wind or the rain. Ari could hardly believe it. This was the man who had once been the superintendent of Hoshoji Temple, controlling more than 80 estates. In the past, he had lived within his great gates, surrounded by hundreds of retainers, family members, and servants. Now here he was, reduced to nothing. There are many kinds of karma. Some bear fruit in this life, some in the next, and some even further beyond. Everything Shunkan had once used for his own benefit had belonged either to the Buddha or to his own great temple. Perhaps it was this, his habit of taking what had been offered in devotion, that had led to such terrible punishments in this very life. At last, Shunkan truly understood that Ari was real. When they came for Naritsune and Yasuyori, he said, even then there was no letter from any one of mine. And now, you have brought none either. Did you at least tell them you were coming? Ari collapsed to the ground sobbing. For a long time he said nothing. Then, still fighting back tears, he finally spoke. After you were taken to Nishihachi, officers came and arrested everyone in your household. They questioned them about the rebellion and then executed them all. Your wife, desperate to protect the children, hid them away in a remote spot on Mount Kuruma. I was the only one who visited them, helping when I could. They were lost in despair, but your son, he missed you more than anyone. Every time I saw him, he begged me to take him to Kikaigashima so that he could be with you. But this spring he caught smallpox. He didn't survive. That was too much for his mother. Grief consumed her, and her health declined day by day. By the following month, she was gone too. Ari's voice wavered. Now only your daughter remains. She lives with her aunt in Nara. He reached into his robes. She wrote you this letter. Shunkan took it, unfolded the paper, and read. It said exactly what Ari had just told him. Why have the others been allowed to return, but not you? Is it so hard, being a girl? If I were a boy, nothing could stop me from finding you on that island. Please, father, come back to the capital with Ari. For a moment, Shunkan said nothing. Then, pressing the letter to his face, he let out a bitter laugh. Do you see this, Ari? He said. Look at the foolishness she has written. She actually thinks I can just go back with you. As if I would have spent 3 years on this island if I had any choice in the matter. She must be 12 now, isn't she? How can she be so naive? How will she ever marry, serve in a noble household, or even take care of herself? Yet even as he mocked her words, his tears revealed what he truly felt. Even in his exile, a father's heart wandered in the darkness of love for his child. I have been here so long that I have lost track of months and days. Without a calendar, all I can do is watch the flowers bloom or the leaves fall to know whether it is spring or autumn. When I hear cicadas crying after the barley harvest, I know summer has come. When snow falls, I know it is winter. I follow the waxing and waning of the moon and count 30 days at a time, and by counting on my fingers I have tracked 6 years since my son was born. Now I learn that he is already gone. When I was taken to Nishihachi, he wanted so badly to come with me. I put him off, promising I would return soon. That moment is so clear in my mind. It could have been yesterday. If only I had known I would never see him again, I would have held him just a little longer. The ties between parent and child, between husband and wife, these do not belong to just one life. They stretch across lifetimes. Then why? His voice broke. Why did no dream or vision ever tell me that they were gone? I endured this wretched existence, surviving however I could, only because I longed to see my family again, and now there is no one left but my daughter. She will suffer, yes, but she will live, she will endure. But for me to keep living now, when there is nothing left to return to, that would be foolish. After that, Shunkan stopped accepting even the rare scraps of food that came his way. He devoted himself entirely to prayers, calling on the Buddha's name. He sought right thoughts for his final moment. 23 days after Ari arrived, Shun-Kan passed away in his hut. He was 37 years old. Ari clung to his master's lifeless body. He rolled his eyes to the heavens, wept, and pounded the ground in grief, but nothing could bring Shun-Kan back. At last, when his tears had run dry, he whispered, "I should go with you to the next life. But in this one, only your daughter remains. There is no one else to pray for you. So I will live a little longer to offer prayers on your behalf." He never touched his master's body. Instead, he broke apart the hut and placed its pieces over him. He gathered pine boughs and laid a thick blanket of needles over the pyre. As the fire burned, salt smoke drifted into the sky. When the cremation was done, Ari carefully collected the white bones. He placed them in a pouch, hung it around his neck, and boarded a ship bound for Kyushu. From there he travelled to Nara to see Shun-Kan's daughter. He told her everything. "I fear your letter only made him suffer more," he said. "There was no paper or inkstone on the island, so he couldn't write you a reply. The grief stayed with him until the very end. No matter how many lifetimes you live, you will never again hear your father's voice. Never again will you see his face." At those words, the girl, still only 12, made up her mind. She cut her hair and became a nun, dedicating herself to religious life. At Hokkyoji, a temple founded by the Empress of Emperor Shomu, every prayer she offered was for her parents' happiness in the next world. Ari, still carrying his master's bones around his neck, climbed Mount Koya and laid them to rest in the sacred cemetery at Okunoin. Then he went to Rengadani, took his vows as a monk, and set out on pilgrimage across the land, praying for Shun-Kan's soul. The weight of their suffering was heavy, but in the end, the Heike, who had caused so much grief to so many, would meet an even more terrifying fate. One afternoon, in the 5th month, a powerful whirlwind tore through the city. It began near where Naka no Mikado and Kyogoku intersected and swept southwestward, wreaking havoc. The storm flattened houses, knocking down gates, both large and small, and sending them flying hundreds of yards. The storm flattened houses, knocking down gates, both large and small, and sending them flying hundreds of yards. Rafters, beams, and debris filled the air, along with roofing materials that swirled through the wind like fallen leaves on a winter's day. The noise of it all was deafening, resembling the terrifying winds of Karma in hell. This wasn't just a passing storm, it was a catastrophe. Not only were buildings destroyed, but many lives were lost as well. Oxen and horses perished in large numbers. The event was so extraordinary that it called for divination from the Bureau of Shrines. The results were chilling. Within the next 100 days, a minister of high rank will face grave danger, and must be cautious. Further, great peril will threaten the realm. Both the Buddha's and the sovereign's ways will begin to falter, and armed conflict will soon follow. The Yin-Yang office confirmed the same foreboding predictions, indicating that the coming days would bring trouble and unrest. Lord Shigemori must have felt deeply sorrowful when he learned what had happened, for he soon set off on a pilgrimage to Kumano. There, before the main shrine, he spent the night praying to the Divine Presence, saying, "I observe that my father, the novice and chief minister, behaves unjustly, sometimes even persecuting the sovereign. As his eldest son, I frequently remonstrate with him, but I lack the wisdom to change his mind. His actions worry me not only for his own honour, but for the future of our family. If I follow the crowd, I would stray from the path of a loyal official and a filial son. It is better to abandon the pursuit of greatness, renounce glory, and instead seek enlightenment. Though I am weak and confused about right and wrong, I have never fully done what I aspire to. O mighty divinity, O guardian Kong-ji, if our descendants are to thrive and serve the sovereign, please guide my father to restrain his harmful desires, and grant the realm peace. If our house is doomed and shame awaits those who follow, then take my life and spare me from future suffering. Between these two requests, I beg for your divine aid. As he prayed, a flame, like that of a lantern, appeared from his body and flickered out. Many witnessed it, but were too frightened to speak. On his return journey, while crossing the Awada River, Lieutenant Koromori, his firstborn son, and his other children, all dressed in grey violet under their white pilgrim robes, playfully splashed in the water, unaware that the colour of their damp clothes now resembled morning grey. Sadayoshi, the governor of Chikugo, noticed and remarked, "Your pilgrim robes now look ill-omened. Perhaps you should change them." Lord Shigemori replied, "My prayer has been answered. No, keep the robes as they are." From the Awada River, he sent a special offering of thanks to Kumano. His companions were puzzled by this action, unsure of his meaning. Strangely, Lord Shigemori's sons would soon be wearing true mourning. A few days after returning to the capital, he fell ill. He did not call for any healing rituals, convinced that the god of Kumano had accepted his prayer. At that time, a famous physician from Song China was visiting Japan. Lord Kiyomori, who happened to be at his villa in Fukuhara, sent Moritoshi, the governor of Etsu, to Lord Shigemori with a message. "I hear that you are ill. We are fortunate to have a renowned physician from Song here. I recommend you call for him." Shigemori listened and, with help, sat up to speak with Moritoshi. "Tell my father that I have taken his advice regarding medical treatment, but I also have my own request. A wise sovereign from long ago allowed a foreign physiognomist to come into our city, and since then, that decision has been seen as a great embarrassment. How then could I, who am nothing, bring a foreign physician to treat me? Would that not bring shame to our realm? If it is my karma to die, then no physician, however skilled, can save me. Even the Buddha, Shakyamuni, could not be healed when he reached the end of his life. If it is my time to go, then I will go, and no external remedy can change that. If the physician cannot help, seeing him would have been pointless, and more importantly, consulting a foreign doctor would dishonour our land. Please tell this to my father." Moritoshi returned to Fukuhara, tears in his eyes, and conveyed Shigemori's message. Lord Kiyomori was deeply moved. "I have never heard of a minister so concerned with the honour of his country. In fact, it's hard to believe that such a man still exists. This minister is too virtuous for Japan. I fear he is going to die." Weeping, Lord Kiyomori hurried to the capital. On the 28th of the 7th month, Lord Shigemori took Buddhist vows, adopting the name Jiren. On the 1st of the 8th month, he passed away with a peaceful mind, in the 43rd year of his life, at the height of his power. His death was a significant loss. Though Lord Kiyomori was known for his violent nature, it was Shigemori's calm influence and wise judgment that kept peace in the land. Everyone in the capital, from the highest to the lowest, mourned the loss of such a great minister. Meanwhile, the followers of Lord Manamoni, the former right commander, rejoiced, believing this would bring their own lord to prominence. The grief of a father losing a beloved child is unimaginable. Lord Shigemori's passing was even more tragic, as he was the pillar of the Heike and the most distinguished sage of his time. The pain of losing a son, coupled with the decline of his house, overshadowed all other sorrows. The world mourned the loss of a great minister, while the Taira family lamented the diminishing of their military power. Lord Shigemori was a man of remarkable character, loyal, virtuous, and wise in both speech and action. His death marked the end of an era for the Heike. Lord Shigemori had an unusual nature. He seemed almost to possess the ability to foresee the future. One day, he had a remarkable dream. He was walking along an endless beach, though he could not recognise its location. Beside the path stood a large torii. He asked, "What torii is this?" Since the Hogan and Heike years, the Taira have repeatedly subdued the enemies of the court, earning honour beyond what we deserve. Our leader, soon to become, through his daughter, the grandfather of an emperor, has led us to such a position. More than 60 of our family occupy high offices, and our wealth has been beyond belief for over 20 years. Yet now, the abuses of my father threaten to bring ruin down upon us all. These thoughts of past triumphs and possible downfall overwhelmed him, and he wept. A knock came at the door. "Who is it?" Shigemori asked. "Go and find out." "Senaro Tarkaniyasu is here, my lord," was the reply. "What is it? What is the matter?" "A strange thing has happened, my lord. I couldn't wait for dawn to tell you. Please have your people leave so I may speak." Shigemori did as asked, and let Senaro in. Senaro told him a dream that mirrored his own. The details were the same. Shigemori was struck by the coincidence. It seemed Senaro too had a direct connection with the gods. Shigemori's eldest son, Koromori, was preparing to leave for the palace that morning when his father called him in. "This isn't the usual way for a father to speak, but you're the one I trust most of all. Yet I'm disturbed by how things are unfolding in our world." He turned to Sadayoshi. "Serve the lieutenant wine." Sadayoshi brought wine and began to pour. "I would have preferred the lieutenant to take the first cup, but I know he would never drink before me, so I will take it first, and then offer it to him." Shigemori accepted the cup 3 times, then handed it to Koromori. After Koromori took the cup 3 times, Shigemori spoke again. "Now Sadayoshi, the gift." Sadayoshi brought out a sword wrapped in a brocade bag. Koromori's heart skipped a beat. "This must be Kogarasu, the heirloom sword of our house." But no, it was plain and unadorned. The type used for a minister's funeral. Koromori paled and felt a deep sense of unease. His father, with tears in his eyes, spoke again. "Listen to me, Koromori. Sadayoshi made no mistake. You may wonder how this is possible. The sword before you is plain because it is meant for a minister's funeral. I have kept it in case something were to happen to your grandfather, Lord Kiyomori, but I will be leaving before him, so it is now yours." These words left Kiyomori speechless. He could not respond, overcome by the weight of the moment, choking on his tears. He collapsed, unable to go to the court that day. Instead, he lay down motionless beneath his robe. Later, after returning from Kumano, Lord Shigemori fell ill and died. Everything that had happened began to make sense. Lord Shigemori also considered that whatever good karma he might cultivate in his own land, his descendants could hardly be expected to pray for him forever. He wanted to lay down good karmic roots in the other realm, so that prayers could be offered on his behalf throughout all future time. To do so, he summoned a ship captain named Miao-Dian from Kyushu. He instructed his entourage to wait far off and meet Miao-Dian in private. Taking 3,500 tallies of gold, he said, "You are known for your honesty, so 500 tallies of this gold are for you. The remaining 3,000 are to be sent to Song. 1,000 are for the monks of Mount Yuang, and 2,000 for the emperor to purchase paddy fields for the monastery, so the monks can offer prayers for me in my future lives." Miao-Dian took the gold and embarked on a long and treacherous journey, crossing 10,000 leagues of ocean to reach Song. Upon arriving at Mount Yuang, he met the abbot, De Wang, and explained the rest. The abbot, moved to tears, received the 1,000 tallies for the monks. He also sent 2,000 tallies to the emperor as a humble request from Shigemori. The emperor, deeply moved, granted the request and made a gift of 500 chi of paddy fields to Mount Yuang. Thus, prayers for a favourable rebirth for Lord Tyler no Shigemori are said to continue to be offered there even now. The loss of his beloved son must have deeply devastated Lord Kiyomori as he immediately retreated to Fukuhara, shutting himself away in sorrow. That night, a powerful earthquake struck the region, shaking the land for a long while. Abe no Yasuchika, head of the Yin-Yang office, hurried to the palace to warn of the disaster. "This earthquake, as the divination shows, requires the utmost caution," he said. The divination classic Konkiki warns that the events of the day must be taken seriously. This is an urgent situation. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. The official delivering his message looked terrified, and the emperor was alarmed. The young nobles present, however, laughed. "Look at Yasuchika, crying like that. Nothing's going to happen," they scoffed. But Yasuchika, who was descended from the great diviner Abe no Saimei, was a master of the stars and divination, able to foresee truths with uncanny accuracy. He had a reputation for never being wrong, and once, when struck by lightning, he had remained unscathed while his cloak was burned. On the 14th, news spread that Kiyomori, previously in Fukuhara, was now on his way to the capital with thousands of soldiers. No one knew what to expect, but fear spread through the city. Rumours circulated that Kiyomori intended to confront the imperial family and settle old scores. The regent, Lord Motofusa, who may have had his own sources of information, rushed to the palace in a panic. "Kiyomori is coming to the capital," he told the emperor. "He means to eliminate me. What will become of me?" The emperor, deeply concerned, replied with compassion, "Whatever happens to you, it will be as though it happened to me." The fate of the realm, as always, rested with the emperor and regent, but the sun goddess, the great god of Kasuga, and the events unfolding raised serious concerns. By the 15th it was clear Lord Kiyomori was indeed planning to settle scores with the imperial house. Distressed, the cloistered emperor appointed the great monk Joken, the son of the late minor councillor Shinzei, to speak to Kiyomori on his behalf. Joken was to deliver the emperor's message, which expressed concern over Kiyomori's actions. Joken travelled to Nishihachi and waited there all day, but no one spoke to him. Just as he was about to leave, he was summoned by Kiyomori. When Joken reappeared, Kiyomori began, "Do you think my words are nonsense, Reverend? Since the Hogan era, one betrayal after another has troubled the Emperor. I have done my part to maintain order, but the palace minister was the one who worked tirelessly to calm the Emperor's anger. He was an invaluable asset. When I think of his death, I recall the grief of Emperor Taizong of Tang when he lost Wei Zheng, a wise advisor, or the sorrow of Emperor Toba when Akiyori, who had served in civil affairs, passed away." Kiyomori continued, pouring out his frustrations. "Ever since the death of the palace minister, the emperor has failed to honour the promises made to him. The province of Echizen was supposed to stay in the minister's family, yet the cloistered emperor took it back. Furthermore, when the post of councillor became vacant, I supported Fujiwara no Motomichi, but the emperor ignored my advice and gave it to the regent's son. I am left feeling disrespected. And the rebellion at Shishi no Tani, I believe, had the cloistered emperor's backing. I have served the imperial house for generations, and yet I fear that when I am gone, my descendants will no longer be called to serve. What is my legacy if not dishonour? I am at the end of my life, and I cannot understand why I am being treated this way." At times Kiyomori raged, at other times he wept, and his distress moved Joken to pity. Sweat poured down his face as he listened, knowing that any wrong word could land him in trouble. Joken, who had been involved in the plots at Shishi no Tani, was well aware that he could be jailed at any moment. Still, he remained composed and responded with steady resolve. "You have indeed served your house with great loyalty," Joken said. "I understand your frustrations, but your rank, your office, and the imperial recognition you have received should be enough to satisfy anyone. You claim that disorder is being fomented by those close to the Emperor, but that is the work of those with evil intentions. To allow small rumours to shape your actions despite your imperial favour is to risk going against the will of your sovereign, which is dangerous in both this world and the next. You would do well to consider this." Joken left, and the courtiers present whispered in admiration. Lord Kiyomori was furious, but Joken never flinched. Even though he was angry, he answered him directly, with no fear. Everyone was deeply impressed by Joken's courage and composure. Joken returned to the cloistered emperor's residence and recounted everything that had transpired. The emperor, after hearing Kiyomori's grievances, realised that Kiyomori had a valid point and found no counter-argument. On the 16th, Lord Kiyomori moved forward with his plans. He dismissed 43 high-ranking officials, including the regent, chancellor, senior nobles, and privy gentlemen, and exiled them. The regent was sent to Kyushu as viceroy of Dazaifu, to which he commented, "Given the state of the world, it's better to keep a low profile." At Furukawa, in the region of Toba, the regent entered religious life at the age of 35. Known for his mastery of manners and etiquette, he was much admired and missed by those around him. When a man is exiled, he is typically sent to his designated location, in this case the province of Hyuga. However, the regent stopped short of this destination, only travelling as far as Ibasama, near the provincial capital of Baizen. Exiles of this nature had happened before. Figures like Soganoa Kei, Toyanari, Uona, and others were sent away in the past. This marked the first time, however, that a regent had been exiled. Kiyomori appointed Motomichi, the son-in-law of the late Lord Motozane, and the second-rank captain, as the new regent. Motomichi's promotion was unprecedented. From second-rank captain, he bypassed Grand Councillor and was appointed regent. This extraordinary rise was unlike anything seen before. Motomichi later became known as Lord Fugenji. The officials responsible for delivering the announcement were clearly stunned by the news. Meanwhile, Chancellor Morinaga, who had been dismissed, was exiled to the east. Previously, he had suffered the fall of his family during the Hogan era, when the haughty left minister Yorinaga was exiled along with his brothers. Morinaga himself had been exiled once before, to the province of Tosa, and after a lengthy period he was recalled to regain his rank. Despite his second exile, Morinaga, a man of great skill in music and the arts, found solace in the beauty of exile, using his time to play the biwa and compose poetry, contemplating the passing of days. In his exile, Morinaga was deeply moved by the natural beauty around him, especially by the moonlit landscapes of the southern coast. His music and poetry resonated with the emotions of those around him, though many did not understand the depth of his art. Meanwhile, other figures such as Minamoto no Tsukitoki, Fujiwara no Mitsuyoshi, Takashina no Yasune, and Fujiwara no Motochika also lost their posts in the fallout of Kiyomori's actions. They too were exiled, as was the case for Sukakata, his son Sukatoki, and his grandson Masakata, who were ordered expelled from the capital. The execution of the order was swift. Sukataka, reflecting on the vastness of the world and the fleeting nature of life, made his way out of the capital. His journey took him to distant lands, first towards Ayama and Ikuno, then on to Murakumo in Tamba. However, his fate caught up with him, and he was ultimately driven to the remote province of Shinano. Among the household staff of Lord Motofusa, the former regent, was a man named Tonari, an officer of the police. He had no love for the Heike, and news reached him that a force from Rokuhara was already on its way to capture him. Fearing the worst, he fled with his son, Ianari, a junior officer of the Left Gate Watch. Together they fled swiftly, with no clear destination in mind. They made their way up Mount Inari, where they dismounted at the summit to discuss their next move. One option, Tonari said, is to go east and seek protection from Yoritomo, the former officer of the Watch, who is now exiled to Izu province. But even Yoritomo is under imperial ban, and I doubt he could do much for us. In truth, is there anywhere in Japan that isn't under the control of the Heike? No, there is no escape. Besides, it would be too shameful for strangers to invade the homes where we've lived for so long. We might as well return home, and if the Rokuhara men are there, we will end our lives honourably by taking our own lives. It's what we must do. With that, they turned back and headed home to Kawarazaki. As expected, 300 Rokuhara riders in full armour, led by Gendayu no Hangan Suasada and Setsu no Hangan Morizumi, attacked. Tonari appeared on the veranda and boldly declared, "Watch this, gentlemen. Take this story back to Rokuhara." He then set his mansion on fire, and father and son together took their own lives, perishing in the flames. This was just one of many tragic stories of loss, high and low. But why? Many wondered. Did it happen? The cause seemed to lie in the rivalry between Lord Motomichi, the new regent, and Motoi, the former regent's son, over the regency. If it was merely for the fate of a single regent, why should more than 40 men have to perish? Despite the emperor's posthumous title granted the previous year and the promotion of the haughty left minister from Uji, the world remained uneasy, and more troubles seemed inevitable. Whispers spread that some kind of demon had taken hold of Lord Kiyomori, who could no longer control his temper. The entire capital began to tremble with fear, uncertain of what further calamity might befall the realm. In those days there was a former minor controller named Yukitaka, the eldest son of the late Nakayama councillor, Lord Akitoki. During the reign of Emperor Nijo, Yukitaka had been quite successful in his office, but after being dismissed 10 years earlier he had lived a life of quiet ruin. His clothes were the same every day, summer and winter, and his meals were far from what he desired. He seemed on the brink of complete disaster when a messenger arrived from Lord Kiyomori with a summons. "I wish to speak with you. Come at once." Terrified, Yukitaka thought, "I haven't seen anyone important for 10 years. Someone must have denounced me." His wife and sons wept, fearing the worst, but he could not refuse such a summons. He borrowed a carriage and made his way to Nishihachi. To his surprise, Lord Kiyomori greeted him warmly. "Your father," Kiyomori said, "was someone I consulted on matters both great and small. For this reason I hold you in high regard. It has pained me that you have been living in seclusion for so long, but I could not control the policies of his cloistered eminence. Come now, enter my service. I will find you a suitable position." With that, Lord Kiyomori retired into an inner room. When Yukitaka returned home, his household was overwhelmed with joy, as though he had returned from the dead. His servants gathered around him, weeping tears of happiness. Lord Kiyomori sent Gendayu no Hangan Suasada to deliver titles to many estates, which were now to be Yukitaka's. Sensing the situation he might have been in, Kiyomori also provided him with 100 rolls of silk, 100 taels of gold, and an abundance of rice. Additionally, he sent servants, an ox-driver, an ox, and a carriage for Yukitaka's service. Yukitaka, overjoyed, hardly knew what to make of it all. "Is this a dream?" he kept asking himself. In the following days, Yukitaka was appointed chamberlain with the 5th rank, and regained his post as left minor controller. At 51, he appeared younger, and his fortunes seemed to have turned. However, given the unpredictability of the times, his newfound prosperity seemed unlikely to last. On the 20th, an armed force surrounded the cloistered emperor's residence at Hojuji on all 4 sides. There were rumours that they planned to set fire to the building and burn everyone inside, just as Nobuyuri had done during the Heiji incident. panic spread, and the women and maids rushed out, many of them with their hair uncovered. The cloistered emperor was alarmed by the situation. The former Right Commander, Lord Monogatari, advanced his carriage. "Your Eminence, you must come with me immediately," he said. "But what's going on?" the Emperor asked. "I haven't done anything wrong, as far as I know. Perhaps I'm to be exiled to some distant province or a remote island, like Narachika and Shunkan. After all, our Emperor reigns, and all I do is offer him advice on policy. If that's wrong, then I'll stop doing it from now on." "That's not the issue," Monogatari replied. "My father wants you to move to the Toba mansion while he works on restoring peace to the land." "Very well," said the cloistered emperor. "Come with me, Monogatari." Monogatari declined to accompany him, fearing that it would displease his father. The cloistered emperor reflected on the situation. "This man is no match for his brother, the late palace minister. A while ago I faced a similar threat, but Shigemori, risking his life, stopped it, and everything has been fine since. Kiyomori is acting this way because no one is there to warn him. I fear what's coming next," he thought, shedding tears. He boarded his carriage, but not a single senior noble accompanied him. Only Kongyo, a man of all work, and a few junior members of his guard were with him. A lone nun followed behind. This nun, who had once been the cloistered emperor's wet nurse, was second-rank Lady Ki. They travelled west along Shichojo, and then south down Suzaku. People of all ranks saw them pass by and cried out, "Oh dear, there goes his cloistered eminence. He's going into exile, I just know it." Many wept openly. Some murmured, "The earthquake on the 7th. Yes, it was a portent." When the carriage reached the Toba mansion, Nobunari, the master of the imperial table, had managed to enter and was waiting. The cloistered emperor summoned him. "From what I can tell," he said, "they will execute me tonight. Is it possible for me to have a bath?" Nobunari, already shaken by the events, was horrified by the request, but complied. He quickly gathered firewood, drew water, and prepared a bath for the emperor. Meanwhile, the monk Joken went to speak with Lord Kiyomori at Nishihachi. "I hear the cloistered emperor has been moved to the Toba mansion," he said. "He's alone, and that is troubling to me. I would like to go to him. Surely no harm could come of allowing me to go alone." "Very well," Kiyomori agreed. "I trust you won't overstep." So Joken went to the Toba mansion. He arrived at the gate and entered. Inside he found the cloistered emperor reading the scriptures aloud, his voice deep and solemn. Joken approached quietly, and saw that tears were falling from the emperor's eyes, landing on the open pages of the scripture. The sight was overwhelming. Joken pressed his face into his sleeves, weeping in sorrow. Sitting beside the cloistered emperor was a lone figure, the nun. "Ah, Joken," she said. "Our lord had a meal at Hojuji yesterday morning, but nothing since then. No food since last night. No sleep either. I fear for his life now." Joken wiped his tears and began. "All things must end. For over 20 years the Heike have prospered, but their corruption has gone too far, and destruction is near. Will the goddess of the sun, will the noble Hachiman abandon his cloistered eminence? If the 7 shrines of Hiei-Sanu, the divine protectors of our sovereign, still hold their vow, then may they protect him from harm. He will guide with wisdom, and the wrongdoers will vanish as foam fades from the water." Joken spoke these words, offering what comfort he could. Meanwhile, Emperor Takukura, already mourning the exile of the regent and the fall of many officials, learned of his father's confinement in the Toba mansion. Deeply distressed, he refused all food, claiming illness, and stayed permanently in his chambers. His empress, Kenraimonin, and her attendants were beside themselves with worry for his well-being. With the cloistered emperor now confined to the Toba mansion, a sacred rite began at the palace. Every night, in the Sairyu-den, his private residence, Emperor Takakura prayed at the whitewashed altar, dedicated to the divinities of the Issei shrines. Every prayer was offered solely for his father's well-being. Emperor Nijo had been a wise ruler, but his repeated contradictions of the cloistered emperor's wishes had perhaps contributed to the downfall of his own reign. The throne had passed to Emperor Rokujo, and after his untimely death, the atmosphere in the court grew even more fraught with uncertainty. This story, filled with sorrow and distress, only adds to the growing sense of unease. Every principle of conduct yields before filial piety. By filial piety, a wise king governs all within his realm. So it is said, and that is why the ancient kings of China, like Tang Yao, held their elderly mothers in high regard, and why Yu Shun revered his father, even when he was utterly stubborn in his ways. That His Majesty sought to follow the example of these sage rulers is truly praiseworthy. A secret letter arrived at the Toba mansion from the palace. Given the state of the world, His Majesty had written, what good would it do me to stay here in this grand residence? It would be better to follow the examples of Uda and Kazan, leave the palace, and live as an ascetic, wandering through mountains and forests. The first few days at the Toba mansion saw no visitors. Lord Kiyomori had forbidden any, and the cloistered emperor, intimidated, made no effort to encourage them. Only the Sakuramachi councillor, Shigenori, son of the late minor councillor and novice Shinzei, and his younger brother, the left city commissioner, Naganori, were granted permission to visit. On the 21st of that month, the heir apparent had his first taste of fish and wore trousers for the first time, a moment of celebration. However, at the Toba mansion, the news reached his cloistered eminence only from a distance. In the second month, despite being in good health, the emperor was forced to abdicate, and the imperial throne passed to the heir apparent. Lord Kiyomori had orchestrated everything. The Heike celebrated, exclaiming, "The age is ours." The new emperor received the mirror, jewel, and sword, while the senior nobles followed tradition and performed the necessary rites. The mirror, initially entrusted to Dame Shonagon, was refused by her, as she was warned that touching the sacred items would end her service to the new emperor. Instead, the young and graceful Dame Bitchu stepped in to carry the mirror, a commendable act of devotion. As the new emperor's treasures were delivered to his residence, the former emperor's palace fell into quiet desolation, with no guards or servants in sight. Those who had been close to him wept while others rejoiced. A poem reflected the sorrow of an emperor who abdicates, imagining the melancholy of an emperor giving up the throne of his own will, only to later realise that he had been deposed. The new emperor, only 3 years old, took the throne earlier than expected, causing some to murmur that the abdication was premature. The Grand Councillor Tokitada, however, defended the action, citing various historical precedents from both China and Japan. But those in the know remained unsettled, questioning whether such early successions could be justified. With the heir apparent's ascension, Lord Kiyomori and his wife were elevated to the status of an emperor's grandparents, granted wealth and power, and treated with the same respect as a retired emperor. Even after becoming a monk, Lord Kiyomori continued to enjoy vast influence, his status comparable only to that of the Reverend Lord Kanye from the past. Soon, the newly retired emperor planned a pilgrimage to the Itsukashima shrine in Aki, which puzzled many. A pilgrimage to such a distant location was unusual for a retired sovereign, as the typical destinations were closer, like Yawata or Keimo. Some speculated that the retired emperor's true purpose was not just devotion to the Heike's shrine, but a secret wish to pray for peace for Lord Kiyomori, who had caused his cloistered eminence's confinement at the Toba mansion. The monks of Mount Hiei, upset by this choice, considered stopping the pilgrimage, but eventually relented after Lord Kiyomori convinced them to calm down. The retired emperor bid farewell to Kiyomori at his residence before departing, and although they had not seen each other for a long time, their meeting was brief and filled with unspoken emotions. Retired Emperor Takakura, feeling the weight of the moment, left the mansion and began his journey. On his way, he passed the Toba mansion, which seemed eerily quiet. He felt a deep sadness as he recalled the days when he had been greeted with great ceremony. The mansion now appeared lifeless and forlorn. Inside, Shigenori announced his arrival, and the cloistered emperor, moved by emotion, retired to an inner room. The retired emperor, looking like his late mother, was overcome with nostalgia and sorrow, and they shared a private moment, their conversation hidden from others. After some time, the retired emperor left, heading to Kusazu harbour to board a boat. As he gazed one last time at the Toba mansion, he felt a great weight on his heart, while his cloistered eminence, thinking of his son out at sea, felt anxious. The pilgrimage to Aki was seen as a powerful act of devotion, and it was believed that the divine presence would surely answer the retired emperor's prayers. During his stay at Itsukushima, the retired emperor lodged with Lord Kiyomori's cherished shrine maiden for 2 days. He dedicated sacred texts and arranged for bukagu dances. The main prelate of Midera, Koken, officiated the ceremonies, delivering a heartfelt address about the emperor's humble devotion. The emperor's journey to the shrine moved all present to tears, as they acknowledged his sacrifice in leaving the comforts of his palace to brave the sea. The emperor's pilgrimage included visits to various shrines, including the Shrine of the Cascade, where Koken composed a poem that he affixed to a pillar. From celestial heights, streams in supple strands of white, the noble cascade, pouring down before my eyes, yielding me unending joy. As the ceremonies concluded, the chief priest and provincial governor were promoted, and the shrine's abbot also received a higher title, signalling divine favour. On the 29th, the emperor attempted to depart, but the strong winds forced the ship to return to Itsukushima's harbour. The emperor, convinced that the deity did not want him to leave, ordered a poem to be composed. Nor is our own wish to go away. We would stay on at Ari no Ura to receive from the white waves the blessing of the divine. Later that night, the weather cleared, and the retired emperor continued his journey, eventually reaching the harbour of Shikina in Bingo province. Here the governor had prepared a residence for him, though the emperor chose not to stay in luxury. His thoughts wandered to the capital as his entourage spotted blooming wisteria by the shore. He instructed his Grand Councillor to send for some flowers, which were retrieved by Nakahara no Yasusada, who brought them with the pine branch still attached. The emperor admired Yasusada's quick thinking and requested a poem to accompany the flowers. Eager to embrace a sovereign lord sure to live 1,000 long years, these billowing blossoms cling to the branches of a pine. As the group relaxed, the emperor noted with a smile that a shrine maiden seemed to have developed a fondness for Lord Kunitsuna. This sparked a playful exchange when a messenger arrived with a letter for Kunitsuna. The letter, filled with emotional words, was read aloud, prompting the emperor to ask Kunitsuna to respond with a poem. The Grand Councillor composed a reply. Just imagine, then, with visions of you rising from the ocean waves, how each oncoming billow drenches my sleeves with salt drops. The emperor then continued his journey to the province of Baizen, arriving at Kojima harbour. On the 5th, the weather was perfect, and the sea calm enough for the imperial ship to continue its journey, reaching the Yamata coast in Harima by evening. From there, the retired emperor travelled to Fukuhara, where he delayed his progress to take in the sights, including Lord Yorimori's villa of Arata. On the 7th, as the emperor prepared to leave Fukuhara, the Grand Councillor arranged promotions for Lord Kiyomori's family members, his adopted son, Kyokuni, and his grandson, Tsukumori. The next day the retired emperor reached Terai, and then entered the capital. Upon his return, he bypassed the Toba mansion and went directly to Nishihachi, where he saw Lord Kiyomori. In the 4th month, the new emperor formally assumed his role, though the ceremony was held in the Council of State Hall instead of the Great Hall of State, which had burned down the previous year. Lord Kujo Kanazane insisted on the Shishinden as the proper venue, citing precedent. Despite some objections about the location, the ceremony proceeded as Kanazane had decreed. The Empress, who had recently moved from the Kokaiden to the Ninjuden, made a beautiful appearance as she approached the tiered dais. The Taira family attended the ceremony except for the sons of Shigemori, who had passed away the previous year. Mourning kept them at home. The Chamberlain Sadanaga recorded the flawless completion of the accession rite on 10 sheets of sturdy paper and presented them to Lady Ni, Lord Kiyomori's wife. She smiled with pleasure at the report. Yet, despite this joyful event, unrest continued to stir in the world. Prince Mochihito, the second son of the cloistered emperor and grandson of the Grand Councillor Tsunari, lived near the Takakura Sanjo crossing and was known as the Takakura Prince. He had secretly come of age at the residence of Emperor Konoe's empress when he was just 15 years old. Prince Mochihito was a gifted scholar and calligrapher, and by all rights he should have ascended to the throne. However, the jealousy of the late Kenshan Monin had kept him confined to his home. At spring parties beneath the cherry blossoms he would compose poems, and at moonlit autumn gatherings he played his flute with grace. This was the way he lived. Years passed, and by the time he had turned 30, a third-rank novice named Minamoto no Yorisama, living at Konokawara, secretly approached the prince with a bold and dangerous proposition. He told the prince that, as a direct descendant of the great sun goddess, he was destined to be emperor, but had not been allowed to rise to his rightful position. Yorimasa spoke of the growing envy surrounding the Heike family's power and urged the prince to rebel, overthrow the Heike, free the cloistered emperor from confinement, and claim the throne for himself. Many Genji warriors, Yorimasa claimed, would rally to his side. Yorimasa provided a list of potential supporters among the Genji, including prominent figures from various provinces, the sons of Mitsunobu, the governor of Dewa, the Eiga governor Mitsumoto, a magistrate named Mitsunaga, and others from Yamato, Mino, Owari, Kai, Shinano, Izu, Hitachi, and Matsu. He painted a picture of a powerful and growing movement that could easily defeat the Heike. The prince, initially unsure about the rebellion, was eventually persuaded by Yorimasa's passionate words and by the counsel of a physiognomist named Koranaga. Known as Councillor Physiognomy, Koranaga told the prince that his appearance marked him as destined for greatness, and that he could not ignore the call to action. With these assurances, the prince resolved to take action, declaring that the great sun goddess was guiding him to fulfill his duty. The prince summoned Juro Yoshimori from Kumano, who changed his name to Yukie, and set out on the prince's behalf to gather support among the Genji. He travelled across various regions, including Mino, Owari, Izu, and Hitachi, carrying the prince's message to key figures like the exiled Yoritomo and his brother, Yoshinori. Yoshimori's mission was to rally the Genji warriors to rise up and support the prince's claim to the throne. However, Tanzo, the superintendent of Kumano and a loyal ally of the Heike, received word of Yoshimori's efforts. Knowing that the men of Nachi and Shingu would likely side with the Genji, Tanzo resolved to oppose them. He gathered 1,000 armed men and set out to confront Yoshimori, intending to stop the rebellion and inform the Heike of the threat. Tanzo's forces clashed with the Genji in Shingu, where fighting monks from both sides joined the battle. The air was filled with the sound of arrows, battle cries, and the relentless exchange of fire. Battle lasted for 3 days, with Tanzo's forces suffering heavy losses. Wounded and defeated, Tanzo fled to Hongu, his rebellion quelled, but the seeds of unrest had already been planted. Once the cloistered emperor had remarked, "I suspect they intend to exile me to a distant island." But no, this was now his second year in the Toba mansion. One day, weasels ran riot through his quarters. Surprised, he personally recorded the divination pattern and instructed the governor of Mi, Nakakane, to take it to Yasuchika, the head of the yin-yang office. He wanted Yasuchika to carefully consider the pattern and report his interpretation. Nakakane went directly to Yasuchika's location, only to find him absent. "He's in Shirakawa," they told him. So Nakakane travelled to Shirakawa, found Yasuchika, and delivered the cloistered emperor's message. Yasuchika quickly provided his judgment. Nakakane returned to the Toba mansion and tried to enter, but the guards stopped him. Undeterred, he scaled the compound wall, crawled under the veranda, and slipped Yasuchika's judgment between two boards. The cloistered emperor opened the document and read, "Joy and sorrow within 3 days." He commented, "The joy sounds good, but given my current situation, I wonder what the sorrow will be." Meanwhile, Lord Monomori had been advocating for the cloistered emperor, and Lord Kiyomori, who had a change of heart, decided to act. On the following day, he ordered Go Shirakawa's release from the Toba mansion, and allowed him to move into the residence of Baifuka Monin, at the Hachijo Karasamaru crossing. Yasuchika's prediction of good news within 3 days turned out to be accurate. At the same time, Tanzo, the superintendent of Kumano, sent word to the capital via messenger about Prince Mochihito's rebellion. Monomori, deeply concerned, forwarded the message to Lord Kiyomori, who was at that moment in Fukuhara. Upon hearing the news, Kiyomori rushed to the capital, saying, "This is no time for hesitation." He ordered the arrest of Prince Mochihito and his banishment to Hata in Tosa. The Grand Councillor, Sanafusa, representing the senior nobles, oversaw the enforcement of the sentence, while the Secretary-Controller, Mitsumasa, took charge of carrying it out. He sent Gendayu Kanetsuna and Mitsunaga of Dewa directly to the prince's house. Interestingly, Gendayu Kanetsuna was the second son of Yorimasa, but he was assigned to this task because the Heike were unaware that it was actually Yorimasa who had persuaded the prince to rebel. On a clear night, Prince Mochihito was enjoying the full moon in a relaxed mood when a messenger arrived urgently, claiming to come from Lord Yorimasa. The messenger handed a letter to the prince's foster brother, Muanobu, of the Left Gate Watch, who then read it aloud. The letter said, "Your Highness's rebellion has been discovered. The police are on their way to your house to banish you to Hata in Tosa. Leave immediately and go to Madeira. I will join you there." The prince, deeply distressed, asked, "How am I supposed to do that?" Among his attendants there was an officer named Nagatsura. He suggested, "The only way, Your Highness, is for you to dress as a woman." The prince agreed. He let down his hair and put on a woman's conical hat and layered robes. Muanobu accompanied him, holding a parasol, while a page, Suramaru, carried a few belongings in a bag on his head. They looked like a nobleman's junior attendants escorting a lady. As they fled north up Takakura Street, they came to a wide ditch. The prince easily jumped over it. A passerby, noticing the prince's leap, muttered, "What a strange way for a lady to jump over a ditch." But the prince quickly hurried on. Nobutsura, meanwhile, stayed behind at the prince's residence to keep watch. He sent the few gentlewomen to hide, and began searching for anything that needed tidying. In the process, he found the prince's treasured flute, named Coda, lying forgotten by his pillow. The prince had noticed its absence, and had been tempted to return to retrieve it. When Nobutsura found the flute, he exclaimed, "This flute is His Highness's most treasured possession." He caught up with the prince, who was overjoyed to have it back. "If I die," the prince said, "I want this flute to be buried with me in my coffin." Nobutsura, however, reminded him of the danger. "The police are on their way to arrest you, and if no one is at the house, it will look suspicious. If they think I've fled, it could stain my name. I'll go back and face them, deal with them, and then rejoin you." Nobutsura ran back towards the prince's residence, dressed in a pale green hunting cloak and green-laced armour, with a sword at his side. He opened the gates and prepared for the police's arrival. At midnight, Kanetsura and Nagamitsu, leading 300 mounted men, approached the mansion. Kanetsura stopped short of the gate, but Mitsunaga rode straight through and called out, "It has come to the authorities' attention that you are plotting a rebellion. By official order, the police are here to detain you. Come out now." Nobutsura, standing just inside the veranda, replied, "His Highness is not at home. He's away on a pilgrimage. What is going on? What is all this about?" "Not at home," Mitsunaga retorted. "Where's he supposed to be, if not here? No more nonsense. Men, get in there and search." Nobutsura snapped back. "You understand nothing. You barged in through the gate on horseback like bandits, and now you send your men to search the place." "I'm Hasebe Nobutsura of the Left Watch. Get any closer and you'll regret it." One of the men, Kanatake, a strong warrior, leapt onto the veranda and was followed by 14 or 15 others. Nobutsura immediately discarded his cloak, drew his sword, and began fighting fiercely. The attackers came at him with long blades and halberds, but Nobutsura, using his officer's sword, fought them off with skill, knocking them down as easily as wind strips leaves from trees. Under the full moon, he fought through them, landing a deep strike on one and a fatal blow on another. When asked why he was resisting, Nobutsura replied, "What command? I just defended myself against you all." He continued to fight, even as his sword was damaged. He was surrounded but refused to surrender. As he attempted to escape through a small gate, one of the attackers thrust a halberd into his thigh, and despite his bravery, he was captured. They searched the house, but found no trace of the prince. Instead, they took Nobutsura alive, and brought him to Rokahara, where Lord Kiyomori awaited. Standing on the veranda, Lord Monomori asked, "So, you really said, 'What command?' and attacked? Then you wounded and killed several of the police. Fine. Torture him, and take him to the riverbank. Then behead him." Unfazed, Nobutsura laughed and said, "People have been snooping around the prince's residence, but we had no idea what was going on. Then, suddenly, they arrive in full armour, claiming an official order. 'What command?' I asked, and fought back. If I had been given a true sword, I wouldn't have let a single one of them escape. As for the prince, I don't know where he is, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you." The Heike warriors watching murmured among themselves, saying, "What a man! It would be a shame to kill someone like him." Someone remarked, "Last year, when on duty at the Cloistered Emperors, he single-handedly took on 6 robbers, killing 4 and capturing 2. That's how he got his post at the Left Watch. He's a warrior who could face 1,000 men." After hearing their praises, Lord Kiyomori, for reasons known only to himself, decided to banish Nobutsura to Hino, in the province of Hoki. Later, when the Genji came to power, Nobutsura joined Kajiwara Kagetoki in the east, where he shared his story and was appointed to govern Noto in recognition of his valour. Prince Mochihito travelled north along Takakura Street, then east along Konoe, crossing the Kamo River before climbing the slopes of Mount Nioi. His journey resembled one from an older tale. When Tenmu, the the future Kiyomibara Emperor, had fled into the mountains disguised as a woman to escape bandits. Like him, the prince disguised himself as a woman for his escape. Through the night, Mochihito moved along unfamiliar mountain paths, his feet bleeding, leaving stains on the sand that looked like red dye. Dense thickets of summer grass, heavy with dew, tested his endurance. At dawn he finally reached Midera. He went to the monks and asked for their protection, declaring, "Though my life may be worth little, I do not wish to lose it." The monks, moved by his words, welcomed him, and provided him with shelter at Horinin, where he was served a simple meal. Meanwhile, word spread that Prince Mochihito had rebelled and gone into hiding, causing an uproar in the city. This news reached his cloistered eminence, who remarked that while his release from Toba Mansion had been good news, this rebellion was a different matter. Minamoto no Yorimasa, who had long remained silent, was now moved to action. He had no intention of rebelling until a certain event stirred him. Lord Manamuri, the second son of Kiyomori, had made a rash move when he demanded the famous horse of Nakatsuna, Yorimasa's eldest son. The horse, named Konoshita, was renowned for its speed and ease of riding. Manamori requested to see the horse, but Nakatsuna replied that it was recovering in the countryside. However, Manamori was not satisfied. He asked again, and when Nakatsuna tried to defy him, others reported seeing the horse still in action. Manamori persisted, demanding that Nakatsuna send the horse to him. Unable to refuse, Nakatsuna sent it along with a poem expressing his attachment to the animal. Manamori, unimpressed with Nakatsuna's response, had the horse branded with Nakatsuna's name and treated with disdain. The public humiliation infuriated Nakatsuna, and when the news reached Yorimasa, he vowed to take action. Yet rather than acting alone, Yorimasa recruited Prince Mochihito to join the rebellion. The situation was compared to Lord Shigemori's calm handling of a dangerous situation when a snake had coiled around his leg. Shigemori's quick thinking and composure was contrasted with Munamori's reckless behaviour. Many felt that Munamori's actions, including taking Nakatsuna's prized horse, were a danger to the entire realm. On the night of the 16th, Yorimasa, his sons, and a group of loyal warriors set fire to their homes and headed for Midera. Among them was Watanabe Ki, a warrior from the palace guards, who had been left behind. When Manamori questioned him, Ki explained that he had not known about Yorimasa's plans, and although he was loyal to his lord, he could not support an enemy of the court. Manamori, eager to win him over, invited Ki to join him, offering wealth and favour in exchange for his loyalty. Ki, however, remained firm. He chose to support Yorimasa and rode to Midera, determined to face whatever awaited him. His heart was filled with grim foreboding as he prepared for his final journey. Dressed in his armour, Ki set fire to his home and galloped towards Midera, knowing he would face death. At Rokahara, Munamori learned that Ki had left. Furious, he ordered his men to pursue him, but Ki, a skilled archer, shot arrows with deadly accuracy, causing his pursuers to hesitate. When he arrived at Midera, Yorimasa, who trusted Ki, was not surprised. Ki presented a horse from Rokahara in place of the one Nakatsuna had lost. Nakatsuna, pleased, branded the new horse and sent it back to Rokahara that very night. When the horse returned, the stable hands were astonished to see it. Manamori, enraged, realised he had been tricked by Ki. His once favoured horse, Silver, had been altered, and Ki had humiliated him. In his fury, Monomori vowed to capture Ki alive and exact revenge, but the damage was done. Silver's tail and mane never grew back, and the brand remained, a permanent mark of Ki's defiance. At Midera, the monks sounded conches and rang bells to gather for a council. They unanimously agreed on a stance. Recent events make it clear that the Buddha's teachings are in decline and the sovereign's authority is being suppressed. If we do not act against Kiyomori's violence now, when will we? His Highness's decision to join us shows that Hachiman and the great Shinra deity are watching over us. With this divine protection, surely the forces of heaven and earth will come to our aid, and the Buddhas and gods will lend us their strength to defeat our enemies. The mountain to the north is the heart of Tendai learning, and Nara offers ordination after the summer retreat. If we appeal to them, will they not unite with us? With one voice, the monks sent an appeal to both Mount Hiei and Nara. The letter to Mount Hiei was as follows. Midera to the Enrakuji administration requests assistance to protect Midera. The novice Jikai openly defies the way of the sovereign and seeks to destroy the Buddha's teachings. To make matters worse, on the night of the 15th, the second prince born to the cloistered emperor sought refuge at our temple. A decree from the retired emperor then demanded we surrender him, but we cannot comply with this order. We have heard that a government force is being sent against us, and our temple is at risk of being destroyed. Could any monk not sympathise with our situation? Especially given that Enrakuji and Midera, although separate, share the same Tendai teachings. They are like the left and right wings of a bird, or the two wheels of a cart. Neither can function without the other. Therefore, if Enrakuji joins us to prevent our destruction, all past enmity will be forgotten, and we will once again experience the unity of the two monastic bodies on the same mountain. This letter is sent in accordance with the decision of the Council of Monks. Signed, the Monks of Midera. The monks of Mount Hiei read Midera's appeal and reacted angrily. "Who do they think they are?" they exclaimed. "Midera is just a branch temple of ours, and they talk about the two wings of a bird, or the two wheels of a cart. Ridiculous." They didn't even respond to the letter. Meanwhile, Lord Kiyomori instructed Mayun, the abbot of Enrakuji, to keep his monks quiet. Mayun quickly made his way to the mountain to carry out this command. As a result, Enrakuji informed Prince Mochihito's supporters that it had not yet taken a stance on the appeal. At the same time, Lord Kiyomori sent 20,000 bushels of rice and 3,000 bolts of fine silk from the north to Mount Hiei. These gifts were distributed to the monks, scattered throughout the mountains, ravines and spurs, though the delivery was so hurried that some monks received double or more, while others received nothing. An anonymous message was posted, mocking the monks. "Monks of the mountain, clad in your northern silks, those robes are too sheer to hide what you should be ashamed of, the shame of your secret ways." Another message, seemingly from someone who received no silk at all, read, "And we too, alas, who have never touched a scrap of silk, end up in the company of those who can only blush." Meanwhile, Midera sent an appeal to Nara. It read, "Midera to the Kofukuji administration. The highest virtue of the Buddha's teachings is to protect the way of the sovereign, which thrives through the Buddha's teachings. However, at present, Lord Tyranno Kiyomori, also known as the monk Jikai in religious circles, is overstepping his authority, wreaking havoc on His Majesty's government, and provoking suffering across the land. This month, on the night of the 15th, the second prince born to the cloistered emperor arrived at our temple to seek refuge from imminent danger. Soon after, a decree from the so-called retired emperor demanded that we surrender him, but the monks of this temple refused to comply. As a result, we anticipate an attack from Kiyomori's forces. Both the Buddha's way and the sovereign's way are now in peril. In the past, the Tang Emperor Wuzong attempted to suppress Buddhism by force, but the monks of Qing-Lang-Shan successfully fought back. If a legitimate sovereign failed in this endeavour, how much more dismally will a treacherous subject fail? Among Kiyomori's many crimes, the exile of a blameless head of the Fujiwara family stands out. If this shame is not rectified now, then when? Monks of Kofukuji, if you unite with us to defend the Buddha's way and protect the wider world from evil, you will have done everything that we, or anyone else, could ask of you. This appeal is sent in accordance with the decision of the Council of the Monks. Signed, the monks of Midera. The monks of Kofukuji reviewed this letter and sent a swift response. Read, Kofukuji to the Midera administration. While the Tendai and Hoso schools uphold different doctrines, they both stem from the same teachings of the great Buddha. The northern and southern capitals share the same commitment to following the Buddha. It is the duty of every temple, including ours, to oppose the evil of any Devadatta, and indeed, Kiyomori represents the dregs of the Taira house, the scum of those who wield weapons. His grandfather, Masamori, began as a humble servant, working as an inspector of the stables. Yet through the efforts of his son, Tadamori, the family rose to power. Kiyomori's rise to prominence was secured through violence and manipulation, and he has since used his power to trample over anyone who dares to stand in his way. Despite the warnings of the gods, we kept quiet in the face of Kiyomori's abuses. But now, as he attempts to target the second prince, we know that his forces will soon move to invade your temple. However, we are ready. When your messenger arrived with your appeal, the gloom that had hung over us lifted. Just as the united monks of Qing-Lang-Shan fought off a government army, we, the monks of the northern and southern capitals, shall stand together to defeat the forces of this treacherous subject. Prepare yourselves to protect His Highness and await news of our departure. Signed, the monks of Kofukuji. This was the reply that the monks of Kofukuji sent to Midera. At Midera, the monks gathered to make a decision. Mount Hiei had a change of heart, they reasoned, and Kofukuji hasn't responded yet. We can't afford any more delays. Let's strike at Rokuhara tonight. They planned to divide into two groups. The older monks would descend Mount Nioi and attack the enemy from behind. Meanwhile, 400 or 500 foot soldiers would enter Shirakawa, setting fire to houses, and drawing in local warriors and Rokuhara forces, forcing them to respond. The attackers would then be delayed at Iwasaka and Sakuramoto. At the same time, the main force, led by Nobutsuna, would march towards Rokuhara, set fires upwind, and land a decisive blow. This strategy would ensure that Kiyomori would either be burned out or killed. At this point, Shinkai, a skilled monk, who had previously prayed on behalf of the Heike, joined the council with a group of his disciples. You may think I am sympathizing with the Heike, he began, but I assure you, I wouldn't betray our unity, or tarnish the temple's reputation. The Genji and the Heike were once rivals, both dedicated to protecting the imperial house. But now, for the past 2 decades, the Heike have held power. The whole country bows to them. Their compound is so well fortified that no small force could ever hope to take it. I suggest we rethink our plan, gather more men, and attack later. He continued speaking to delay the decision. An elderly monk named Kaishu, known for his battle expertise, stood up. Under his robe he wore armour, and a large sword was slung across his chest. He leaned on a halberd as he spoke. Success is within our reach, he declared. When our founder, Emperor Tenmu, was still the heir apparent, he retreated into the mountains of Yoshino, in respect to Prince Tomo, but then he returned, passing through Uda County in Yamato. With only 17 mounted men, he crossed Iga and Ise, and with forces from Mino and Owari, destroyed Prince Tomo and eventually claimed the throne. As the classics say, even the most desperate bird seeks refuge in the bosom of a man. If others hesitate, that's their choice, but I tell my followers, come, let's die together tonight, attacking Rokuhara. This was his contribution to the discussion. And then Genkaku from Enmanin stepped forward. We've debated long enough, he said. The night is passing. Let's go now. To strike the attackers from behind, the elder monks, led by Minamoto no Yorimasa, set out, including powerful men like the adepts Kaishu and Nichin, the deputy of Dazaifu's brother, Zenshi, and 2 of Zenshi's disciples, Gi and Zeni. 1,000 men, each holding a burning torch, headed for the slopes of Mount Nioi. The main force, commanded by Yorimasa's eldest son, Nakatsuna, the governor of Izu, included his younger brother, Kanetsuna, the chamberlain, Nakai, and his son, Nakamitsu. Among the fighting monks were Genkaku of Enmanin, Aradosa of Jokain, Iga no Kimi, and Onisado. All so powerful they feared neither devil nor god, and stood their ground against any force. From Madera's Byadoin came Aradayu, Rokurobi, the Shima Adept, the Sutsui monks, the Kyu Adept, and Aku Shuangon. From Kitain came the 6 Tengu, Shikaibu, Taifu, Noto, Kaga, Seido, and Bingo. Other notable warriors included Matsui no Higo, Shonanin no Shikugo, Gaia no Shikuzen, Shunsho, Tajima, and 2 of the 60 men from Kaishu's lodge, Kojo from Kaga, and Gyobo Shunshu. The rank and file included Ichirai, second to none, as well as temple servants like Jomyo Maishu, Ogaru no Songatsu, Jonai, Gaikai, Rakuju, and Geni Steelfist. The warrior leaders were Watanabe no Habuku, Harima no Jiro, Suzuku, Satsuma no Hiyoi, Chojitsu Ton, Ki the Palace Guard, Ato Uma no Jo, Suzuku no Genda, Kiyoshi, and Suzumu. With these leaders, 1,500 men marched from Midera. When Prince Mochihito joined them, the monks had already dug trenches along the Saka and Shinomiya roads, cut down trees for barriers, and created a dry moat. They now had to clear the barriers and bridge the moat, which took time. By the time the work was done, the first roosters were crowing. We won't reach Rokuhara until daylight, Nakitsuna said. What should we do? Genkaku spoke up, recalling an old story. In the days of King Zhao of Qin, Lord Mengchen was imprisoned but escaped with 3,000 men. At the Han Ravine barrier, the gate wouldn't open until cockcrow. One man, Tenkatsu, mimicked a rooster so well that when he crowed, every rooster followed, and the guard, fooled, opened the gate. I'm sure the enemy started those cocks crowing. Let's go now. As dawn slowly broke, Nakatsuna said, a night attack would have worked, but in the daylight we will fail. Call them back. The men were recalled from Mount Nioi, and the main force withdrew from Mount Matsuzuka. This delay is thanks to Shinkai, who kept talking until sunrise. The younger monks complained, let's destroy his place, and they did, killing several dozen of Shinkai's disciples. Shinkai, gravely injured, made his way to Rokuhara, where he recounted the story, tears streaming from his eyes, but no one paid much attention. as tens of thousands of warriors were assembling there. At dawn on the 23rd, Prince Mochihito reflected. Midera cannot do it alone. Mount Hiei has turned its back, and Kofukuji still hasn't arrived. The days ahead look grim. He abandoned Midera and set off for Nara. Prince Mochihito had 2 bamboo flutes from China, named Semiore and Koda. Semiore, broken cicada, came to him in this way. Emperor Toba once sent gold to the Song Emperor, and in return received a joint of bamboo that looked like a living cicada. It was too precious to simply carve finger holes. So Kikuchi, the abbot of Midera, built a special altar and performed a great rite for 7 days before it could be used. Later, the councillor Sanahira played it at court but carelessly placed it below his knees. The flute offended broke off, earning it the name Semiore. Prince Mochihito inherited this flute. But as he faced the end, he gifted it to Miroku in the Golden Hall, perhaps to be present when Miroku preaches beneath the dragonflower tree in the Great Dawn. With his heart heavy, the prince gave permission for the older monks to stay behind, but the more capable youths and hardened temple warriors went with him. Yorimasa also brought his men, about 1,000 in total. Adept Kaishu, leaning on a staff with a dove-shaped head, approached Prince Mochihito, tears streaming down his face. "I should go with you to the ends of the earth," Kaishu said, "but I am too frail and old. My disciple Shunshu, the son of Sud Toshimichi, who died in battle at the Rokuji River during the Heiji Wars, is at your service. I've raised him as my own. He will follow you wherever you go." Kaishu fell silent, trying to stem his tears. Deeply moved, Prince Mochihito wept as well, wondering what he had done to earn such loyalty from this man. Between Midera and Uji, Prince Mochihito fell off his horse 6 times, exhausted from lack of sleep the night before. His men removed the planks from a section of the Uji Bridge, and took him to Byodoin to rest. Meanwhile, at Rokuhara, the word spread. It seems His Highness is fleeing to Kofukuji. After him, kill him. The commanders of the Heike army included Left Watch Intendant Tomamori, Secretary Captain Shigehira, Chief Left Equerry Yukimori, and Satsuma Governor Tadanori. Their subordinates were the corps commanders: Kazusa Governor Tadakayo, his son Tadatsuna, Haida Governor Kagie, his son Kagataka, the magistrates Nagatsuna and Hidakuni, Musashi no Saburazaimon, Arikuni, Echu no Jiro Moritsugi, Kazusa no Go Tadamitsu, and Akushi Chibioi Kagakayo. Together they led a force of over 28,000 cavalry. After crossing the Kohata Hills, they advanced towards the Uji Bridge, and saw that the enemy had taken position at the Byodoin. They shouted 3 times, and those on the prince's side responded with their own battle cry. The advanced guard shouted warnings: "Look out! They've taken the planks off the bridge." But those following ignored the warning, charging ahead and sending 200 men into the river to drown. From either side of the bridge, arrows flew. The prince's side saw arrows from Shunsho of Yano, Gochien no Tajima, Watanabe no Habuku, Suzuku and Suzuku no Genda, pierce armor and shields. Minamoto no Yorimasa wore a long white silk hitatare under his leather armour, decorated with indigo dye fern patterns. Knowing this might be his final day, he had removed his helmet. His son, Nakatsuna, wore red brocade under black laced armour, and like his father did not wear a helmet, so he could more easily wield his powerful bow. Tajima, armed with a halberd, stepped out alone onto the bridge. The Heike side shouted, "Get him! Shoot him down!" Their finest archers aimed at him, but he dodged the high and low shots, knocking down those coming straight at him and breaking their arrows. Witnesses, friend and foe alike, marvelled at his skill, and from then on he was known as Tajima Snapshaft. Among the monk warriors was Tsutsui no Jomyo, Maishu, dressed in dark indigo under black laced armour, with a helmet and a black lacquered sword. He carried 24 black feathered arrows, a black lacquered bow, and a mighty halberd. He stepped onto the bridge and boldly called out, "You've heard of me. Here I am now. Any of you brave enough, come and fight me." He quickly fired arrows, killing 12 men and wounding 11 more. With only one arrow left, he discarded his bow, untied his quiver, and kicked off his boots, sprinting barefoot across the bridge. 6 men confronted him, but he cut them down with his halberd. In the intense clash with the 6th, the halberd shaft broke. He drew his sword and fought with such skill, executing moves like the spider strike and the water wheel, that 8 men fell before him. The 9th man's helmet was struck so hard that the blade broke and flew into the river. Now armed only with a dagger, Jomyo fought on, determined to face death. Ichirai, a monk servant of Kaishu, joined the battle, but the bridge was too narrow for him to pass. He jumped over Jomyo, who was crouched on the beam, and attacked the enemy. Ichirai died in the battle. Jomyo crawled back, stripped off his armour, and counted 63 arrow hits, 5 of which had passed through, but caused little damage. He treated the wounds, wrapped his head in cloth, donned the white garments of a pilgrim, and with a staff made from his bow, started for Nara, calling the name of the Buddha. Jomyo's bravery inspired the Midera monks and the Watanabe League to charge across the bare beams of the bridge. Some returned with trophies, others wounded, while some, too badly hurt, ended their lives in the river. The battle raged like wildfire on the bridge. Watching the fierce fight, the corps commander Tadakayo turned to his fellow leaders. "Look at that. The fight on the bridge is fierce. We should cross, but the river is rising due to the 5th month rains. If we try to ford it, we'll lose many men and horses. We could go around by Yodo, Imoarai, or the Kawachi Road." At these words, Ashikaga no Mata ta Tadatsuna from Shimotsuke spoke up. "Yodo, Imoarai, the Kawachi Road. Are we to go searching for reinforcements in India or China? We must fight now, here. The enemy is right in front of us. If we don't strike now, and they get into Nara, the Yoshino and Totsugawa forces will join them, and we'll be in real trouble. There's a big river, the Tone, between Musashi and Kozuke, and we fought our way across it in horse rafts despite its speed. This river here, does it seem deeper or faster than the Tone? I doubt it. Follow me, and let's cross." Riding straight into the river, Tadatsuna was followed by Fukazu Yamagami, Naha no Taro, Sanuki no Hirotsuna, Onodera no Zenji Taro, and others, 300 riders in total. Ashikaga shouted, "Keep the stronger horses upstream, the weaker ones downstream. As long as their hooves touch the bottom, keep a slack rein, but tighten the reins if they lose footing. Give anyone in danger of being swept away a bow tip to hold on to. Link arms and cross shoulder to shoulder. Stay firm in your saddle and keep your feet in the stirrups. If your horse's head goes under, pull it back up. If the water threatens to overwhelm you, slip back onto the rump and let the water bear some of your weight. Don't shoot arrows from the river. Ignore those from the enemy. Keep your neck plate facing them, and don't bend forward too far. Cross directly against the current. Don't fight it, but don't let it carry you away. Let's go." With these instructions, the 300 riders crossed swiftly to the far bank, losing not a single man. Ashikaga wore armour laced with red leather over a patterned ochre robe, with deer antlers rising from his helmet. The fittings of his sword glinted with gold, and his arrows were fletched in black and white. His bow was tightly wrapped in rattan. He rode a dappled roan horse, its saddle adorned with gilt edges at the pommel, and a picture of a horned owl perched on an oak tree. Rising in his stirrups, he called out in a loud voice, "You in the distance, hear my voice. Look here and behold me. I am Master Tadatsuna, son of Ashikaga Toshitsuna. My ancestors go back 10 generations to Tawara no Tada Hidesato, who slew the rebel Masakado and was richly rewarded. I'm 17 years old. For someone like me, with no office or rank, to challenge a prince and fight with arrows is to invite divine punishment. Yet in the strength of arms and divine favour, the Heike are strong. Any ally of Yorimasa who wishes to face me, come forward. I will meet you." With that he charged through the Byodoin gate, and a fierce battle began. Taira Tomamori, the Heike's chief commander, was watching. "Cross the river now," he ordered, and 28,000 men surged forward. The waters of the Uji River, dammed by so many horses and soldiers, rose on the upstream side. Some troops crossed the river with their bodies dry up to their knees, but the government forces from Iga and Issei lost control of their formation, and 600 men were swept away by the current, drowning in the raging waters. Their armour, green with red lace, was scattered like fallen leaves in the river. 3 warriors from Issei, wearing armour with madder-coloured lacing, were swept into the water. Their names were Kuroda no Gohei Shiro, Hino no Juro, and Otobe no Yashichi. Hino, an experienced warrior, managed to pull the others up from the river and save them. The entire army pressed forward through the Byodonin gate, continuing their assault in waves. During the chaos, Prince Mochihito was sent by Yorimasa towards Nara, while Yorimasa and his men held off the attackers with arrows. Yorimasa, aged over 70, was wounded by an arrow to his left knee, a grave injury. Hoping for a peaceful death, he began retreating towards the temple gate when the enemy closed in. His second son, Kanetsuna, wearing armour laced with Chinese damask over blue brocade, fought bravely, repeatedly holding back the attackers to allow his father to escape. An arrow from Kazusa no Taro struck Kanetsuna's helmet, and while he reeled, Jiromaru, a powerful youth from Kazusa, dragged him from his mount. Though injured, Kanetsuna seized Jiromaru, pinned him, and killed him. But shortly after, a group of Heike riders surrounded him and killed him. Nakatsuna, despite his wounds, took his own life in the Byokodin fishing pavilion. Meanwhile, Shimokobe no Tazaburo Kimashika took Nakatsune's head and threw it under the veranda. The Chamberlain Nakai and his son Nakamitsu fought fiercely, taking trophies before they too were killed. Nakai was the eldest son of Yoshikata, the commander of the guards assigned to the heir apparent. When Nakai was orphaned, Yorimasa had adopted him, and they fought side by side until death. Yorimasa called for Watanabe no Chojitsu Ton. "Cut off my head," he ordered. Ton, overcome with grief, replied, "I could never do that, my lord. Take your own life first, and then I will do it." "I understand," Yorimasa said. Facing west, he called the name 10 times, spoke his final words, and then committed seppuku, dying with his sword in his belly. This was a moment of sorrow, but true to his lifelong love for poetry, he spoke one last verse. This forgotten tree never through fleeting years bloomed in flower, and now the end has come, and only sorrow remains. After his death, Ton took his head, tied it to a heavy stone, and threw it in the Uji River, escaping beyond the enemy lines. The Heike soldiers hoped to capture Ki alive, but he fought fiercely, sustaining a serious wound before committing seppuku. The monk, Genkaku, believing the prince had fled far enough, leapt into the river fully armed and swam to the other side, where he called out to the Heike warriors, challenging them to follow. He then returned to Midera. Haida Governor Kaguya, a seasoned warrior, realised that Prince Mochihito had slipped away during the confusion, most likely heading for Nara. He pursued the prince with 500 riders. They caught up to him at the Komyozen Tori, and there they shot arrows, one of which pierced the prince's side. He fell, and moments later, his head was severed. His companions, Onisado, Aradosa, Aradayu, Iganokimi, Gyobu Shunshu, and the 6 Tengu, fought desperately but were killed. Meanwhile, Mononobu, the prince's foster brother, managed to escape into Naino Pond, lying hidden underwater while the enemy rode past. Later, when the Heike returned, they carried the prince's headless body on a horse shutter, dressed in white. Mononobu recognised it and, filled with sorrow, longed to embrace the body, but dared not. Once the enemy was gone, he emerged from the pond, wrung out his clothes, and wept as he made his way to the capital. But there, no one had a kind word for him. Meanwhile, the Kofukuji monks, 7,000 strong, marched towards Prince Mochihito. When the first of them reached Kizu, the last were still at the south gate of Kofukuji. Then came the news of the prince's death in battle before the Tori. Unable to do anything more, the monks dried their tears and turned back, knowing that if they had arrived just a little sooner, the prince might have escaped his tragic death. The Heike family, returning to Rokuhara as night fell, carried over 500 severed heads from the prince's men, Yorimasa's followers, and the fighting monks of Midera. Their arrival was marked by a dreadful clamour that words could not capture. However, Yorimasa's head, thanks to Chojitsu Ton, had been sunk into the depths of the Uji River, and no one ever found it. His sons were scattered, showing up here and there, while Prince Mochihito's appearance remained unknown. No one had seen him in years. Some time ago, he had called for Sadanari from the Office of Medicine to treat him, so Sadanari might have known what he looked like. They summoned him, but he claimed illness and refused to come. There was also a lady the prince had favoured, and they brought her to Rokuhara. The prince had loved her dearly, and they had a son together. Upon seeing the boy, she pressed her sleeves to her face and wept uncontrollably, recognising him as the prince's child. Prince Mochihito had several children by different women. One of them was Sanmino no Tsubone, the daughter of the Iyo governor Morinori and a lady-in-waiting to the Hachijo princess. She had given the prince a son, who was now 7 years old, and a daughter, 5. Lord Kiyomori sent his younger brother, Yorimori, to the princess with a message. It has come to my attention that Prince Mochihito has children. The girl is not a concern, but please bring me the boy at once. The princess replied, "This morning, upon hearing your message, the boy's nurse foolishly fled with him, and we do not know where he is. He is certainly not here with us." Yorimori conveyed this reply to Kiyomori. "Not there?" Kiyomori exclaimed. "Where else could he be? Very well. Send warriors to search the place." Lady Saisho, a foster sister and lady-in-waiting to the princess, was also Yorimori's wife. She had been close to the princess until Yorimori came with the order to surrender the prince's son. After that, the princess treated him as if he didn't exist. The young boy, who understood the gravity of the situation, spoke to her. "At a time like this, there is no hope of escape. You must give me up immediately." The princess, shedding tears, replied, "No boy of 7 should have to understand such things, yet facing this disaster, one that your mere existence has caused, you feel responsible and speak these words. It is just too pitiful. I have raised you for years, only for it to end like this, with you in such terrible danger." Unable to stop crying, the princess wept as she dressed the boy, smoothed his hair, and led him out. It all felt like a dream. The princess and all her women, even the little girls, wept until their sleeves were soaked. Yorimori took the boy, put him in a carriage, and brought him to Rokuhara. When Lord Monogamori saw him, he felt a deep pity for the young prince. "I cannot explain why, but something about him fills me with sorrow. Please, let him live. I will care for him." Lord Kiyomori, moved by his son's plea, agreed. "Very well, but he must become a monk right away." Monogamori relayed this decision to the princess. "I cannot object. Please, do so immediately," she said. So they made the boy a monk, and, once it was done, he became a disciple of the abbot at Ninnaji. In time, he rose to the position of head of Toji, taking the title Prince Abbot Doson. Prince Mochihito had another son, living in Nara. His guardian, Shigehide, the governor of Sanuki, made him a monk and took him to the northern provinces. Kiso no Yoshinaka brought him along on his march to the capital, possibly planning to place him on the throne. There the boy came of age. He became known by different names. Some called him the Kiso Prince, others the Defrocked Prince, and later, the Nayori Prince, as he spent time living in Saga in Nayori. Long ago, a well-known physiognomist named To had predicted that Fujiwara no Yorimichi and Norimichi would serve as regents for 3 emperors and live into their 80s. He was right. To also saw that Korochika had all the signs of a man destined for exile, which in the end came true. Prince Shotoku too once said that Emperor Sashan displayed traits suggesting he would meet a violent death, and that proved true when Sashan was killed by Soga no Umako. To, though not a physiognomist, had incredible insight. Meanwhile, Koronaga, a minor councillor, made an unfortunate prediction. Not long ago, 2 princes, Genmei and Guhei, both sons of wise emperors and lords of the Central Bureau, were never able to ascend the throne, but did they rebel? Then there was Prince Tsukihito, the 3rd son of Emperor Go Sanjo. He was talented and well educated. When Emperor Go Sanjo passed, he left a will declaring that Prince Tsukihito should succeed him. However, Emperor Shirakawa, who was still the heir apparent at the time, chose to ignore this. Instead, he granted Tsukihito's son the Minamoto surname and promoted him rapidly from having no rank to holding the 3rd rank with a captain's position in the palace guards. It was said that apart from the Grand Councillor Sadamu, the son of Emperor Saga, no other first-generation Genji had ever made such a leap in rank. Tsukihito's son, Arihito, later became the Hanazo no Left Minister. Meanwhile, the distinguished monks who had been tasked with subduing Prince Mochihito's rebellion were all rewarded. Lord Monogamori's son, Kiyomune, an advisor, received the 3rd rank, earning the title third-rank advisor. Remarkably, Kiyomune was only 12 years old at the time, the same age his father had been when he was a junior officer in the watch. Such a sudden rise to a senior position was unheard of, unless you were the son of a regent. The formal record noted the reason for this honour. In recognition of the defeat of Minamoto no Mochihito and a monk named Yorimasa, along with all his sons, Minamoto no Mochihito, the prince himself, had been killed, and not only was it bad enough to have killed the son of a cloistered emperor, but to call him by a commoner's name was an especially humiliating blow. Minamoto no Yorimasa was a descendant of Yorimitsu, the governor of Setsu, and his grandfather was Yoritsuna, the governor of Mikawa. His father, Nakamasa, was the head of the armory. Yorimasa fought bravely in the Hogan and Heike conflicts, yet received little reward for his service. For years he served as one of the gods securing the palace, but was never granted access to the privy chamber. Only later in life did his poetry earn him this honour, along with the 4th rank. However, he still longed for the 3rd rank. In his poem, he reflected on his long wait for recognition. Utterly unknown, the watchman assigned to guard our sovereign's high hall catches glimpses of the moon only through obscuring trees. This poem finally granted him entry into the privy chamber and the 4th rank. Later he received the 3rd rank and, in his 75th year, entered religion as a novice. One of his greatest deeds occurred during the reign of Emperor Konoe. Night after night, the emperor was tormented by intense fear, suffering at the hour of the ox, around 2 a.m. A black cloud would rise from the Tosanji Grove, approach, and settle over the emperor's dwelling, triggering his suffering. Despite the efforts of powerful monks and healers, nothing worked. The senior nobles convened, and recalled a similar event during the reign of Emperor Horikawa, when a commander named Minamoto no Yoshie had been stationed to defend the emperor. Upon hearing of this precedent, the council decided to have a warrior mount guard once again. Yorimasa was chosen, still serving as head of the armory. Yorimasa, while sceptical about combating an unseen spectre, followed the emperor's command, and arrived at the palace, accompanied only by his trusted retainer, Aino Hayata, who carried arrows fletched from under a bird's wing. Yorimasa stood guard on the emperor's veranda with a bow and 2 sharp arrows, each fletched with pheasant tail feathers. At the time, when the emperor was expected to suffer, the black cloud appeared as predicted. Yorimasa, ready to face whatever came, took aim, prayed to the Bodhisattva Hachiman, and released an arrow. It struck its target, and Aino Hayata rushed forward, stabbing whatever it was 9 times with his sword. The creature, which had a monkey's head, a badger's body, a snake's tail, and the limbs of a tiger, was found to be horrifying. The emperor, deeply grateful, presented Yorimasa with a sword called Lion King. As the left minister from Uji handed over the sword, a cuckoo cried from the sky. The minister, moved, remarked on how the bird lifted its name to the heavens. Yorimasa, acknowledging the moment, said, "Thanks to a fine parting shot from the crescent moon's drawn bow." He accepted the sword with grace, and both the emperor and the minister praised him for his excellence in both combat and poetry. Later, during the reign of Emperor Nijo, a were-thrush began calling in the palace, disturbing the emperor's mood. Following precedent, Yorimasa was summoned. One night, as the thrush called once and fell silent, Yorimasa, unable to see his target, shot a large humming arrow into the air. The thrush gave a few high-pitched cries, and Yorimasa shot a smaller arrow, hitting the bird. The thrushened arrow fell to the ground, and the palace erupted in amazement. The emperor, moved once again, awarded Yorimasa a robe. The minister of the right, Kinyoshi, presented the robe to Yorimasa and remarked that while Yang Yo had once shot a goose through the clouds, Yorimasa had shot a thrush through the rain. Yorimasa, now robed, replied with a poetic remark of his own, "And I who thought twilight past, and the night too dark to shine." Shortly after, Yorimasa was granted land in Izu province and appointed his son, Nakatsuna, as the new governor. He had risen to the 3rd rank and acquired vast estates in Gokunoshi in Tanaba and Tomiyawaga in Wakasa. Yet despite all his accomplishments, Yorimasa's life took a tragic turn. After raising a futile revolt, he brought ruin upon his prince, his family, and himself. His fate was a bitter one. In the past, the monks of Mount Hiei were always quick to make a ruckus and protest, but this time they kept quiet and said nothing. Kofukuji and Midera, temples that had sheltered the prince or welcomed him, became enemies of the court as a result. Both temples became targets for attack. A force of over 10,000 soldiers, led by Shigehira, the 4th son of Lord Kiyomori, and Tadanori, the governor of Satsuma, set out towards Midera. Upon reaching the temple, they dug a moat, set up a shield wall, and built a defensive barricade, then waited for the battle to begin. The first arrow was shot at dawn, starting the battle, which raged throughout the day. By the end of the day, more than 300 monks from the temple had been killed. When night fell, the government forces attacked again, bursting into the temple grounds and setting the building on fire. The flames consumed several important structures: Hongakuin, Jokain, Shinyoin, Kionin, Fugendo, Daihoin, Shoryuin, and the Abbot's Lodge, which housed the sacred statue of Abbot Kyodai. Among the buildings destroyed were the Miroku Hall, the Great Lecture Hall, the Bell Tower, the Sutra Repository, the Hall for Holy Initiations, the Shrine for the Guardians of the Teachings, and the Sanctuary of Imagumano. In total, 637 halls, chapels, pagodas, and mausoleums were lost, along with 1,853 laymen's houses in the surrounding area. The Tripitaka, the sacred Buddhist texts brought from China by Chaiso Daishi, and over 2,000 Buddha images were also destroyed in the fire. The loss was immense. Midera had originally been a private temple, established by a local leader who hoped to control the region. However, when Emperor Tenmu took it over, it became an imperial temple, with the central Buddha being Miroku, the Buddha of the future. Abbot Kyodai, who was regarded as a living embodiment of Miroku, spent over 160 years there before passing the temple on to Chaisho Daishi. According to tradition, Miroku is said to be waiting in the heavenly realm for the day he will descend to earth and be born under the dragon flower tree. However, with the destruction of Midera, one might wonder how such a catastrophe could happen if Miroku's arrival was truly near. Chaisho Daishi had turned Midera into a sacred place for the study of Buddhist teachings, calling it Midera, or Temple of the Three Wells, because of the holy water drawn there each morning, but now nothing remains. The temple that was once so holy has been reduced to ashes. There is no place left for practicing the teachings, no bell to signal the prayers, no flowers for the summer retreat, and no holy water to ladle. The learned masters and renowned teachers who once gathered there have abandoned their practices, and the disciples who once waited to learn from them have turned away from the teachings of the Buddha. The temple's abbot, cloistered Prince Heike was removed as the head monk of Toji. 13 other senior monks were dismissed, and 30 men, including the warrior monk Jomyo, were exiled. The scale of the destruction was so great that no one could dismiss it as a minor incident. People began to talk, saying, "This is just the beginning. Soon enough, the Heike will realise their time has passed." The capital was in a state of excitement. It had recently been decided that the capital would be moved to Fukuhara, but no one expected it to happen so soon. People were confused and uncertain about the sudden change. To make matters more surprising, the move was brought forward by a day. Early that morning, the emperor, still very young, was carried in a palanquin, accompanied by his nurse, Sotsunosuke, rather than his mother. The regent, chancellor, senior nobles, and other important officials all rushed to take their places in the procession. By the time the emperor reached Fukuhara, Lord Yorimori's residence had been transformed into the imperial palace. Shortly after, Yorimori received a promotion that had never been seen before. He was raised to the upper second rank, surpassing even the son of the regent. This change was met with surprise, especially because it was a commoner's second son who had been promoted so high. Lord Kiyomori, who had previously released the cloistered emperor from his confinement, had his attitude changed once again after Prince Mochihito's rebellion. Enraged, Kiyomori moved the cloistered emperor to Fukuhara, where he was imprisoned in a simple house surrounded by a tall fence and guarded by a single man. Locals referred to the house as the Caged Palace. The cloistered emperor expressed his desire for personal freedom, stating that he did not wish to govern, but only to live peacefully and take pilgrimages to sacred places. The people were angered by the Heike family's continued mistreatment of the emperor and the nobles, citing their actions since the previous years. They believed moving the capital was just another act of defiance by Kiyomori. Moving the capital was not without precedent, as many emperors in the past had shifted the imperial seat. From ancient times, emperors had relocated their capitals across the land, but Emperor Kanmu's move to a new site was particularly significant. He had chosen a location surrounded by auspicious signs, and sought to ensure the capital would last forever by burying a clay warrior as a symbol of protection against future disruptions. The Heike family's decision to move the capital to Fukuhara was seen as an affront to history and tradition. People remembered the old capital and its beauty, with its temples and thriving community, and they were disturbed by the idea of abandoning it. The new capital was being constructed amid confusion, and the process was far from smooth. Lord Michichika suggested building a provisional palace while waiting for a permanent one, and though this was approved, the financial burden on the people was heavy. Many lamented the state of affairs, comparing it to past times when rulers lived humbly and cared for the people. They reflected on historical examples of extravagant palace construction that led to the suffering of the common folk. The extravagance of the current move seemed disconnected from the struggles of the people, and there were calls for a return to simpler, more thoughtful leadership. People observed the growing decay of the old capital, once a place of beauty and prosperity, now deteriorating before their eyes. The changes were both physical and emotional, with people mourning the loss of a once thriving centre of life, now becoming a wasteland as materials were repurposed for the new capital. Some left poems behind, lamenting the passing of the old city and the uncertain future ahead. Though the plans to build a new capital were underway, the feeling of displacement and loss hung over the people, leaving them uncertain and grieving the once glorious city they had lost. The schedule was set. Work on the new capital would begin in early June, with the ridgepole of the new palace raised by mid-August. The Emperor would make his official progress there by November. As time passed, the old capital fell into ruin, while the new one began to flourish. The hot summer eventually faded into autumn, and before long, half the season had passed. People living in Fukuhara, now the heart of the empire, travelled to famous spots to enjoy the moon. Some visited locations tied to Commander Genji's legacy, from the coast of Suma to Akashi, crossing over to the island of Awaji, and taking in the moon at Oshima Rocks. Others made their way to places like Shirara, Fukuyagi, Wakanoura, Sumiyoshi, Nanaiwa, Takasago, bringing back poems inspired by Inoue's moonlit moments at dawn. Meanwhile, those still in the old city gazed at the moon from Fushimi or Hirasawa Pond. Lord Sanasada, filled with longing for the old capital, ventured back from Fukuhara after the moon had passed its peak in August. When he arrived, he found the city vastly changed. Few houses remained, with weeds growing before their gates and heavy dew clinging to abandoned gardens. Fields that had once flourished were now overrun with wormwood and scrubby weeds, offering little shelter except to birds and crickets, singing mournfully among scattered wildflowers, like small chrysanthemums and mauve thoroughwort. The last remaining piece of the old capital's past, the Empress Mother, still lived by the Kamo River, in a place called Konoe. Lord Sanasada went to visit her, and had one of his attendants knock at the gate. A voice from within called out, "Who's there, seeking to enter where no one comes any more, to brush the dew off the wormwood?" The attendant replied, "Commander Sanasada from Fukuhara." She instructed him to enter through a small gate. The Empress Mother, perhaps longing for the old days, had her southern shutters opened, and was playing the biwa when Sanasada arrived. Surprised, she exclaimed, "Is this a dream, or are you real? Come in, come in." It reminded him of a scene from the Uji chapters of Genji, where a daughter of the 8th prince plays her biwa to ease her sorrow at the passing of autumn, calling to the moon with her instrument, a sentiment that Sanasada could now easily understand. One of the gentlewomen attending her Kojiju had earned a nickname, Wait All Evening, after once responding to her mistress's question about which was more moving, waiting all evening, or watching him leave at dawn. Kojiju had replied, "Waiting all evening, while the hours stretch on to the sound of the bells, is far more intense than the moment when he leaves at cock-crow." This was the poem that gave her the nickname. Later that night, Lord Sanasada gathered the ladies to reminisce about the past and present. He composed a song to express the sorrow he felt for the decline of the old city. "I return to the ancient capital and see only a wasteland of weeds, desolation stretching far and wide. The moon shines down, revealing it all, and the autumn wind blows coldly." He sang the song 3 times, beautifully, and the Empress and her gentlewomen wept, their sleeves dampened with tears. As night turned into day, Sanasada bid them farewell and returned to Fukuhara. On his way, he called one of his chamberlains and told him, "Kojiju seemed deeply sorrowful. Go back and give her a message from me." Chamberlain returned to the residence and respectfully delivered Lord Sanasada's message. How could it compare? "You once asked about the pain of waiting until dawn. What about this morning makes you so heartbroken?" Kojiju, struggling to hold back tears, responded, "Waiting for endless hours marked by the toll of the bells is heavy, but it's the moment of cock-crow when he leaves that breaks the heart." When the Chamberlain returned to Sanasada and reported the exchange, the Lord was moved. "Yes, that's why I sent you," he said, deeply touched by her words. From then on, the Chamberlain came to be known as Chamberlain Can't Compare. After the Heike moved to Fukuhara, they began to experience strange, unsettling dreams that often left their hearts racing. Night after night, they saw disturbing apparitions. One evening, a massive face, as wide as a bay, appeared in the room where Lord Kiyomori lay. Unfazed, Kiyomori stared at the apparition until it melted away. The Oka Palace, a recent construction, had no trees of note around it, but one night there was a loud crash like the sound of a large tree falling, followed by a burst of laughter that seemed to come from dozens of people. The laughter was so strange that they suspected it was a prank by Tengu, and they posted a whistler guard, 100 men by night, 50 by day, to shoot arrows while whistling. But when the archers aimed at the Tengu, there was silence. The only sounds came from arrows shot in other directions, which were met with bursts of laughter. One morning, when Lord Kiyomori stepped from his curtained bed and opened the double doors, he found a shocking sight. Dead men's skulls piled high in the inner courtyard garden, rolling and clattering against one another, forming a mound that grew larger and larger, nearly 150 feet high. The skulls seemed to have living eyes, all of them focused intently on Lord Kiyomori. He glared back at them, and they disappeared as suddenly as they had appeared, like frost melting under the sun. In another strange incident, one of Kiyomori's horses, which he had lavished with care, had a mouse chew a nest into its tail and give birth to a litter of young. This bizarre occurrence promoted Kiyomori to consult 7 yin-yang masters, who advised caution. The horse had been a gift from Barno Subaru Kagachika of Sagami, said to be the finest in all the eastern provinces. Named Mochizuki, or Full Moon, it was black with a white blaze. The horse was later given to Abe no Yasuchika, the head of the yin-yang office, and was linked to a similar incident from the reign of Emperor Tenshi, where a mouse gave birth in the tail of a horse in the imperial stables, marking the rise of foreign insurgents. Another story involved one of Lord Minamoto no Masayori's young housemen, who had a disturbing dream. He found himself in the Bureau of Shrines, where a formal debate was taking place among senior officials. At the end of the discussion, they expelled one of their number, who was an ally of the Heike. The dreamer asked an old man about this person, and was told it was the divinity of Itsukushima. Then, an elder seated in the place of honour announced that the Sword of Command, once given to the Taira family, would now be awarded to Yoritomo, who was in exile. Another elder suggested that the sword should pass to his descendants. The dreamer learned that the divine beings involved in these events were the great Bodhisattva Hachiman, the Kasuga deity, and the Takeuchi deity. The dream was told to others, eventually reaching Lord Kiyomori. He sent one of his officials, Gendayu Suasada, to demand the surrender of Lord Masayori's young houseman. The young man fled, but Masayori soon visited Kiyomori, denying the truth of the rumour, and the matter was put to rest. However, when Kiyomori had once been the governor of Aki, he went on a pilgrimage to Itsukushima, where he received a lance in a sacred dream. He kept this lance by his pillow, but one night it mysteriously disappeared. The Heike, once the stronghold of the court and protector of the realm, had long defied the imperial will, and as a result, the Sword of Command was taken from their hands. The news reached Sairai, a monk living on Mount Kya. Reflecting on the events, Sairai said, "The Heike have had their time. The Itsukushima deity, a female divinity, favoured them for a while. But now the Sword of Command is being given to Yoritomo, and I wonder why the Kasuga deity insisted it should pass to his descendants after that. Perhaps it means that after the Heike, the Genji, descendants of Lord Kamatari, will take command of the realm." Another monk with him remarked, The gods reveal themselves in many forms. They are not bound by appearance. The Itsukushima deity may be called female, but a divine being with the power of wisdom and supernatural abilities can take any form. These two monks had turned their backs on worldly matters, seeking the true path and a desire for paradise, yet they still found themselves contemplating the changing tides of power and the fate of the realm. We humans are quick to praise good governments when it serves us, and to lament when misfortune strikes. On the 2nd day of the 9th month, Bar no Subaru Kagachika, a man from Sagami province, sent a messenger to Fukuhara with this message. In the previous 8 months, on the 17th, Yoritomo, the exile from Izu, who had once served in the Right Watch, sent his father-in-law, Hojo Tokimasa, to secretly strike the province's deputy governor, Izumi Kanataka, at his home in Yamaki. Kanataka was killed. Then Doi, Tsuchiya, and Okazaki, with more than 300 riders, took refuge at Mount Ishibashi. I led a force of 1,000 men, loyal to the Heike, to attack them there, and soon we reduced their numbers to just half a dozen, including Yoritomo himself. After a fierce fight, Yoritomo fled to Sugiyama for safety. Then Hatakeyama joined us, bringing over 500 men, and Miura Yoshiaki's sons added 300 more. The two sides met in battle along the shore between Yui and Kotsubo. Hatakeyama was defeated and retreated to Musashi province. His next move was to gather his entire clan, more than 3,000 men from various warrior leagues, and attack the Miura fortress at Kinagasa. Miura Yoshiaki was killed, and his sons fled from Kurihama by sea to Awa and Kazusa. This was the content of Kagachika's report. For the Heike, the novelty of the move to Fukuhara had worn off. Young senior nobles and court gentlemen, eager for action, often sighed out loud, "Damn it, I want to do something. Let's get out there and fight." At that moment, Hatakeyama Shigeyoshi, Oyamada Arashige, and Utsunomiya Tomasuna were in the capital on guard duty. Hatakeyama commented, "This report must be wrong. I can't speak for the Hojo, who are close to the Yoritomo, but I can't believe the others would support an enemy of the court. I'm sure a corrected version will come soon." Some agreed with this, but others disagreed. "Far from it," many whispered. "The realm is in danger." Lord Kiyomori was furious. "I wish I had executed Yoritomo when I had the chance," he shouted. "I reduced his punishment to exile at the insistence of the late Lady Ike. But does he show any gratitude for that? No. Instead he attacks us. Not even the gods or Buddhas could forgive him for this. That Yoritomo, oh, heaven's wrath will soon come for him. Who then, in our realm, first opposed the imperial will? Long ago, in the province of Ki, in Nagusa County, to Cow Village, a great spider appeared, its body thick and its legs long, stronger than any powerful man. The creature took so many lives that imperial forces had to be sent to deal with it. They read the emperor's decree aloud, tied a net of vines, threw it over the spider, and killed it. Since that time, others driven by ambition have sought to defy imperial rule. Among them were Ishi no Yamamaru, Prince Yama, the minister Moriya, Yamada no Ishikawa, Soga no Iruka, Tomo no Matori, Funya no Miyada, Tachibana no Hayanari, Hikami no Kawatsugi, Prince Io, Fujiwara no Hirotsugi, Emi no Oshikatsu, Heir Apparent Sawara, Empress Igami, Fujiwara no Nakanari, Taira no Masakado, Fujiwara no Sumitomo, Abe no Sadat, Abe no Manet, Minamoto no Yoshichika, the governor of Tsushima, the haughty left minister Yorinaga, and the ruthless gate watch attendant Nobuyori. In total, there were 20 of them, none of whom succeeded. Their bodies were left in the wilderness, their heads displayed at the gates of prisons. In this present age, the throne holds no reverence. In ancient times, an imperial edict, even when read aloud to a dead tree, would cause it to bloom and bear fruit, commanding obedience from even the birds of the air. Not so long ago, Emperor Daigo visited his Shinsen garden and saw a white heron by the pond. He called for a chamberlain. "Catch me that heron," he ordered. The chamberlain, not knowing how to catch it, began to approach. As he did, the heron spread its wings, preparing to fly away. "I bring you His Majesty's command," the chamberlain announced. At this, the heron folded its wings and bowed deeply. The chamberlain caught the bird and brought it to the emperor. "It is truly remarkable," the emperor said, "that you have come in response to your sovereign's call." Then he turned to the chamberlain. "Award this heron the 5th rank immediately." And so it was done. "Henceforth you will be known as the King of the Herons," His Majesty declared, hanging a title around the bird's neck before releasing it. The emperor had no real need for the heron. He simply wished to demonstrate the weight and power of an emperor's word. Examples of failed resistance to the sovereign can also be found in China. Prince Dan, the heir apparent of the state of Yan, was captured by the first emperor of Qin and spent 12 years in captivity. After all this time, he pleaded, "In my homeland, I have an elderly mother. Please allow me to go and see her." The first emperor mocked him, saying, "There will be no leave for you until horses sprout horns and crows have white heads." Prince Dan, in deep despair, looked up at the heavens and bowed to the earth, praying, "Please make horses grow horns and crows turn white. I long to return home and see my mother again." The sacred powers, both seen and unseen, were moved by his filial devotion. Eventually, a horned horse appeared at the palace, and a crow with a white head perched in a garden tree. The first emperor, seeing this miracle, decided to release Prince Dan, keeping his word, as a sovereign must. He allowed the prince to return home. However, the first emperor regretted his decision. Between Qin and Yan lay a land named Chu, and a great river spanned by a bridge known as the Bridge of Chu. The first emperor sent troops to ensure that when Prince Dan crossed the bridge, he would fall into the river. As expected, when the prince reached the middle of the bridge, he fell, yet he did not drown. Instead, he walked across the river as if on solid ground. Turtles surfaced and carried him across on their backs, protecting him because the sacred powers were still watching over his filial devotion. Despite this miracle, Prince Dan's bitterness towards the first emperor grew, and he refused to give up. When the emperor sent more troops to kill him, Prince Dan enlisted the help of a warrior named Jing Qi, whom he appointed as a minister. Jing Qi, in turn, sought the assistance of Minister Tian Guang, another warrior. Tian Guang told him, "If you are relying on me because of my past, know that I am no longer the man I once was. I am old and cannot help you, but I will find you men who can fight." Jing Qi then sought out Fan Qiu Kui, a man from Qin, whose family had been killed by the first emperor, Fang Qiu, had fled to Yan, and a bounty had been placed on his head. Jing Qi approached him, saying, "I hear the first emperor is offering a large reward for your head. Give it to me, and I will take it to him. While he is celebrating, I will strike him down." Fang Qiu, deeply pained by the loss of his family, agreed, and without hesitation he cut off his own head and gave it to Jing Qi. Another warrior, Qin Wu Yang, also from Qin, had fled to Yan after killing an enemy at the age of 13. He was known for his incredible strength and courage. Jing Qi hired him to guide him to the capital. As they travelled, they heard music from a nearby village. Listening carefully, they realised that the outcome of their mission was doomed. Despite this, they continued their journey and eventually reached the first emperor's palace. The palace, with its towering walls and extravagant features, was awe-inspiring. When they arrived, they presented the map of Yan and the head of Fan Qiu. But Jing Qi insisted on presenting these personally, not through a third party. The first emperor granted his request, and a banquet was prepared for the envoys. Inside the palace, Jing Qi and Qin Wu Yang were filled with awe, but Wu Yang was visibly shaken. The courtiers, suspicious of his nerves, whispered that he might be planning something treacherous. Jing Qi explained that Wu Yang was simply unfamiliar with the palace and its grandeur, but this did little to ease their concern. Finally, they stood before the first emperor, and as they presented the map and the head, a sword hidden inside the chest holding the map gleamed coldly. The first emperor, sensing danger, tried to flee. Jing Qi quickly grabbed his sleeve and pressed the sword to his chest. The courtiers, who had once been so confident in their emperor's safety, were now powerless to act. The first emperor begged for a moment to hear his favourite consort play the Qin one last time. Jing Qi, in his fury, agreed. The consort, Lady Huang Yang, played beautifully, her music calming even the fiercest hearts. As she played, she sang a piece about strength and weakness, which the first emperor understood to be a message. At the moment she finished, the emperor leapt over a screen, escaping behind a pillar. Enraged, Jing Qi threw his sword at the emperor, but a physician in attendance blocked it with his medicine pouch. The sword struck a pillar instead, and Jing Qi had no other weapons. The emperor returned, ordered his guards to bring his sword, and had Jing Qi and Wu Yang killed. The first emperor then sent an army to destroy the state of Yan, and with that, Jing Qi's mission failed. In the court, the Heike followers muttered, "Yoritomo will meet the same fate." Now let's talk about Minamoto no Yoritomo. His father Yoshitomo, who was the chief equerry, rebelled when Yoritomo was just 14 years old, and as a result, Yoritomo was exiled to Izu province, specifically to the island of Hirugashima. He spent over 20 years there, living in exile, keeping a low profile, but eventually he raised a rebellion of his own, motivated by an influential figure named Mongaku of Takao, a holy man who encouraged him to take action. Mongaku was the son of Endo Mochito, a junior officer in the Left Palace Guards, and he had served as a warrior named Endo Morito. However, at the age of 19, Mongaku chose to leave the world behind and pursue a life of intense spiritual practice. He wanted to test how difficult asceticism really was, so he lay down in a thicket under the blazing sun during the summer months, enduring the bites of insects like horseflies, mosquitoes, and wasps for 7 days without moving or getting up. On the 8th day he stood up and commented, "So this is what asceticism is really about?" A voice responded, If that's all it takes, no one would survive it. Unfazed, Mongaku then committed to his practice and decided to go to Kumano with the goal of meditating under the Nachi waterfall. Upon arrival, the cold of winter had already set in. The snow was deep, and the ice had silenced the streams. The wind was freezing, and the waterfall had turned to ice, with only the silver threads of water remaining. Despite the freezing conditions, Mongaku waded into the pool beneath the waterfall, immersing himself completely, and chanting the Danari of Lord Fudo, a powerful mantra. He continued this practice for several days, but by the fourth or fifth day, he lost his strength. The powerful waterfall swept him away, crashing against sharp rocks as he was carried downstream. At that moment, a beautiful youth appeared and, without hesitation, lifted him up, and carried him to safety. Those watching were amazed, and they warmed Mongaku by the fire. Miraculously, he recovered. As he regained his strength, Mongaku's eyes burned with anger. I made a vow to stand for 3 times 7 days under the waterfall, chanting 300,000 times the Dharani of Lord Fudo. And this is only the 5th day. Who dares to interfere with my practice? Those present were silent, unsure how to respond. Undeterred, Mongaku returned to the waterfall and continued his practice. On the following day, 8 divine youths descended from the heavens and attempted to lift him out of the water, but he fought them off fiercely. Eventually, on the 3rd day, Mongaku's strength gave out, and he began to lose consciousness. At this point, 2 celestial youths appeared, descending from the edge of the waterfall. They gently caressed his body from head to toe, bringing him back to life with their warm, fragrant touch. Mongaku, now revived, asked, "Who are you, to show me such kindness?" "We are Kongara and Saitaka," they answered. "We serve under the Mantra King, Fudo. Your vow and dedication have been so great that we were sent to assist your practice." Mongaku asked where the Mantra King was, and the youths replied, "He resides in the Tosotsu heaven." With that, they flew away into the sky. Mongaku, filled with renewed energy, felt reassured that even the powerful Fudo himself had acknowledged his practice. Empowered, Mongaku resumed his meditation under the waterfall, and from then on, miracles seemed to surround him. The freezing wind no longer affected him, and the waters of the waterfall felt warm to the touch. Ultimately, he completed his vow to stay under the waterfall for 3 times 7 days. Afterwards, he undertook a 1000-day retreat at Nachi and travelled to many sacred sites across Japan, including Mount Koya, the summit of Mount Fuji, the sacred shrines of Izu, Hakone, Togakushi in Shinao, and Mount Haguro in Dewa. His dedication to his spiritual journey was so renowned that he became famous as an ascetic who could even summon birds from the sky. Finally, perhaps feeling the pull of home, Mongaku made his way to the capital, having gained fame for his fierce asceticism. After that, Mongaku continued his spiritual practice in the remote mountain area of Takao, where the Jingoji temple stood. It had been founded by Waka no Kiyamaru long before, but over time it had fallen into disrepair. The temple was abandoned, blending into the mist of spring and emerging from the fog of autumn. The wind had blown the doors flat, leaving them to rot under fallen leaves, and cracked roof tiles let in the rain. The altar had no shelter, and the temple was completely without a priest or visitors. Only the light of the sun and moon illuminated the space. Mongaku made a new vow, to rebuild Jingoji. To achieve this, he began a fundraising campaign, reaching out to patrons everywhere. One day, he arrived at the residence of cloistered Emperor Go Shirakawa. He sent in an urgent request for a donation, but the Emperor, busy with music, refused to hear it. Mongaku, undeterred and fearless, had no concern for formalities or protocol. Believing that the emperor had not received his appeal, he took matters into his own hands. He stormed into the court, shouting, "You are the sovereign, aren't you? Lord of mercy and compassion. How can you turn a deaf ear to my plea?" Then he unfurled his subscription list, and in a loud voice declared, "I, Mongaku, a humble disciple of the Buddha, announce my mission. With the help of the greatest lords and the smallest people, both monks and lay people, I aim to rebuild a temple on the sacred ground of Mount Takao, and hold services there for the benefit of this life and the next. I call for your support." He continued with a passionate plea. Reflection shows that true reality is vast. Though beings and the Buddha go by different names, delusion clouds the Dharma, blocking the path to understanding. The teachings of the Buddha, which should shine like the moon in the lotus of the heart, are obscured by confusion, and the three virtues and four mandalas do not reach the heavens. The world is lost in ignorance, distracted by lust and indulgence. Who can rid themselves of the folly of the mad elephant or the wild ape? We speak ill of others and of their teachings, and so we face the wrath of vengeful spirits from the king of hell. Even as I wear the robes of a monk, and have separated myself from the worldly life, evil teachings still rise within me day and night, and I remain deaf to the higher calling. It is suffering to return to the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth in the three realms, turning endlessly in the agony of the four births. Each scroll of the Buddha's teachings, whether teaching skillful means or the highest truth, guides us towards enlightenment. I weep for the impermanence of all things, and I urge everyone, high or low, monk or layperson, to direct their efforts towards the Supreme Buddha, and help build a sanctuary for the King of Boundless Awakening. He described Takao's natural beauty, likening it to sacred places like Vulture Peak and Mount Shang. The area was beautiful, with no distractions, only faith and reverence for the Buddha. Landscape inspired devotion, and Mongaku urged that even a small contribution could lead to great spiritual merit, like a child's sand stupa, turning into the seed of future Buddhahood. A small donation, such as a piece of paper or a coin, could also help in the sacred cause. He prayed for the temple's completion, for the emperor's reign to fulfill all wishes, and for lasting peace and harmony for all people, near and far. He hoped that the spirits of the dead, great and small, would pass into the one true vehicle, and take their place in the Buddha's realm, enjoying the eternal light of the Buddha's teachings. This was the spirit behind Mongaku's fundraising plea. He continued his appeal with these words, "I have spoken." Thus, Mongaku's passionate plea reached the emperor, urging him to support the rebuilding of Jingoji. At the time, the cloistered emperor's court was full of musicians and performers. Chancellor Morinaga was playing the biwa and singing Chinese poetry. Grand Councillor Tsukikata was beating the rhythm for the rendition of folk songs, and other notable figures like Tsukitoki and Morisada were also joining in with music and song. The atmosphere was lively, full of joy, as the emperor himself sang along with the group. But then, Mongaku's loud shouting interrupted the music, throwing everything off. The emperor asked who was making the noise, demanding that someone silence him. Tsukiyuki, one of the younger courtiers, rushed to handle the situation, angrily shouting at Mongaku to leave. Mongaku, however, refused to leave until the emperor donated land for the rebuilding of Jingoji Temple on Mount Takao. Tsukiyuki moved to slap him, but Mongaku reacted swiftly, using his subscription list to knock off Tsukiyuki's court hat, and then delivering a punch that knocked Tsukiyuki backwards. With his top knot flapping in the wind, Tsukiyuki quickly retreated to the veranda. Mongaku, in a dramatic gesture, pulled out a gleaming dagger from his robe and threatened anyone who dared approach him. With a dagger in one hand and his subscription list in the other, Mongaku looked like he was armed with 2 blades. The nobles and courtiers, shocked and alarmed, watched as the scene turned chaotic. One of the emperor's guards, a warrior named Migimuni, rushed forward with his sword drawn to confront Mongaku. Though reluctant to harm a monk, Migimuni struck Mongaku's arm with the flat of his sword, slowing him down. The two wrestled on the ground, Mongaku managing to stab Migimuni in the arm despite the struggle. As they fought, courtiers crowded around, some trying to hit Mongaku, but he ignored them, continuing to shout insults. Eventually, he was dragged out of the palace and handed over to the authorities, who restrained him. Furious, Mongaku shouted at the emperor's residence, promising that the emperor would regret his actions. "The 3 realms are a burning house," he yelled. "Your palace will burn just as hot. Once you're gone, the demons will claim you." The authorities, disturbed by Mongaku's bizarre behaviour, sent him into prison. Tsukayuki, embarrassed by the loss of his hat, stayed away from court for a while. Migimuni was promoted for his role in restraining Mongaku. When Baifukamonin passed away, an amnesty was declared, and Mongaku was released from prison. Rather than retreating, Mongaku resumed his fundraising efforts, continuing to preach doom and chaos, declaring that both sovereigns and subjects alike were doomed. The authorities decided that he was too much of a disruption in the capital and exiled him to Izu. The governor of Izu, Lord Nakatsuna, ordered his transportation by sea. On the way there, Mongaku and his guards, a few released prisoners, found themselves discussing their situation. The guards suggested Mongaku ask friends for provisions, and Mongaku reluctantly agreed, telling them there was someone in the eastern hills he could ask for help. Mongaku had a letter written, asking for provisions and supplies for his journey, addressing it to Reverend Canon at Kiyomizu. Despite the god's surprise at his choice of recipient, Mongaku insisted on his faith in Canon. During the voyage, the ship encountered a violent storm that threatened to capsize it. While the crew prayed desperately, Mongaku, still calm, had been sleeping. He suddenly woke up, charged to the prow of the ship, and shouted at the Dragon Kings, blaming them for the storm. His bold words seemed to calm the storm, and the ship finally made it safely to Izu. Throughout the entire journey, Mongaku remained steadfast in his prayer. If he was destined to return to the capital to rebuild Jingoji, he would survive the journey. If not, he would perish along the way. For 31 days, the ship hugged the coast, island to island, with Mongaku fasting but remaining full of energy and determination, continuing his practice without a break. Nothing Mongaku did or said seemed ordinary. His actions were always intense, and his devotion unshakable. Mongaku was placed under the care of Kondo Kunitaka, who lived in the hills behind Nagoya, in Izu province. From there, Mongaku often visited Yoritomo to talk about various matters, old and new. One day, Mongaku said, "Among all the Heike lords, Shigemori had true courage and wisdom. Now their time is almost over. He passed away last year. I don't see any Heike or Genji leader today who has your potential. You should act now, raise a rebellion, and take control of Japan." Yoritomo responded, "That's not something I've ever considered. I owe my life to the late Lady Ikke's intercession on my behalf, and I pray for her every day by chanting the Lotus Sutra. That's my focus." Mongaku persisted. "There's a saying, whoever rejects what heaven offers will incur heaven's wrath. Failing to act when the time comes leads to disaster. You think I'm just testing you? Look at my devotion." From his robe, Mongaku took out a skull wrapped in white cloth. "What is that?" Yoritomo asked. "This is the skull of your father, the late chief left equerry. After the Heike events, his skull was left to rot under the moss by the prison gate. No one prayed for him, but I took it. I begged the guards for it, and I've kept it around my neck for over 10 years. I've travelled all over, praying for his soul at temples and holy mountains. I've ensured that he's been spared suffering for a kalpa. So you see, I've given your father faithful service." Although not fully convinced, Yoritomo was moved when he learned the skull was his father's. Tears filled his eyes. Then, with a serious tone, he asked, "How can I lead a rebellion when I'm still under imperial ban?" Mongaku reassured him, "That's no problem. I'll go to the capital and get you a pardon." Yoritomo protested, "But you're under the same ban. How can you get a pardon for anyone else?" Mongaku replied, "It might be mad for me to ask for a pardon for myself, but there's no harm in asking one for you. It'll take me 3 days to reach the new capital, Fukuhara. I'll spend a 4th day there requesting the decree. The whole trip will take a week at most." Mongaku returned to Nagoya and told his disciples he was going on a quiet retreat at the Oyama Shrine in Izu. In reality, he arrived in Fukuhara 3 days later. He had a small connection with Fujiwara no Mitsuyoshi, a former Right Watch intendant, and went to see him. "I'm talking about Minamoto no Yoritomo, the exile from Izu," Mongaku said. "If only he could get a decree from the cloistered emperor lifting his ban, he could rally his forces, defeat the Heike, and restore peace to the realm." Mitsuyoshi replied, "I don't know what to say. I've been relieved of all my positions, and things are difficult for me. The cloistered emperor is a prisoner, so I can't promise anything, but I'll bring it to his attention." Mitsuyoshi secretly informed the cloistered emperor, who quickly issued the decree. Mongaku returned to Izu 3 days later, having obtained it. Moritomo, still anxious, thought, "Who knows what kind of trouble this monk is going to cause me?" But at noon on the 8th day, Mongaku appeared and presented the imperial decree. The very sight of the imperial decree left Yoritomo in awe. He washed his hands, rinsed his mouth, changed his hat, donned a pure white robe, and bowed 3 times before reading it. In recent years, the Taira have shown contempt for imperial rule and disregarded the proper way of governance. They seek to destroy the Buddha's teachings and undermine the authority of the court. This land is sacred, and throughout history, any attempt to overthrow the imperial dynasty has failed. Therefore, go forth and, with the gods' help, punish the Heike, and disperse the enemies of the imperial line. The time has come for you to surpass your ancestors' loyal service, distinguish yourself, and bring honour back to your house. This is the charge given to you." Yoritomo, overwhelmed, placed the decree in a brocade bag. Even during the battle at Mount Ishibashi, he kept it around his neck, as a precious reminder of the emperor's command. At Fukuhara, a council of senior nobles ordered a punitive force to be sent out quickly, before Yoritomo could gather an army. The overall command was given to the Palace Guards Lieutenant, Koromori, and his deputy, the governor of Satsuma, Tadanori. Their force, initially 30,000 strong, left Fukuhara and quickly reached the old capital, then continued their journey east. Koromori, at 23 years old, was tall and handsome, with an air of military command. He wore a red brocade under armour with green lacing, and rode a dappled grey horse with a golden saddle. His deputy, Tadanori, wore dark blue brocade armour, black laced, and rode a sturdy black steed with a black lacquered saddle decorated with silver and gold. The 2 men were the epitome of martial grace, Their horses and armour gleamed in the sunlight. Tadanori had been in a romantic relationship with a high-ranking lady, and once, when he visited her, he became annoyed when a guest stayed too long, not leaving even after the evening passed. After pacing under the eaves for a while, Tadanori finally left, only for the lady to later ask why he stopped fanning himself. He explained that he thought he was bothering her. When he left for the campaign, the lady sent him an underrobe, expressing her sorrow that he would be far away. Though you travel eastward, your sleeves will not catch the dew of my absence. Tadanori in turn replied that he was not worried about her lamenting, for he was on a path towards immortal glory. This seemed to allude to a historical event, where a commander had ventured east in the past for a similar campaign, to subdue an enemy in the name of the court. In the past, such commanders had received the sword of command directly from the emperor, and had been honoured with grand ceremonies before leaving. Things had changed. Now the commanders were only given a travelling bell to carry their orders, marking the shift in how warfare was conducted. Koromori and Tadanori, no doubt, felt the weight of this change as they embarked on their journey. The retired emperor, Takakura, had recently set off on a pilgrimage to Itsukushima to pray for peace and health amid the growing rebellion of Prince Mochihito. Takakura's prayer was a plea for divine intervention, invoking the sacredness of the shrine and the wisdom of divine forces. He had previously visited Itsukushima and now returned for spiritual solace. During his journey, he composed a prayer, which he personally drafted, expressing his devotion and calling for divine protection. Meanwhile, in the east, Yoritomo was gathering strength. He had crossed the Ashigara Mountains and was met by reinforcements from various regions. His force, now numbering around 200,000 men, was gathering momentum. As his men camped near the Fuji River, Heike forces led by Koromori and Tadanori were not far behind. Koromori was considering attacking, but Tadanori cautioned against rushing into battle without reinforcements. He noted that Yoritomo's forces were already vast, and their men and horses would be better off waiting for additional support. Despite the advice, Koromori's forces set out, and the situation soon became tense. As night fell, the Heike soldiers saw signs that the Genji were all around them, and they panicked. By morning, the Genji army arrived in full force, and the Heike soldiers, disorganized and disarrayed, fled in fear. Some left their weapons behind, others jumped onto other people's horses, and some fled without even grabbing their belongings. The chaos spread as courtesans and singing girls, who had been summoned for entertainment, were caught in the frenzy, some trampled or harmed in the chaos. The next morning, the Genji forces, now 200,000 strong, moved in on the Heike position, raising a mighty battle cry that shook the heavens and the earth. From the Heike camp there was a complete silence. Yoritomo sent men to investigate, and they returned saying, "They are all gone." Some brought back armour the Heike had left behind, others large curtains that had surrounded their camp. Not a single sound, they reported. Yoritomo dismounted, took off his helmet, rinsed his mouth, and bowed towards the capital. "I don't deserve credit for this victory," he said. "All thanks should go to the great Bodhisattva, Hachiman." After such a sudden triumph, he gave the province of Segura to Ichi-no-Jiro Tadayori, and the province of Totomi to Yatsuda no Saburo Yoshisada. He could have pursued the Heike further, but he worried about his rearguard, so he withdrew from Ukishima-Gahara and retreated to the province of Sagami. The singing girls at the rest stops along the Tokaido laughed, saying, "What a joke. Commander runs away without even firing a single arrow. How pathetic." He fled not because of an enemy, but because of a sound. They couldn't get over it, and mockery appeared on every wall. The Heike commander in the capital was Lord Monogatari, and his name inspired many jokes. The word Mune means ridgepole, and Mori sounds like warden. Koromori, who was the guard's lieutenant, added more to the ridicule. One lampoon combined these words, referencing the lowly one-floor house as a symbol of the Heike's fall. Poor low one-floor house. What despair must fill the ridgepole warden, since the post he relied on to prop him up has fallen. Another lampoon mocked Tadakio, the governor of Kazusa, for abandoning his army in the Fuji River. In his armour he went into the Fuji River. Tadakio, it's time to dress in black and pray for the next life. On the 8th day of the 11th month, Koromori returned to the capital, Fukuhara. Lord Kiyomori was furious. He declared, "Punitive Force Commander and Guards Lieutenant Koromori will be exiled to Kikaigashima, and Tadakio, the Kazusa governor, will be executed." The next day, the Heike gathered to discuss whether Tadakio truly deserved death. One Taira no Morikuni, from the police, said, "No one has ever called Tadakio faint-hearted. I remember when he was just 18, he jumped over a wall alone to capture 2 criminals in the Toba Mansion storehouse. He killed one and captured the other. This lapse doesn't seem like cowardice. This rebellion is too serious to ignore." On the 10th, Koromori was promoted to captain in the Right Palace Guard. People whispered, what did he actually do as commander of the punitive force? Why reward him? A long time ago, Tairano Sadamori and Tawara Toda Hidesato had been sent to the Kanto to suppress Masakado's rebellion, but had failed. A second force, led by Fujiwara no Tadafune and Kiyawara no Shigefuji, was dispatched. They camped one night at Kiyomigaseki in Sagura, and Shigefuji, gazing out at the sea, recited a Chinese poem. Fires on the fishing boats, cold, burn the waves. Bells on the post road sound through the night mountains. Tadafune was moved to tears. Meanwhile, Sadamori and Hidesato dealt with Masakado, and on their way back to the capital, they met Tadafune and Shigefuji. After Masakado's head was brought to the capital, the senior nobles considered rewarding Tadafune and Shigefuji. The minister Morosuke argued, these two followed imperial orders when Masakado resisted fiercely, and they were almost there when the rebel was finally defeated. They should be rewarded too. However, Fujiwara no Sanayori, the regent, disagreed, citing the Book of Rights. When in doubt, take no action, and forbade the reward. Outraged, Tadafune swore an oath. The descendants of Lord Sanayori shall be my menials, and the descendants of Lord Morosuke shall be protected by me forever. He then starved himself to death. Indeed, Morosuke's descendants flourished, while Sanayori's line faded away. Meanwhile, Shigehira, Lord Kiyomori's 4th son, became a captain in the Left Palace Guards. On the 13th of the 11th month, at Fukuhara, the emperor moved into his new palace. A great Thanksgiving rite was expected, but there were no facilities for it in the new capital. No great hall of state, no saishod for the Kagura dance, and no banquet hall, so the senior nobles decided to scale back the celebration to a festival of first fruits, and the Gosechi dances. The Gosechi dances were said to have begun long ago, when Emperor Kiyomibara, known as Tenmu, was in his Yoshino palace on a windy, moonlit night. He was playing the kin when an angel descended from heaven and danced, turning her sleeves 5 times. This became the first Gosetchi dance. Emperor and subjects alike had criticised the move to Fukuhara. Temples like Enrakuji on Mount Hiei and Kofukuji in Nara, along with many others, formally expressed their disapproval. Even Lord Kiyomori, who typically ignored the wishes of others, eventually relented and ordered a return to the old capital. Suddenly, His Majesty was back in the capital. The new city of Fukuhara had been positioned on sloping land, descending from the hills to the sea. The sound of the waves was constant, and a strong wind blew relentlessly. It's no wonder that His Eminence, Takakura, often fell ill there, and left as quickly as possible when he could. The regent, chancellor, senior nobles, and privy officials all rushed to join him in returning. The ranking Heike nobles, led by Lord Kiyomori, also hurried back to the now once again imperial city. Who would have stayed any longer in the dismal environment of Fukuhara? Earlier that year, they had torn down the houses and moved the materials to Fukuhara to build new ones, but now, with the sudden order to return, they understood exactly what was happening. They abandoned everything and headed back to the capital. None of them had anywhere to live, so they sought refuge in various places: Iwata, Keimo, Saga, Uzumasa, or any other spot in the hills, west or east, where a temple might offer some shelter in its gallery or pilgrimage hall. There, great ladies and gentlemen found whatever lodging they could. Why had the capital been moved in the first place? Nara and Mount Hiei were too close to the old capital, and even a small incident could provoke trouble with the Kasuga god tree, or the sacred palanquins of Hiyoshi. Fukuhara, with its hills, sea, and distance, offered protection from such disturbances. That, it seems, was what Lord Kiyomori had hoped to avoid. On the 23rd of the 12th month, a Taira force of over 20,000 soldiers, led by Tomamori, the Left Watch Intendant, and Tadanori, the governor of Satsuma, set out for the province of Mino to quell the Genji uprising. They swiftly defeated local resistance from groups like Yamamoto, Kashiwagi, and Nishigori, then pressed forward into Mino and Awari. The authorities in the capital saw the Nara temples as enemies of the court, because they had sided with Prince Mochihito when he took refuge at Midera, even welcoming him. This led to plans to attack both Midera and Nara. The monks of the Nara temples were outraged. The regent assured them that if they had grievances, he would inform the emperor as many times as necessary, but the monks ignored him. Tadanori, the director of the Kangakuin, was sent as an emissary, but the monks shouted, "Drag him down from his carriage and cut off his topknot." He fled back to the city to avoid them. Next was sent Chikamasa, an officer of the Right Gate Watch, but the monks yelled the same threat. He too fled. 2 servants of Kangakuin lost their topknots in the process. The monks then made a large ball, calling it Lord Kiyomori's head, and shouted, "Hit it! Kick it!" People say that such reckless talk always brings trouble. After all, Lord Kiyomori was the emperor's grandfather, and speaking of him like that made the monks sound almost demonic. Kiyomori was furious when he heard about this, and wanted to end the unrest in Nara immediately. He appointed Senaro no Ta Kanayasu from Bitchu to lead the Yamato provincial police, and sent him with 500 mounted men to Nara. Kanayasu was ordered not to retaliate against the monks, to avoid any violence. The monks, however, were unaware of these orders. They captured over 60 of Kanayasu's men, beheaded them, and lined up their bodies by the Surasawa pond. Enraged, Kiyomori commanded an attack on Nara. The army, led by Lord Shigehira, and his deputy, Lord Michimori, set out with over 40,000 troops. The monks, numbering 7,000, built makeshift defences at Narazaka and Hanyaji, digging trenches and setting up shields. They waited, ready for battle. The Taira army split into two groups and charged at the fortified positions, shouting war cries. The monks, armed with blades, fought bravely, but were overwhelmed by the Taira cavalry. The warriors surrounded the monks, firing arrows and killing many defenders. The battle began at dawn and continued throughout the day. By nightfall, both Narazaka and Hanyaji fell. One monk, Sakuno Shiro Yukaku, a fierce fighter, managed to escape the fight. He wore green armour and fought with a sword and a halberd. With a dozen of his men, he fought his way out of the Tengai Gate, cutting down many enemies. But despite his bravery, the attackers kept coming, and his companions were killed. He fled southward, running at top speed. The fighting continued into the night, and the Taira commanders ordered fires to be set at the gates of Hanyaji. A strong wind spread the flames to many of the temples. Those monks who could still walk fled to places like Yoshino and Totsugawa. The elderly, scholars, women, and children all rushed into the grounds of Kofukuji for shelter. At Todaiji, over 1,000 people fled to the second floor of the Great Buddha Hall. But the fire soon reached them, and the screams of the trapped souls were heard from all around. Kofukuji, founded by Lord Tankai, was a magnificent temple with towering pagodas and halls. The fire consumed everything, and soon the entire temple was in ruins. At Todaiji, the great image of the Buddha, Roshana, which had been made of gilt bronze and stood 160 feet tall, was melted by the flames. The head of the Buddha fell to the ground, and the rest of the statue turned to molten metal. The scriptures of the Hos and Sanron schools were lost in the flames as well. Witnesses were horrified, and the disaster was unlike anything ever seen in the land. In total, 3,500 people died in the flames, including monks who had been fighting on the battlefield. The victors hung the heads of a few monks at the gate of Hanyaji and took some others back to the city. After destroying the southern capital, Shigehira returned north. While Lord Kiyomori revelled in his revenge, the Empress, cloistered Emperor Go-Shirakawa, retired Emperor Takakura, and the regent all mourned. They felt that, while suppressing the warrior monks was justified, the destruction of the temples was too much. The original plan had been to parade the monks' heads through the streets, but after the destruction of Todaiji and Kofukuji, such an act seemed unthinkable. The heads were discarded in gutters and ditches. Emperor Shmu had once written that as long as his temple stood, so would the realm, and if it fell, the realm would too. The realm's decline was now evident. Thus ended this terrible year, and the next began with an air of doom. On the first day of the month, the atmosphere in the palace was sombre. To the east, there was an armed rebellion, and to the south, Nara had been destroyed by fire, interrupting the usual mourning rituals. The emperor stayed in his palace and did not go out. No music played, no dancers performed, and no villagers from Yoshino or any noble families from the Fujiwara clan arrived, as their ancestral temple had burned down. On the following day, no one gathered for the usual wine gatherings in the private chambers. The court was subdued, and a heavy sadness hung over the palace. Both the teachings of the Buddha and the emperor's rule seemed to be crumbling. The retired Emperor Go-Shirakawa expressed his sorrow. My loyalty and commitment to the teachings of the Buddha brought me great power, and 4 emperors after me were my sons or grandsons. How could they take this power from me and make my life meaningless? By the 5th of the month, the monks of Nara were stripped of their positions and barred from all state-sponsored ceremonies. Most of the monks had died, either killed in battle, trapped in the smoke, or lost in the fire. The few survivors fled into the mountains and forests. Even the abbot of Kofukuji, Yen, was so overwhelmed by the destruction that he collapsed and died soon after. He had been known for his refined and sensitive nature. Once, after hearing a cuckoo's song, he wrote, "Whenever you call, cuckoo, a wondrous pleasure thrills me yet again, as though each and every note were your first song of the year." This poem earned him the title Reverend First Song. Despite everything, the court still had to hold the Gosei rite, and the senior nobles gathered to decide which monk would preside over it. Every high-ranking monk in Nara had died or vanished, so they considered calling someone from the city. However, Nara was still considered essential, so they eventually decided to summon the former lecturer, Joe, who was hiding at Kanjuji. He reluctantly agreed to preside, and the ceremony proceeded, though in a diminished form. The retired Emperor Takakura had been deeply affected by the earlier events. The confinement of his father, the death of Prince Mochihito, and the upheaval caused by the capital's relocation. His health had worsened, and the news of the destruction of Todaiji and Kofukuji devastated him. On the 14th of the month, Takakura passed away at the Ikadono mansion in Rokuhara. He had reigned for 12 years, leading a government known for its virtue, restoring peace and righteousness. Yet even a ruler as wise as him could not escape the inevitable fate that awaits us all. That night, his body was quickly moved to Saiganji in the eastern foothills, where, like smoke rising at dusk, his spirit left this world. The prelate Choken hurried down from Mount Hiei to join the funeral procession, but he arrived too late. By the time he reached the site, the emperor's body had already been reduced to smoke. Moved by the sight, Choken lamented, "Where is he going now? I have often seen him travel far, but now he's bound for a place where no one returns." A lady, upon hearing of his death, reflected sorrowfully, "The moon I once saw rising high in the sky, above the clouds, no longer shines. All I can do is mourn." The retired Emperor Takakura had only been 21 years old. He had followed the 10 precepts inwardly, and had lived according to the 5 virtues outwardly, always maintaining flawless conduct. His people mourned his passing as though the sun and moon had suddenly disappeared. It seemed that, in our world, hopes are always thwarted, and suffering is the lot of the people. The retired emperor was often described as gentle, refined, and charming, qualities that made him no less appealing than the revered past rulers. Known far and wide as a wise king, he followed the paths of kindness and virtue. As he grew older, he gained a clear understanding of good and evil, but even in his youth, his nature was always kind and gentle. In the early days of his reign, when he was still very young, he developed a fondness for the beauty of autumn leaves. He had a small hill created near the northern gate of the palace grounds, where sumacs and maples were planted to display their vibrant autumn colours. He called the hill Bright Leaf Hill, and spent hours admiring the leaves. One night, a strong wind blew through the area, scattering the leaves all over the ground. The next morning, the groundskeepers arrived to clear up the mess. They gathered the leaves and burnt them at the nearby guardhouse to warm themselves and drink wine. The chamberlain on duty rushed ahead to check on the leaves, but they were gone. He asked what had happened, and was told. In a panic, he exclaimed, "How could this happen when His Majesty loves them so much? There may be serious consequences for this, perhaps even punishment for you. I can only imagine how upset His Majesty will be." When the Emperor arrived early to see his beloved leaves, he found none. He asked what had happened, and the chamberlain reluctantly told him the truth. Instead of anger, the Emperor laughed in good spirits. "There's a Chinese saying," he said, "in the woods I burn fallen leaves to warm my wine. How clever of them to be so refined." He was actually pleased by their elegance and never scolded anyone. Another time, during a period of bad luck, the Emperor moved to a new location. Even when things were calm, he was such a light sleeper that the watchman's call at dawn disturbed him, and he couldn't sleep at all that night. The cold added to his discomfort. He thought of Emperor Daigo, who, knowing how cold his people must be, had thrown off his own blankets in sympathy. The Emperor sighed, feeling unworthy of the throne. Later that night, he heard distant cries, although his attendants couldn't hear them. He called them to him and asked, "What's that noise? Go find out what's happening." The guards discovered a common girl crying as she clutched a clothing chest lid. She explained that she had been on her way to deliver a robe to a lady serving the Emperor, but a few men had stolen it from her. She was upset because her mistress could not appear at court without it, and she had nowhere else to go. The Emperor listened to her story and said, "How terrible! What kind of people would do such a thing? In the reign of Yao, people were honest because Yao valued honesty above all else, but now, in my reign, there are men who roam freely and commit crimes. I should be ashamed." He asked the girl what colour the robe had been, and when she told him, he asked the Empress if she had a robe of that colour. The Empress sent a more beautiful robe than the one the girl had lost. The Emperor had it given to her, saying, "It's still very light, and this might happen again. I'll make sure you are escorted safely back to your mistress." His kindness was known to all, and because of it, even his humblest subjects, men and women alike, prayed for him to live forever. The most poignant story about the Emperor involved the maid of a gentlewoman who served the Empress. This young woman became unusually close to the Emperor. It wasn't a brief casual relationship. It was serious. His Majesty called on her often to be by his side, and his affection for her was so deep that her mistress, the gentlewoman, began to treat the maid with great honour, as if the maid were the one in charge. There was an old saying that went, "Do not lament the birth of a daughter, do not praise the birth of a son. A son may never inherit land, but a daughter may rise to become an empress." It was said that this maid, named Aoi no Mei, might indeed one day be empress, or even revered as a dowager, the mother of the realm. Her good fortune was the subject of much talk, and behind her back, people began to call her Empress Aoi. Upon hearing this, the Emperor stopped calling her to his side, not because his feelings had changed, but to avoid the gossip that was starting to spread. From then on, he withdrew to his bedroom, consumed with sadness. Lord Motofusa, the regent, seeing the Emperor's misery, rushed to the palace in an attempt to lift his spirits. "If she means so much to you, your Majesty, there is a simple solution," he said. "I believe you should summon her right away, regardless of her rank. I'll adopt her immediately." The Emperor thought about it and replied, "That might work, but as far as I know, there is no precedent for such a thing, unless I've already retired from the throne. If I summon her while I still reign, it would ruin my reputation for generations." He chose not to bring her to the palace. The regent could only feel sorrow, and left without a solution. As the emperor continued to reflect on his situation, an old poem came to mind. He wrote it down on a sheet of deep green paper, concealing his feelings with care. It read, "Studiously concealed passion will out after all. I long for you, and now people are asking, could it be that you are in love?" He had Lieutenant Takafusa take the poem to Aoi no Mei without delay. When she received it, she blushed, and feeling faint, claimed she needed to go home. She locked herself in her room, and after 5 or 6 days, she passed away. The Chinese poet was right when he wrote, "One day of the sovereign's favour ruins a girl's life forever." Emperor Tang Taizong once desired the daughter of Zheng Renji to serve him in his hall, but the court official Wei Zheng warned him, saying, "This girl is promised to someone else." Taizong then let go of his desire. Similarly, Emperor Takakura, filled with regret, came to understand the painful consequences of his affection. When the emperor was consumed by the pain of unrequited love, the empress sent a woman named Kogo, one of her attendants, to try to console him. Kogo was a daughter of Lord Shigenori, a respected advisor, and was known for her beauty and skill on the koto. Lord Takafusa, who was still a lieutenant at the time, had been her first love. Despite his many poems and letters of affection, he initially had little effect on her. Eventually, however, she did yield to his advances. But once the emperor called her to serve him, Kogo had no choice but to part from Takafusa, who, heartbroken, could never forget her. He continued to haunt the palace, hoping for a brief glimpse of her. He paced past her window, standing there in silence, but Kogo, now in the emperor's service, could no longer speak to him or even accept his letters. She made sure nothing passed between them, not even from another person. Desperate, Takafusa thought, maybe, just maybe. And he wrote a poem, which he managed to slip through her window. "It is so hard, when my thoughts of you fill the heavens, that, though you're near, you still feel so far away." Kogo would have liked to respond immediately, but with the emperor involved, she decided it was better to keep her silence. She had a maid toss the poem into the garden. Takafusa, horrified that it might be discovered, quickly retrieved it and fled. Later he sent another message asking, "Do you mean to say you won't even touch my words now, having already banished me from your heart?" Takafusa knew they would never meet again in this life, and in his despair he longed for death. Lord Kiyomori, who had connections to both the emperor and Takafusa through his daughters, heard about the situation. Frustrated, he declared, "Nothing will go right as long as Kogo is around. Get rid of her." Word reached Kogo, who feared for the emperor, but was more concerned about her own situation. So one evening at dusk, she left the palace and disappeared without a trace. The emperor, devastated, withdrew to his room, weeping by day, and would wander to the Shishinden at night, seeking solace from the moon. Lord Kiyomori, hearing of this, took action. He forbade the emperor's personal attendants from approaching him, and had courtiers keep their distance, fearing his wrath. The palace became a place of gloom. One night, the emperor, still distraught, called for an attendant. Nakakuni, a young official on duty, responded. The emperor asked him if he knew where Kogo had gone. Nakakuni, unsure, suggested that Kogo might be in Saga, living in a house with a single door. "I can't know for sure, but I'll find her," Nakakuni said. "I'm sure I'll recognise her touch on the koto if I hear it." Nakakuni took off on his mission, following the moonlit path towards Saga. When he finally heard the unmistakable sound of Kogo's koto, he realised she was playing a piece called "I Love Him So," a song filled with longing for her lost love, the emperor. Nakakuni played his flute in response and knocked on the gate. After some time, a gentlewoman appeared and initially tried to dismiss him, but Nakakuni entered and explained why he was there. He gave her a letter from the Emperor, which Kogo read. She immediately wrote a reply and sent it with a set of robes for Nakakuni to bring back to the Emperor. Before he left, Nakakuni reminded Kogo of the time they had once played together in the palace. He asked her to speak to him once more. She explained that she had fled the palace due to Lord Kiyomori's threats, and that she had not played music in a while, but she had made an exception that evening, missing the life she had left behind. Nakakuni was moved, but he also feared for the Emperor's health, persuaded Kogo not to leave the house, and promised to take her back to the palace. She was reluctant, but in the end Nakakuni managed to bring her back, and the Emperor kept her hidden away in the palace. Eventually she bore him a child, a princess named Baimonin. However, Lord Kiyomori eventually found out what had happened. He seized Kogo, made her a nun, and exiled her from the capital. Though Kogo had long wanted to leave the world behind, she had not expected to do so under such duress. In her 23rd year, dressed in black robes, she moved to Saga. Her life was full of sorrow, and many believed it was this fate that contributed to the Emperor's decline in health and eventual death. The Emperor, now cloistered and in mourning, had already suffered many losses. His son, Emperor Nijo, his grandson, Emperor Rokujo, and his beloved Empress, Kenshumonin, all gone before him. His health deteriorated, and the pain of these separations stayed with him, his tears never ceasing. Eventually he lost his remaining son, Prince Mochihito, and his last hope, Emperor Takakura, died as well. Grief-stricken, the Emperor's suffering mirrored the words of Lord Tomotsuna, who had written, "Bitter among all bitter blows is losing a son in advanced age. Painful among all miseries is to die young, before mother and father." Yet despite this sorrow, the Emperor continued his spiritual practices, reading the Lotus Sutra, accumulating merit as the entire court wore sombre colours in respect for his losses. Lord Kiyomori, fearing the consequences of his actions, decided to try to ease the tension with the retired Emperor by offering him his daughter, a beautiful young woman who was now 18 years old. She was sent with a large entourage of noblewomen and high-ranking officials, much like a consort entering the palace. This happened not long after the Emperor's death, and it caused some murmurs among the people, who found the timing to be in poor taste. At the same time, there was growing talk about a warrior named Kiso no Yoshinaka, a member of the Minamoto clan, from Shinano province. Yoshinaka's father, Yoshikata, had been a commander of the heir apparent's guard, and he was killed when Yoshinaka was very young. His mother, grieving, took him to Shinano, where she sought refuge with a man named Kiso no Chuzo Kanet, who agreed to raise him. Kanet kept his promise and nurtured Yoshinaka into a strong and fearless warrior. People began to speak of him in awe, comparing his strength to legendary figures like Tamamaro, Toshihito, and even his own ancestors like Yorimitsu and Lord Yoshie. As he matured, Yoshinaka became determined to make a name for himself. He heard rumours that Yoritomo had raised a rebellion in the Kanto region, threatening to overthrow the ruling Heike clan. Yoshinaka saw this as an opportunity to strike first, planning to take control of the provinces of Tozen and Hokoroku and destroy the Heike before Yoritomo could. He hoped to become one of Japan's great military commanders. Kanet, impressed by his ambition, supported him wholeheartedly. Together, they began plotting the rebellion. Yoshinaka, who had visited the capital many times to learn about the Heike and their ways, knew this was his chance. When he came of age at 13, he went on a pilgrimage to Iwashimizu, where he prayed before the great Bodhisattva Hachiman, declaring that he would follow in the footsteps of his great-grandfather, Lord Yoshie, who had taken the name Hachimantar. It was there he also adopted the name Kizo no Jiro Yoshinaka, making his transition into adulthood. Kanet encouraged him to start gathering support by sending a letter to the warriors of Shinano, and one by one, they all rallied to his cause, recognizing his leadership. The men of Tago County and Kozuki, who had long held a bond with his father, also joined him. With support growing rapidly, Yoshinaka felt confident that now was the time for the Minamoto clan to finally fulfill their long-held goal of overthrowing the Heike. Kiso is a region in southern Shinano province, located near the Mino border, and not far from the capital. The Heike soon heard about the rebellion, and became alarmed. "The eastern provinces are rising up," they said. "And now the north too? What are we supposed to do?" Lord Kiyomori, however, was untroubled by the situation. "Yoshinaka doesn't concern me," he declared. "He may have the support of the warriors of Shinano, but we have the descendants of Koromochi in Echigo, Jo no Taro Tsukinaga and Jo no Shiro Tsukimochi. These two brothers command many men, and they will easily defeat him at a word from his majesty." But people whispered doubtfully among themselves. On the first day of the second month, Lord Kiyomori appointed Jo no Taro Tsukinaga from Echigo to govern the province. This was likely part of his plan to eliminate Yoshinaka. On the 7th, various noble families dedicated copies of the Sonshodanai and images of Mantra King Fudo to ward off the threat of war. By the 9th, word came that Yoshimoto, a leader from Musashi in Kawachi province, along with his son Yoshikane, had rebelled against the Heike and allied with Yoshimoto. They were planning to flee east. Lord Kiyomori immediately sent an army led by Gendayu Sukata and Setsu no Hangan Moritsumi to deal with them, 3,000 strong. Yoshimoto and his son, with only 100 men in their fort, were quickly overwhelmed. The attackers launched a series of assaults, and the defenders fought fiercely, but most were killed, including Yoshimoto. Yoshikane, badly wounded, was captured alive. On the 11th, Yoshimoto's head was brought into the capital and paraded through the streets, a tradition that had been followed when Minamoto no Yoshichika's head was displayed after Emperor Horikawa's death. The following day, a messenger arrived from Kyushu with alarming news. Kinmichi, the chief priest of Uza Shrine, reported that Ogata no Subaru and other forces in Kyushu, including the Usuki, the Betsugi, and the Matsura Leagues, had turned against the Heike and joined the Genji. The Heike, now facing threats from every direction, were in a state of panic. "First the east and north, and now this," they cried. "What are we going to do?" On the 16th, more troubling news arrived from Iyo province. The previous winter, Kawano no Shiro Michikayo and all the men in Shinkoku had sided with the Genji, abandoning the Heike. In response, Saijaku of Bingo, a loyal Heike supporter, had crossed into Iyo and killed Michikyo at the Takan fortress. Michikyo's son, Michinobu, was away at the time, visiting his maternal uncle. Upon hearing of his father's death, he vowed to take revenge on Saijaku. Saijaku, meanwhile, had subdued Shikoku and was celebrating in Bingo, drinking and enjoying the company of singing girls. Drunk and unguarded, he was caught off guard when Michinobu and 100 men stormed in. Saijaku had 300 men with him, but they were quickly thrown into chaos by the sudden attack. The fighting was swift, and Michinobu captured Saijaku alive. He took him back to the Takan fortress, where his father had died, and there, He either beheaded Saijaku with a saw, or crucified him, according to some reports. After that, everyone in Shikoku rallied behind Kawano Michikayo. It was said even Tanzo, the Kumano superintendent, who had been deeply loyal to the Heike, turned against them and joined the Genji. Rebellions spread across the eastern, northern, southern and western provinces. News of uprisings reached the emperor regularly, filling the court with fear. The Heike were surrounded on all sides by enemies, and the world, as people knew it, seemed doomed. On the 23rd, the senior nobles gathered in council. Lord Munamori noted that the force sent to the Kanto had not been successful. "I suggest sending another, this time under my command," he said. The assembly agreed eagerly. His cloistered eminence gave the order for all senior nobles and military officials with knowledge of arms to join Munamori in suppressing the rebellion in the east and the north. On the 27th, Munamori was scheduled to leave for his campaign, but he delayed his departure because Lord Kiyomori was seriously ill. The following day, Kiyomori's condition worsened, and people whispered at Rokuhara and throughout the city, "This is it!" From the first moment of his illness, Kiyomori could not drink even water, and his body burned with such heat that it became unbearable for anyone within 30 feet of him. His only words were "hot, hot." This was clearly no ordinary illness. When he stepped into a basin of water from Mount Hiei to cool himself, the water boiled violently. Water sprayed on him from a bamboo pipe recoiled as if it were boiling hot, never touching him. The water that did touch him turned to fire. Black smoke filled the room, and flames swirled in the air. Perhaps this was similar to what Reverend Hozo experienced long ago, when he visited the underworld at the invitation of King Enma. King Enma, moved by compassion, had sent hellish minions to guide him to a hell of intense heat, where flames soared hundreds of miles into the sky. Now the scene before Kiyomori mirrored this. Kiyomori's wife, Lady Ni, had a terrifying dream. She saw a burning carriage driven by beings with the heads of horses or oxen. The carriage bore an iron tablet with the character Mu inscribed on it. When she asked what this meant, she was told, "We have come from King Enma's court to receive Lord Kiyomori." The tablet signified a punishment for the crime of burning the Roshana statue on Jambudvipa. King Enma has sentenced Kiyomori to the hell of unbroken agony. Muken. The Mu is written, but not yet the Ken. Lady Ni, dripping with sweat, shared her dream, and those who heard it were struck with horror. In desperation, people offered prayers and offerings of gold, silver, weapons, and armour to temples and shrines, but none of it had any effect. Kiyomori's children and grandchildren gathered around his bedside, distressed and confused, but no sign of improvement came. On the 2nd of the intercalary 2nd month, Lady Ni approached her husband's bed, weeping. "My despair grows daily at the sight of you," she said. "If you still desire anything in this life, please, when your mind clears, tell me what it is." Kiyomori, once so powerful and harsh, whispered weakly, "I have subdued uprisings in the past, received rewards beyond my station, and enjoyed great fortune as a chancellor and the grandfather of an emperor. My children and grandchildren prosper. In this life, I have no further ambition. But there is one thing I still desire. I cannot rest, because I have not seen the head of Yoritomo, the Izu exile. Forget about building me temples or prayers for me once I'm gone. I want Yoritomo's head before my grave. That is the only commemoration I desire." Such sinful words. On the 4th, his suffering intensified. Desperate, Kiyomori lay on a water-soaked board, but it brought no relief. He writhed in agony, gasping for breath, and finally died in convulsions. The sounds of horses and carriages racing through the streets echoed through the heavens, shaking the earth. The commotion was so intense that it seemed no emperor's death could have caused a greater uproar. He had reached the age of 64, not yet old enough to die from natural causes, but his life had come to an abrupt end. No prayers, no rites could help him now. The gods and Buddhas withdrew their protection, and nothing could save him from the inevitable. Warriors, tens of thousands strong, surrounded him, ready to die for him, but even their loyalty couldn't stop the forces of disease. Kiyomori's spirit departed alone, driven by the weight of his many sins, to the great mountain at the gate of death. There, in the afterlife, hellish fiends awaited him. On the 7th, at Otage, his funeral pyre turned his body to smoke. Reverend Enijitsu took his bones, hung them around his neck, and travelled to Setsu, where he buried them on Kyonoshima. The man who had once wielded immense power, whose name had resounded across all of Japan, was now reduced to smoke and ashes. His remains mingled with the sands. His glory returned to the earth. Strange events took place the night of Lord Kiyomori's funeral. The Nishihachi mansion, which had been decorated with gold, silver and jade, suddenly caught fire and was reduced to ashes. While fires are not uncommon, this one was especially devastating. There were rumours that it had been set intentionally, but no one knew by whom. The same night, south of Rokuhara, strange sounds filled the air. Voices singing. The lovely waters, roaring, the great waterfall, along with the sounds of dancing and loud laughter. Given that the country was still mourning for the recent death of retired Emperor Takakura, followed closely by Kiyomori's passing, the people felt it was inappropriate to hear such joy at a time of grief. The Heike warriors, suspecting that the noise was from Tengu, sent a group of their younger warriors to investigate. They followed the sounds to his cloistered eminence's Hojuji residence, which had been mostly deserted for years except for a caretaker named Motomune, once an official from Baizen. That night, Motomune had invited some friends over to drink. Initially, they kept quiet, but once drunk, they began dancing and making noise. The warriors burst in, captured all 30 revellers, and brought them before Lord Manamori in Rokuhara. Manamori questioned them but decided it wouldn't be right to execute men who were so drunk. He ordered them released. In the aftermath of Kiyomori's death, the usual morning and evening rituals, such as ringing the bell and offering prayers to Amida and the Lotus Sutra, were notably absent. Instead, the Heike warriors spent their day focused on battle tactics and strategies. Despite the suffering Kiyomori endured in his final days, much about his life made it clear he was no ordinary man. When he went on pilgrimage to the Hiyoshi Shrine, he was accompanied by such a large and impressive group that people remarked it was more than even a newly appointed regent would bring on his first pilgrimage to Kasuga or Uji. What stood out the most, however, was the island of Kyonoshima, which Kiyomori had built off Fukuhara to protect the shipping routes. Even in modern times, it continues to shield the waters from harm. The construction of the island began early in the 2nd month, but by the 8th month, a typhoon had destroyed most of the work. Later, in the 3rd month of the following year, Awa no Minbu Shigeyoshi was tasked with rebuilding. During their planning, some of the senior nobles suggested using a living sacrifice to secure the island's foundations, but this was considered too great a sin. Instead, they decided to inscribe the words of the sutras onto the building stones, and the island became known as Kyonoshima, or Sutra Island. Some old men believed that, despite Lord Kiyomori's notorious reputation for cruelty, he was actually the Buddhist Master Ji, reborn. The reason they thought this was because of an extraordinary event involving a monk named Sone. Sone was the head priest of Saichiji, a mountain temple in Setsu. He had once been a scholar monk at Mount Hiei, but over the years he had become a devoted follower of the Lotus Sutra, leaving the mountain to spread his faith. One night, as he was reading the sutra, he drifted into a half-dreaming state and saw a man in his 50s, dressed as a pilgrim in white, carrying a formal letter. The man claimed to be a messenger from King Enma, the ruler of the afterlife, and handed him the letter. The letter was a summons to join a gathering of Lotus Sutra devotees in Enma's Great Hall, where 100,000 followers would chant the sutra. Sone couldn't refuse and wrote back accepting the invitation. When he woke, he shared the strange vision with the temple abbot, Kobo. Everyone who heard his story was amazed. Knowing that his time might be near, Sone prayed to Amida and awaited the inevitable. On the night of the 25th, as Sone prayed before the altar, 2 demon figures arrived dressed in white. They told him he had to come with them or face dire consequences for refusing King Enma's summons. However, Sone lacked the proper stole and bowl for the journey. Just as he thought about this, the stole and a golden bowl appeared from nowhere and settled upon him. Soon after, a procession of attendants, acolytes, and monks arrived with a grand carriage made of the 7 treasures. Sone climbed aboard, and the carriage flew through the sky, heading northwest towards King Enma's palace. When they arrived, Sone was struck by the grandeur of the palace, with its vast grounds and the great hall made entirely of precious materials. After the day's services had ended, Sone stopped to admire the view, and as he did, King Enma and his court descended the steps to greet him. Enma asked why Sone had come, and Sone replied that he wished to know his next rebirth. King Enma ordered an official to retrieve a record of Sone's good deeds from the southern treasury. The official returned with the box, and as Sone read the list, he wept, begging Enma for guidance on how to reach enlightenment and escape the cycle of birth and death. Enma, moved by Sone's sincerity, gave him a verse to help him on his path to liberation. Sone was filled with gratitude and shared a story about a great minister in Japan, who had also gathered a large group of Lotus devotees, much like Enma had done. Enma, deeply touched, remarked that Sone was no ordinary man, and that he was a manifestation of the great teacher Ji, sent to protect the Tendai teachings in Japan. Enma recited a special prayer in praise of Ji, and then gave it to Sone to take back. Sone returned home, carrying the paper with the prayer. He went to Lord Kiyomori's residence, where he presented the paper. Kiyomori, pleased by the honour, rewarded Sone generously, and promoted him to Master of Discipline. This event led people to believe that Kiyomori was in fact the reincarnation of the great Ji. There were some who believed that Lord Kiyomori was not actually the son of Tadamori, but the son of retired Emperor Shirakawa. Here's the story. Once there was a lady of great favour called the Gion Consort, a gentlewoman who lived in the Gion district at the foot of the eastern hills. Retired Emperor Shirakawa often visited her. One night, while on his way there with a small escort, they encountered something strange. It was dark, raining heavily, and hard to see, but suddenly a glowing figure appeared near the chapel, close to her house. The creature's head shone like silver needles, and it held a mallet in one hand and something glowing in the other. The Emperor and his men were frightened, believing it to be a demon. Among the group, His Eminence called for Tadamori, a junior guard, to deal with the creature. Tadamori thought it likely wasn't anything dangerous, perhaps just a fox or badger, and decided not to kill it. He approached and grabbed the creature, only to discover that it was a man. the monk who cared for the chapel, carrying a lamp and oil jug. He had been shielding himself from the rain with a bundle of straw tied to his head, which caught the light and made him appear otherworldly. Realizing the mistake, the group was relieved. Tadamori had shown great judgment, and in gratitude, His Eminence rewarded him by giving him the Gion consort, who was pregnant with the retired emperor's child. He told Tadamori that if the child was a girl, she would be His Eminence's daughter, but if it was a boy, it would be Tadamori's to raise as a warrior. The child turned out to be a boy, and Tadamori waited for the right moment to inform His Eminence. Later, while on a pilgrimage, retired Emperor Shirakawa understood the time had come to acknowledge the child, referring to him as a sprout that would grow into something significant. Tadamori raised the child as his own, and the emperor later spoke of the child's future wealth and importance. This child was Kiyomori. By the time he was 12, he had risen to second in command of the watch. By 18, he reached the 4th rank. People who didn't know his true parentage were surprised, as such honours were usually reserved for the sons of the highest nobles. However, retired Emperor Toba recognised Kiyomori's lineage and affirmed that he didn't need to defer to anyone. The story of Kiyomori's rise echoed the earlier tale of another child, the son of Lord Kamatari, who had been similarly taken in and raised with important status, even though he had humble beginnings. Kiyomori's decisions, such as moving the capital, had far-reaching consequences for the entire nation. Meanwhile, Lord Kunitsuna, an influential figure who had close ties to Kiyomori, passed away around the same time. Kunitsuna had been a trusted advisor to the emperor and later to Kiyomori. He had started his career when, as a young scholar, he helped an emperor escape danger during a palace fire. He continued to rise through the ranks, offering clever solutions when problems arose, such as the time a dancer fell into the water and delayed a performance. Kunitsuna solved the problem quickly, securing his place in the emperor's favour. Kunitsuna's ancestors were known for their wisdom, and he himself was admired. He became a Grand Councillor, and after Tadamichi's death, Kiyomori cultivated a close relationship with him. Kunitsuna's wealth and gifts to Kiyomori solidified their bond, and he adopted Kunitsuna's son as his own, naming him Kiyokuni. One year, during a festival, Kunitsuna overheard a song that was believed to be unlucky, and he refused to listen to it. His mother had once demanded that her son would rise to greatness, and indeed, Kunitsuna became a Grand Councillor. In later years, the cloistered Emperor Go Shirakawa returned to his residence after it had been repaired, a place he had once been reluctant to stay in, due to the violent actions of the Heike clan. Meanwhile, Yukitaka, an official, had a strange dream involving a messenger from the god Hachiman, which was later interpreted as divine favour, when he was chosen to oversee the rebuilding of the Great Buddha Hall at Todaiji. This divine favour was echoed in the Heike clan's struggles, as their fortunes began to decline. After losing powerful figures like Shigemori and Kiyomori, the Heike's grip on power weakened, leaving the Genji clan, with their growing strength, poised to rise. The Genji, led by Yukie, attempted to defend themselves, but were outnumbered by the Heike forces. Despite fierce resistance, the Genji were almost destroyed. However, their strategic retreat and the eventual weakening of the Heike allowed the Genji to regroup and continue their struggle, signalling the beginning of a shift in the balance of power. The Heike's fortune had turned, and with the last of their support, they were left to face a future where even the grass in the eastern provinces seemed to bow to the rising power of the Genji. Jo no Taro Tsukinaga from Echigo, was appointed as the governor of that province. Grateful for his appointment, he set out with around 30,000 men to defeat Kiso no Yoshinaka. He planned to begin his march on the 16th at the hour of the hare, but in the middle of the night a fierce storm arose, with howling winds, pouring rain, and thunder that shook the sky. When the storm cleared, a deep booming voice echoed across the heavens, saying, "Here is an ally of the Heike, those who burned the Roshana Buddha, the massive gilded statue on the southern continent." The voice repeated these words 3 times, sending chills down Tsukinaga's spine and to everyone who heard it. His men begged him to call off the attack, fearing the ominous warning, but Tsukinaga, determined as any warrior, refused to be swayed. When the appointed hour arrived on the 16th, Tsukinaga had marched only a short distance, half a mile, when a thick black cloud descended upon him, enveloping him entirely. He collapsed from the pressure, fainted, and fell from his horse. His men carried him in a palanquin back to his residence, where he remained for 6 hours before dying. The news reached the capital, and the Heike were greatly alarmed. On the 14th of the next month, the era name was changed, marking a shift in the times. On this day, Sadayoshi, the governor of Chikugo, was also appointed to govern Shikuzen and Higo. He began marching on the western provinces to quell the rebellion in Kyushu. Additionally, a special amnesty allowed exiled figures to return to the capital. Former Regent Motofusa, now a monk, returned from Baizen, former Chancellor Morinaga from Awari, and Grand Councillor Tsukikata from Shinano. On the 18th, Lord Morinaga visited the cloistered emperor Go Shirakawa. When Morinaga had first arrived years earlier, during the Chuken era, he had played pieces like Praise the King's Grace and Return to the Palace on the Emperor's veranda. Now, in the new era, he played for the Emperor once more, performing Autumn Wind. His music captured the mood of the moment so perfectly that it amazed everyone who heard it. "Am I dreaming?" the Emperor said. "You must have forgotten all of your music living among the peasants, but I hope you still remember at least one piece for me." Tsukitaka, showing his quick wit, began the rhyme and sang, "The Kiso River they tell of in Shinano." However, after seeing the river with his own eyes, he altered the line to sing, "The Kiso River I saw in Shinano," impressing the Emperor with his cleverness. On the 7th of the 8th month, a major ceremony was held at the Council of State to honour the Sutra of the Benevolent King. This ceremony was modelled after the one that had been performed to defeat the rebel Masakado. Then, on the 1st of the 9th month, following another rite intended to suppress the rebel Sumimoto, a set of steel armour and helmets was offered at the Grand Shrine of Ise. The envoy for this occasion was Nakatomi Sadataka, a priest in charge of overseeing the Ise rituals. He managed to depart the city, but fell ill at the Kaga post station, and died at the residence of the Ise priestess. Meanwhile, a skilled esoteric practitioner who was performing a 5-altar rite to quell the uprising died unexpectedly at the Daigoji shrine, signalling that neither gods nor Buddhas seemed willing to accept such prayers. When the adept Jitsugen from Ani-ji reported the number of scrolls he had recited during a Daigensui rite, it was discovered that he had prayed for the suppression of the Heike. The authorities, shocked by this, confronted him, but Jitsugen simply replied, "You asked me to quell the enemies of the court, and in my time, the Heike fit that description, so I acted accordingly. Is something wrong?" The Heike were enraged, but with so many other troubles to deal with, they chose not to take any action. After the Genji's victory, Lord Yoritoma in Kamakura, impressed by Jitsugen's actions, promoted him to the highest ecclesiastical rank. Later, in the 12th month, the Empress was honoured with the exalted title of Kenraimonin, a distinction never before granted to the mother of an infant emperor. With that, the year ended, and a new era began. In the 2nd month, Venus crossed the Pleiades, an event predicted by Chinese astrology to signal uprisings from barbarians in all directions. This was followed by the announcement of new appointments in the 3rd month, which saw many Heike officials receive promotions. In the 4th month, at the Hiyoshi Shrine, the monk Kenshin chanted the essential passages of 10,000 copies of the Lotus Sutra, with the cloistered emperor attending to receive the blessing. However, rumours spread that Kenshin was urging the monks to crush the Heike, leading to a tense standoff, with warriors securing the palace and the Heike rushing to Fukuhara. In response, the monks on the mountain gathered to discuss the situation, but the conflict was based on false rumours, and both sides had no intention of attacking each other. Meanwhile, the government made offerings to the great shrines in response to widespread famine and pestilence. A new era name was appointed, and Jo no Shiro Tsukamochi from Echigo was appointed to govern the province. Though he initially declined, fearing bad omens following his brother Tsukinaga's recent death, he accepted the imperial command, changing his name to Nagamochi. In the 9th month, with 40,000 men from Echigo, Dewa, and the 4 counties of Aizu, Nagamochi marched to Shinano to confront Kizo no Yoshinaka. On the 9th, he camped near the Yakata River, where Yoshinaka, hearing the news, rode out with 3,000 mounted men to face him. The Genji forces, led by Inoue no Kuro Mitsumori, cleverly split into 7 columns, each carrying a red banner. At first, Nagamochi mistook this for reinforcements, but when the 7 columns merged and raised their white banners, it caused panic among his men. Many fled into the river or over cliffs, and Nagamochi's best officers were killed, while he narrowly escaped. In the capital, however, the Heike paid little attention to these events. Monomori was reappointed Grand Councillor and then elevated to Palace Minister. On the 7th of the 10th month, he presented a formal expression of thanks, attended by senior Heike nobles. Meanwhile, the Genji forces prepared to strike at the capital, but the Heike, focused on their lavish lifestyle, seemed indifferent to the brewing storm. The year progressed, and despite the growing strength of the Genji, the Heike continued with their extravagant ways. On the 6th of the month, a banquet was held, following established protocol. Monomori rose in rank on the 20th of the 2nd month, but then resigned from his palace minister post, seemingly to take responsibility for the uprisings. The monks and priests across Japan, from Nara to Mount Hiei and Ise, all rejected the Heike, choosing to side with the Genji. Despite imperial edicts being issued, many simply assumed these came from the Heike and ignored them completely. Conflict erupted between Yoritomo and Yoshinaka in early spring. Yoritomo sent a large army into Shinano to defeat Yoshinaka, who was staying in the fortress of Yoda. However, Yoshinaka left the fortress when he learned of Yoritomo's movements and set up camp at Mount Kumasaka, located on the border of Shinano and Echigo. Yoritomo's forces reached Zenchi, also in Shinano. Yoshinaka sent his foster brother, Imai no Shiro Kanehira, with a message to Yoritomo. "You claim you want to eliminate me, but please explain why. You now control the eastern lowlands, and I understand you're planning to follow the Tokaido to drive out and destroy the Heike. Similarly, I control the provinces of the eastern mountains and the north, and I am eager to overthrow the Heike as well. Why should we be enemies and allow the Heike to mock us? It's true that our uncle, Yukie, came to me with complaints about you, and I took him in, not wanting to ignore him. But this does not mean I hold any ill will against you. Yoritomo responded. That's what you say, but there are rumours that you're planning to rise up against me and kill me. I can't just believe you. Word spread that Yoritomo was preparing to send a force, led by Doi and Kajiwara, to attack. To prove that he meant no harm, Yoshinaka sent his eldest son, Shimizu no Kanja, who was 11 years old at the time, along with renowned warriors like Uno, Mochizuki, Suwa, and Fujisawa. Yoritomo thought to himself, so he really doesn't harbour ill feelings. He had no grown sons of his own, so he decided to take Shimizu no Kanja with him back to Kamakura. Soon, rumours spread that Yoshinaka, who now controlled the eastern mountains and the north, was marching towards the capital with an army of 50,000. The Heike had been warning for some time that war was coming, saying, when the spring grass comes in for the horses, there will be conflict. Warriors began to flock to Yoshinaka's cause from provinces to the south, from both sides of the mainland, and from Shikoku, Kyushu, and other regions. On the Tokaido side, no one came from areas east of Totomi, but warriors from all the west joined. No one came from the northern provinces of Wakasa either. The imperial forces set out to defeat Yoshinaka first, then deal with Yoritomo. Leading the force were the following senior commanders: the captain of the palace guards, Koromori, the governor of Echizen, Michimori, the governor of Tajima, Tsunemasa, the governor of Satsuma, Tadanori, the governor of Awaji, Kyofusa, and several field commanders including Moritoshi, Tadatsuna, Kagataka, Nagatsuna, Hidakuni, Arikuni, Jirobyori Moritsugi, Gorobyori Tadamitsu, and Akushi Chibyori Kagakyo. In total, more than 340 commanders led a force of 100,000 soldiers who set out from the north at the hour of the dragon, around 8 a.m, on the 17th day of the 4th month. Authorised to live off the land, they began looting once they passed the Saka barrier, taking goods meant to pay taxes from prosperous households along the way, from Shiga to Karasaki, from Mitsu Wajiri to Mano, Takamasa, Shiotsu, and Kaizu. They seized whatever they wanted. The local people couldn't bear it, and fled into the wilderness to escape. The two commanders-in-chief, Koromori and Michimori, moved ahead, but their deputies, Tsunemasa, Tadanori, Tomonori, and Kyofusa, paused at Shiotsu and Kaizu in the province of Omi. Tsunemasa, known for his talent in poetry and music, sought some peace and quiet by the lake despite the ongoing troubles. As he gazed across the water, he noticed an island in the distance and asked his attendant, Arinori, its name. That is Chikubushima, Arinori replied. I've heard of it, Tsunemasa said. I'd like to visit there. Tsunemasa, along with Arinori, Anamon Morinori, and a few others, boarded a boat and sailed towards Chikubushima. The day was calm, with the boughs of trees lush and green, evoking the beauty of spring. Warblers in the quiet corners of the forest sang their soft, fading songs, while cuckoos flew by, signalling the approach of summer. The wisteria bloomed beautifully, decorating the pine trees. Tsunemasa, captivated by the scenery, hurriedly disembarked to take in the incredible beauty. He reflected on the ancient stories of the first Emperor of Qin and Emperor Wudai of Han, who had sent young men and women to search for the elixir of immortality on the distant island of Penglai. The quest ended in failure, with the seekers growing old and dying without finding their goal. Tsunemasa thought that Penglai they searched for must have looked like this island. He also recalled a passage from scripture. In Jambudvipa, there is a lake with a crystal mountain rising from the depths, and heavenly maidens dwell upon it. This seemed to describe Chikubushima. Tsunemasa knelt before the god Daibenkudoku-ten and prayed, saying, "Long ago, you were Shakyamuni, the embodiment of the law. Both Benzai and Mayon, though separate in name, share your higher nature and offer salvation to all. One pilgrimage to your shrine ensures the fulfillment of every prayer. I place my trust in you." After some time of offering prayers and scriptures, the sun set, and the moon rose on the 18th night, casting its light across the lake, and making the sanctuary shrine. The resident priests, impressed by Tsunemasa's skill, offered him a biwa. He began to play, and when he reached certain sacred pieces, High Mystery, and On the Rock, the sanctuary filled with light, and the god appeared on Tsunemasa's sleeve as a white dragon. Moved and overjoyed, Tsunemasa, in tears, exclaimed, "Could the great god in all his mercy really be answering my prayers? I can see his sacred presence so clearly." He felt a deep assurance from the god. "You will defeat the raging enemy before my eyes, and crush his forces with your strength, I have no doubt." With his heart filled with joy, Tsunemasa boarded the boat and sailed away from Chikubushima. While Yoshinaka was in Shinano, he built the fort of Hyuchi in Echizen. The garrison included liturgical preceptor Seimai, the abbot of Hisenji, along with Inazu no Shinsuke, Saitoda, Hayashi Mitsukaira, a novice monk, Togashi Busai, Tsuchida, Takabe, Miyazaki, Ishiguro, Nyuzen, Sami, and others, totaling 6,000 mounted men. The fort was located in a rugged area surrounded by towering peaks, making it difficult for enemies to approach. Two rivers, the Nomi and Shindo, flowed past the fortress, where they met to form a large barrier of felled trees and a mighty weir running east to west. The area beyond the weir appeared like a lake. One poet described it. Reflecting the mountains to the south, the water spreads wide, deep and blue, with ripples red in the setting sun. Beneath the lake of bitterest cold lies a sandy floor of gold and silver, while vessels of enlightened rule ride off the shore of Kunming Lake. This artificial lake, created by dikes and murky water, tricked the eye of any observer, making it appear that the only way of crossing was by boat. The Heike army set up camp on the other side of the mountains and waited 4 days, unsure how to proceed. One of the garrison members, Seimi, the abbot of Hisenji, sympathised with the Heike. He secretly wrote a message, inserted it into a whistling arrow, and shot it into their camp. The message read, "The lake you see is new, just a mountain torrent that has been dammed. Send foot soldiers tonight to dismantle the weir, and the water will soon drain away. Your horses will have good footing. Cross without delay. I will support you with my arrows from the rear." This message is from Seimai, abbot of Hisenji. The Heike commanders, pleased with the message, sent soldiers to carry out the plan. As the water quickly drained, the army was able to cross. The garrison fought back for a while, but they were outnumbered and eventually overwhelmed. Seimi's betrayal had been instrumental. Inazu no Shinsuke, Saitoda, Hayashi Mitsukira, and Togashi Busei fled to the province of Kaga and sought refuge in Kawachi under Hakkasan. The Heike army followed, invading Kaga and burning down the forts of Hayashi and Togashi. Their assault was fierce and relentless. From their nearby lodging, the Heike sent news to the capital, and Lord Manamori and the others who had stayed behind rejoiced. On the 8th day of the 5th month, the Heike forces gathered at Shinohara in Kaga. A total of 100,000 men were split into two groups. One, 70,000 strong under Koromori and Michimori, with Moritishi and others heading for Mount Tanami on the Kaga-Etsu border, and the other, 30,000 strong under Tadanori and Tomonori, supported by Musashi no Saburazaimon and others, aiming for Mount Shiho on the Etsu-Noto border. Meanwhile, Yoshinaka, who was in the provincial capital of Echigo, quickly responded by sending over 50,000 horsemen in 7 corps. He first sent his uncle, Yukie, with 10,000 riders to Mount Shiho. Then Nishina, Takanashi, and Yamada no Jiro led a rear assault force of 7,000 to North Kurazaka. Higauchi Kanemitsu and Ochiai Kaneyuki were sent with another 7,000 to South Kurosaka. More than 10,000 men were stationed secretly at various key locations, including the main access point to Mount Tonami and the areas of Matsunaga no Yanagihira and Gaminoki Bayashi. Imai Kanehira, with 6,000 men, crossed the shallows at Washinose and camped at Hinamiya Byoshi. Yoshinaka himself, with 10,000 men, crossed the river at Ayobe and set up camp at Hanyu, north of Tanami. Yoshinaka, observing the Heike army's large numbers, said, "Given their size, they will likely cross Mount Tanami and approach us on the plains, but if we face them directly, their numbers will give them the advantage. We can't afford to let them think we're weaker. If we send ahead soldiers carrying white banners, they will assume our vanguard is large, and they will be cautious. They will likely think, if we fight on the flat ground, they know the terrain and we do not. They might surround us. We can't let that happen. This mountain is full of cliffs. They can't get behind us. It's better to dismount and rest the horses. And once they do that, I'll engage them lightly to pass time until sunset, then drive them down Kurikara Ravine." Following his plan, Yoshinaka had 30 white banners planted at Kurosaka. When the Heike army saw them, they immediately assumed it was the Genji vanguard, a large force. They thought, if we have to fight on the plain, they know the terrain better than we do. They might surround us. We can't let that happen. The mountain is full of cliffs, so we're safe from being flanked. The place seems to have plenty of forage and water. It's better to dismount and rest the horses. Right where they were on Mount Tonami, at a place called Saru no Baba, the Heike forces dismounted. Yoshinaka, camped at Hanyu, surveyed the scene. Amid the green summer mountains, he noticed the red fence of a shrine, with its neat sanctuary beams and a torii gate. He asked somebody nearby, "What shrine is that? Which deity resides there?" "That's Hachiman," came the reply. "The entire land belongs to Hachiman." Yoshinaka, pleased, called for his attendant secretary, Kokumi. "It's fortunate to find myself before a shrine to Hachiman before engaging the enemy," Yoshinaka said. "I believe victory will be mine. To ensure success, I want to compose a formal prayer. What do you think?" Kokumi agreed, dismounted, and prepared to write. Kokumi wore a dark blue hitatare over a suit of black laced armour, with a black lacquered sword at his side. His quiver held 24 arrows with black hawk feathers, and a lacquered bow was tucked under his arm. He removed his helmet, hung it over his shoulders, and took out a small inkstone and folding paper. He was a warrior scholar, well versed in both letters and war. Kokume had been born into a Confucian scholar's family and had served as chamberlain in the Kangakuin. He had later renounced the world, taken the name Sanjo Shingyu, and frequented the southern capital. When Prince Mochihito sought refuge at Midera, Kakumi was commissioned to write a reply. His words angered Lord Kiyomori, leading Kakumi to flee to the north and become Yoshinaka's secretary. The prayer Kakumi wrote for Yoshinaka was as follows: Prostration before the refuge, great Bodhisattva Hachiman, the foundation of Japan's imperial lineage, protector of our sovereign's throne, and guardian of all sentient beings. For years the Taira Chancellor has dominated the seas and inflicted suffering on the people. He is an enemy of both Buddha's and the sovereign's ways. As for me, Yoshinaka, born into a warrior family, I now stand ready to face this wickedness. I have gathered righteous warriors to defeat the forces of evil. Yet even as we prepare for battle, my men lack unity. Some may not share my resolve. I raised my banners and, in that moment, saw your threefold sanctuary, through which you shine your light for all beings. I am certain that you will answer my prayer. The enemy will perish without doubt. I remember my great-grandfather, Lord Yoshie, who dedicated his life to serving your lineage. I, his descendant, have long revered him and now strive to emulate his example. If I am successful, it is not for my own glory, but for the sake of the realm and the sovereign. The celestial gods know my resolve, and my faith is unwavering. I pray for your aid, both seen and unseen. Grant me your power and swift victory. Scatter the enemy to the winds. If my prayer is accepted, show me a sign. Yoshinaka finished the prayer and, with 12 of his men, took a humming arrow from his quiver and offered it along with a prayer at the great Bodhisattva's shrine. As they prayed, 3 doves flew from the clouds and fluttered over the white Genji banners. This was seen as a sign of divine favour. Yoshinaka recalled that long ago when Empress Jingu led her army in Sela, facing a stronger enemy. She prayed to the gods, and 3 spirit doves flew from the sky, signalling victory. Similarly, his great ancestor, Lord Yoriyoshi, had once called upon divine favour before defeating his enemies, despite being outnumbered. Now as Yoshinaka saw the doves, he was filled with confidence in Hachiman's blessing, certain that victory was within grasp. Now, as Yoshinaka saw the doves, he was filled with confidence in Hachiman's blessing, certain that victory was within his grasp. The Genji and Heike armies positioned themselves only a few hundred yards apart, but neither side moved at first. Then, 15 Genji warriors rode out from behind their shields, and launched 15 arrows into the Heike camp. The Heike, not understanding the tactic, responded with 15 arrows of their own. The Genji sent out 30 more riders, shooting 30 more arrows, and the Heike mirrored this by sending out 30 of their own. Soon, both sides were sending larger groups, with 100 men on each side, eager to engage in battle. However, the Genji remained disciplined, drawing out the confrontation for the entire day. The Heike, unaware of the Genji's plan to push them towards Kurikara Ravine, played along as the day drew to a close. As night fell, forces from both the north and south, totaling 10,000 mounted men, converged near the Kurikara chapel and raised a fierce battle cry. The Heike, seeing a cloud of white banners rising behind them, panicked. They were shocked to think a flanking force had managed to get behind them, especially given the mountainous terrain. At Yoshinaka's command, his forces, hidden in the areas of Matsunaga no Yanagabara, Gaminoki Bayashi, and Hinamiya Bayashi, let out a battle cry that shook the air. With 40,000 voices ringing out, the Heike faltered. Caught between the threat of attack from both sides, and with night closing in, the Heike broke. Many of them cried out in shame, but most fled in panic down the Kurikara ravine, desperate to find a way out. As they rushed down the ravine, men tumbled over each other, fathers, sons, brothers, and retainers, crushing each other in their haste. In total, 70,000 Heike soldiers, horses, and men became trapped in the ravine, where the dead piled up in mounds, and blood flowed like water. To this day, the scars of arrows and sword cuts can still be seen on the rocks of Kurikara. Among the fallen were the trusted Heike commanders Tadatsuna, Kagetaka, and Hidekuni. Also captured was Senaro no Taro Kaniyasu, a powerful fighter, and the traitor monk Saimei, who had defected to the Heike's side. Yoshinaka, disgusted by Saimei's betrayal, ordered the monk's execution, and his head was promptly severed. Only 2,000 of the Heike's 70,000 soldiers survived. The next day, Yoshinaka received 2 magnificent horses from Hidehira in the north, 1 roan and 1 dappled grey. He outfitted them with golden saddles and offered them as sacred steeds to the Hakusan shrine. Satisfied with this, Yoshinaka expressed concern for Yukie, who was still engaged in battle at Shiho. He decided to check on him, selecting 20,000 of his best soldiers and heading out. At the mouth of the Himi River, Yoshinaka found the water to be shallow enough for his horses to cross safely. Encouraged, he led his army of 20,000 across. When they reached Yukie, they found him resting his horses after retreating from the Heike's attack. Yoshinaka, not surprised, immediately sent his fresh troops into the fray against the Heike, who were now down to 30,000 soldiers. In the ensuing battle, sword sparks flew, and though the Heike held their ground for a while, they were ultimately overwhelmed. The senior Heike commander, Tomonori, was killed in the battle, along with many of his men. Yoshinaka continued his campaign, crossing Mount Shiho to camp at Kodanaka in Noto, near the Prince's Barrow. Yoshinaka immediately donated estates to several shrines. The Yokoi and Miyamura estates to the Hakusan shrine, the Nomi estate to the Sugo shrine, the Cha estate to the Tada Yawata shrine, and the Hanbara estate to the Keihi shrine. He also gave the 7 districts of Fujishima to Heisenji. Meanwhile, some men who had once aimed their arrows at Yoritomo during the battle at Ishibashiyama had fled to the capital and joined the Heike. Among them were Matano no Goro Kagehisa, Nagai no Saito Beto Sanamori, Ito no Kuro Tsukiuchi, Ukisu no Subaru Shigachika, and Mashimo no Shiro Shinganao. While they waited for their next opportunity to fight, they would meet daily to drink wine together. On one of his turns to host, Sanamori remarked, "Looking at the state of things, the Genji seemed to be growing stronger, while the Heike seemed to be on the verge of defeat. Let's join Yoshinaka." "True enough," the others agreed. The next day, when they met again at Sigachika's, Sanamori asked, "So, how do you all feel about what I said yesterday?" Kagehisa, stepping forward, replied, "But we're well known in the East. Everyone knows us. Changing sides to suit our needs will only ruin our reputations. I can't speak for all of you, but I will stick with the Heike to the end, no matter what happens." Sanamori, with a bitter laugh, responded, "Actually, I only said that to test you. As for me, I intend to die in the next battle. I've already told Lord Munamori that I won't return to the capital." Everyone shared his sentiment, and so each man, loyal to his pact, met a cruel death in the north. Meanwhile, to rest their men and horses, the Heike camped at Shinohara in Kaga. On the 21st day of the 5th month, at dawn, Yoshinaka's army attacked with great battle cries. Since Jisho had passed, the Heike kept two brothers, Hatakeyama no Shoji Shigeyoshi and Oyamada no Beto Arashigi, in the capital. Now they had been sent out to lead their armies to the north. "You two are seasoned warriors," they were told. "Take charge of the fighting." The brothers led 300 men forward from the Heike camp. On the Genji side, Imai Kanehira also faced them with 300 men. Each side sent out small groups, first 5, then 10 men, to test the others. Eventually, the full forces clashed. At noon, under a blazing sun, the men fought fiercely, each trying to outdo the others, drenched in sweat. Then, from the Heike side, 500 men, led by Nagatsuna, charged forward. The Genji countered with 300 men under Kanemitsu and Kaneyuki. For a time, both sides held their ground, but Nagatsuna's men were mostly inexperienced recruits who quickly turned and fled. Though Nagatsuna himself was brave, he was forced to retreat without any support. As he fled, he was confronted by Nyuzen no Kotaro Yukishiga, who grabbed him. Nagatsuna, seizing him in turn, threw him onto his horse's pommel. "Who are you?" he demanded. "I am Nyuzen no Kotaro Yukishiga, from Etsu," the man replied. "I'm 18 years old." Nagatsuna sighed. "The son I lost last year would have been 18 now. I should kill you and leave your head here, but I'll spare you." Yukishiga, though, was determined. He reflected on Nagatsuna's kindness, but he still planned to kill him. As Nagatsuna relaxed, Yukishiga suddenly drew his dagger and lunged, stabbing twice under Nagatsuna's helmet. A few of his men arrived to assist in the attack, and despite his bravery, Nagatsuna was soon overwhelmed and died on the spot. Then, from the Heike side, Musashi no Subaru Zaimon Arikuni rode out with 300 men, howling for battle. From the Genji side, Nishina, Takanashi, and Yamada no Jiro led 500 men, eager to fight. The Heike held out for a while, but many of them were killed. In the chaos, Arikuni, still fighting on foot after losing his horse, shot his final arrow. Despite being pierced by numerous arrows, he continued to fight, and killed several men before he finally fell, still on his feet. Seeing their commander's death, the men fled. The Heike were defeated and gone, but one rider, Saito Beto Sanomori from Nagai in Musashi, turned back from the chaos to continue fighting. He was dressed in a red brocade robe, green-laced armour, a helmet with wide horns, and a gold-fitted sword. He carried arrows fletched with black-banded eagle feathers, a lacquered bow, and rode a dappled roan with a gold-trimmed saddle. Tezuka no Taro Mitsumori, one of Yoshinaka's men, noticed him and saw a worthy opponent. "Impressive," he called. "Who are you, riding alone when everyone else has fled? I want to know your name." Sanomori replied, "Who are you?" "I'm Tezuka no Taro Mitsumori, a warrior from Shinano," came the response. Sanomori answered, "Then we are worthy opponents. I cannot reveal my name for personal reasons, but come, let us fight." As they closed in to fight, one of Tezuka's men rode in between them to protect his lord. "So, you want to fight the greatest warrior in Japan?" the man said. Sanomori, without hesitation, seized the man, crushed him onto his pommel, and cut off his head, tossing it away. Seeing this, Tezuka circled left, lifted the skirt of Sanomori's armour, and stabbed him twice. As Sanomori weakened, Tezuka seized him and brought him to the ground. Although Sanomori was brave, the battle had worn him down, and being an old man, he was no match for Tezuka. He ended up under him. Tezuka entrusted Sanomori's head to one of his men, and hurried to report the kill to Yoshinaka. "I've just fought and killed a very unusual opponent," Tezuka reported. "He seemed like a regular warrior, except for his red brocade. He didn't have anyone with him, and when I asked his name, he wouldn't give it. He spoke like someone from the east." Yoshinaka replied, "I think that was Sanomori. I saw him when I was a boy in Kozuke. Even then, his hair was greying, and it must be white by now. I don't see how it could still be black. Higuchi no Jiro spent a lot of time with him, so he'll certainly recognize him. Call Higuchi over." When Higuchi arrived, he took one look at the head and exclaimed, "How awful! Yes, this is Sanomori," Yoshinaka asked. "But if it's Sanomori at over 70, his hair should be white. How can it still be black?" Higuchi, overcome with emotion, explained, "I can explain this, but the shock is too great for me to speak clearly. Sanomori once said that if he fought after turning 60, he would dye his hair and beard black to appear younger. He didn't want to be ridiculed for being an old man trying to defeat the young, so I believe that's what he must have done. Wash the head, and you'll see." As it turned out, Higuchi was right. After washing the head, it revealed that the hair was indeed white. This explained why Sanomori wore red brocade. He had asked Lord Munamori's permission to wear it when he had left to fight, saying that it was an old tradition for a man to return home in brocade after going to war. Lord Munamori agreed, and Sanomori left, hoping to find honour in the north. Though his name lived on in the stories, his body was buried in the northern lands, a part of the earth he had fought for. It had been a great army of more than 100,000 that had set out, but by the end of the campaign only about 20,000 returned. As people said, you catch many fish when you fish out a stream completely, but next year there are no fish left. Burning the forest brings plenty of game, but no game the following year. They should have fought ahead and kept more men in reserve. After the death of Lord Kiyomori, Tadakio and Kagie, the governors of Kazuzas and Hida, renounced the world. The grief of losing their sons in the north overwhelmed them, and they eventually died from sorrow. Parents across the land lost their sons, and wives lost their husbands. In the capital, many homes remained closed, and the air was filled with mourning cries. Everywhere, people called upon the divine name in their sorrow. On the 1st of the 6th month, the Chamberlain Sadanaga called upon Nakatomi no Chikatoshi, a mid-level official in the Bureau of Shrines, to meet him at the southeast doorway of the Sairyoden. Sadanaga informed him that once the military troubles had settled and peace returned, His Majesty would make a pilgrimage to the Grand Shrine of Ise. The Grand Shrine of Ise had been established long ago when the deity descended from the high plane of heaven, moved from Kazuwani in Yamato to Watari in Ise, and settled by the Isuzu River, where mighty underground boulders supported the deity's pillars. Since then, no shrine in Japan has rivalled the grandeur of Ise, though for a long time no emperor had visited it. However, during the reign of Emperor Shomu, Fujiwara no Hirotsugi, an assistant in the Dazaifu and lieutenant in the Right Palace Guards, led a rebellion in Hizen province, gathering tens of thousands of miscreants. The emperor sent a force to defeat him, and Hirotsuge's defeat marked the first time an emperor made a pilgrimage to the Grand Shrine of Ise. Hirotsuge had a remarkable horse that could travel from Matsura to the capital and back in one day. After his defeat, his allies scattered, and Hirotsuge himself is said to have ridden his horse into the sea. His violent spirit caused many frightening events. On the 18th of the 6th month, the great prelate Genbo was conducting a ritual at Kazunoji in Dazaifu, when as he rang the bell to begin, the sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and a lightning bolt struck him, severing his head and sending it into the clouds. This was due to Genbo's rites to quell Hirotsuge's spirit. Genbo had once accompanied Kibi no Makabe on an embassy to Tang, China, where the Tang people mocked his name, saying it meant, "Go home to destruction." They predicted trouble for him when he returned to Japan. Indeed, years later, in the 6th month of Tenpyo 19, a skull marked with Genbo dropped out onto the grounds of Kofukuji, and laughter echoed in the sky. His disciples built a barrow known as Zuhaka, the head tomb, to contain the skull. The spirit of Hirotsuge's violence was honoured at Matsura in a sanctuary called the Mirror Shrine. During Emperor Saga's reign, former Emperor Heise, influenced by his mistress Kusuko, stirred unrest in the realm. In response, his third daughter, Princess Yuchi, was appointed High Priestess of Kamo to pray for his failure. This marked the beginning of the office of Kamo High Priestess. Later, during the reign of Emperor Suzaku, the rebellions of Masakado and Sumimoto led to the Yawata Special Festival. These events and others prompted a variety of prayers and rituals to address the unrest in the land. Yoshinaka arrived at the provincial capital of Echizen and gathered his men and retainers to discuss their next move. "I plan to enter the capital through the province of Mi," he said. "But as always, I must consider the monks of Mount Hiei. They might try to block my way. I could easily force my way through, but the Heike have been desecrating temples, killing monks, and committing many other atrocities. To go to the capital and fight the Hiei monks because they sided with the Heike would mean repeating the very actions of the Heike themselves. It would be a grave mistake, but what choice do I have?" Kakumiai, Yoshinaka's personal scribe, stepped forward with a suggestion. "There are 3,000 monks on Mount Hiei, and not all of them will think the same way. Some may support the Heike, while others might lean towards the Genji. Perhaps you could send them a letter, and their response will show where they stand." "I like that idea," Yoshinaka said. "Write the letter." Kakumiai wrote the letter and sent it to Mount Hiei. The letter read, "To the Master of Discipline at the Ek Lodge. After considering the evil deeds of the Heike, it is clear that ever since the incidents at Hogan and Heiji, they have failed to act as loyal subjects of His Majesty. Despite this, people continue to bow to them, both clergy and the lay people alike, as they manipulate emperors, seize provinces, and enrich themselves at the expense of justice. They act without regard for guilt or innocence, punishing ministers and nobles, stealing their property, and distributing it among their followers. In the 11th month of the 3rd year of Jaisho, they confined the cloistered emperor to Sainan Palace and exiled the regent. The people said nothing, merely exchanging glances as they passed each other on the road. But that was not the end of it. In the 5th month of the 4th year of Jaisho, The Heike surrounded the residence of Prince Mochihito, causing panic throughout the city. To escape, the prince sought refuge at Midera. I had received his command and was ready to help, but the streets were swarming with enemies, and no Genji from the nearby provinces could reach him. In the end, Midera could not protect him, and he fled to the southern capital. On his way, a battle broke out at Uji Bridge. The escort commander, Minamoto no Yorimasa, and his sons fought bravely, but the enemy overwhelmed them. Their bodies were left on the banks of the river, their lives washed away by the current. The prince's order and the deaths of my kinsmen weighed heavily on my heart. After these events, the Genji from the east and north began to plan an assault on the capital to defeat the Heike. Last autumn, I raised my banners and took up my sword to fulfill his mission. On the day I left Shinano, Jo Shiro Nagamochi from Echigo was sent against me with tens of thousands of men. Despite being outnumbered, I defeated them with 3,000 men. This victory drew a Heike army of 100,000 towards the north. I met them repeatedly in battles across Echizen, Echu, and Kaga, at forts like Tanami, Kurosaka, Shihosaka, and Shinohara. Each time I used a new strategy, and each time I achieved victory. I owe this success not to my tactics but to divine intervention. Now that the Heike army has been defeated, I plan to march on the capital. However, my route will take me near Mount Hiei, and I have concerns about the monks there. Do their loyalties lie with the Heike or with the Genji? If they support the traitors, I will have no choice but to fight them, and the destruction of Enrakuji will follow. It pains me to think that I may have to battle 3,000 monks, especially after the Heike have already harmed our sovereign and the Buddha's teachings. On the other hand, if I delay my advance to avoid fighting the monks, I risk being seen as a cowardly warrior, failing to serve the court when it is most needed. I write to you now to explain my dilemma. I respectfully ask the monks of Mount Hiei, for the sake of the gods and Buddhas, for the realm, and for our sovereign, to join forces with the Genji, punish the evildoers, and receive His Majesty's blessing. This is my heartfelt prayer. With the utmost respect, Minamoto no Yoshinaka. After reading Yoshinaka's letter, the monks of Mount Hiei held a council to discuss it. There were differing opinions among them. Some suggested joining the Genji, while others wanted to side with the Heike. All viewpoints were considered. The senior monks ultimately reached the following conclusion. Our main role is to pray for the long life of our sovereign. The Heike are in this reign, the imperial family's commoner relatives, and command respect from all of us here on the mountain. That is why we have always prayed for their success. However, their actions have gone too far, and the people have turned against them. The armies they have sent to suppress uprisings have been utterly defeated. For some time now, the Genji have been consistently victorious. Their time is coming. Why should our mountain align itself with the Heike, whose power is fading, and oppose the Genji, whose future seems assured? The best course for us is to separate ourselves from the Heike and fully support the Genji. The full council agreed on this course of action and sent a response to Yoshinaka. Yoshinaka gathered his men and had Kokume open and read the letter from Mount Hiei. It read, "We received your letter on the 16th, and reading it has lifted the gloom that has been hanging over us. It is true that the Heike have behaved terribly over the years, and the court has been in constant turmoil because of them. These events are the subject of much talk, and they feed the unrest. Mount Hiei, located northeast of the capital, has long prayed for peace in this realm, a realm that has suffered so much from the Heike's actions that it has known no peace. The sacred teachings are being ignored and their divine protectors are being neglected. But you, born into a noble warrior family, have achieved remarkable success through divine favour. By following a wise strategy, you swiftly raised a righteous army and gained great merit. In less than 2 years, your name has spread far and wide, and we monks of Mount Heike rejoice at your success. For the sake of the realm and your house, we celebrate your strength and victories. If you continue on your current path, we will know that our prayers have not been in vain, and that the land is being protected. The eternal Buddhas and the gods of our Hiyoshi shrines will be glad to see their teachings flourish once more, and be respected as they once were. We hope you understand the sincerity of our support. The 12 divine generals in the unseen world will lend their strength, along with that of the champions who fight evil. In the visible world, we 3,000 monks will suspend our studies and practices temporarily to assist the imperial forces in punishing the wicked. The enlightened wind of tenfold cessation and contemplation will blow the evildoers from our land, and the blessed reign of divine unity will restore peace, bringing the world back to a time of harmony. This is our decision. Please take it to heart. Monks of Mount Heike. The Heike, unaware of the correspondence from Mount Heike, realized that both Kofukuji and Midera were now angered with them. They thought no approach to them will accomplish anything. However, they were certain they hadn't done anything to provoke Mount Heike. Enrikuji would not turn against us, they believed. Let us appeal to the great San deity and persuade the 3,000 monks to join forces with us. Thus, 10 senior nobles of the Heike signed a letter and sent it to Mount Heike. The letter read, Reverend Sirs, Enrikuji is our tutelary temple, and Hiyoshi is our tutelary shrine. We wish to honour only the Tendai teachings. As such, we, the Taira family, humbly address you with a special request. Founded in the reign of Emperor Kanmu, when Dengyo Daishi returned from China, Enrikuji has spread the complete Tendai doctrine and transmitted the teachings of Vairochana on the mountain. Since then, your temple has been a pillar of peace for the realm. Now Minamoto no Yoritomo, the exiled leader of Izu, openly defies the law, and other Genji like Yoshinaka and Yukie plot rebellion by joining with him. They seize provinces and take goods and taxes as they please. In response, we were given imperial orders to crush these rebels and put an end to their destructive force. Yet despite our overwhelming numbers, every plan we made has failed, and the rebels continue to prevail. How can we defeat them unless the gods and Buddhas assist us? We therefore place our trust solely in the Tendai teachings, and in the beneficence of Hiyoshi. Our family also traces its origin back to the imperial founder of Enrikuji, and we rightly accord your temple growing respect and honour. From this point forward, the joy of Enrikuji will be our joy, and the wrath of Hiyoshi will be our own. We will teach our descendants to revere your temple and shrine. Just as the Fujiwara family has Kasuga and Kofukuji as their tutelary shrines and temples, we Taira have Hiyoshi and Enrikuji, and we shall honour the Tendai teachings of swift enlightenment. The Fujiwara's connections with their shrines come from the past, which brings them prosperity. Ours is a present prayer, that, for the sake of our sovereign, the rebels will be duly punished. O 7 Sans shrines, O protectors, O medicine king Buddha of the 12 lofty vows, O Nikko, O Gakko, hear our plea, and grant us your divine assistance. With your aid, these traitors will be vanquished, their severed heads brought before the sovereign. We, the senior nobles of the Tyra house, make this urgent appeal." The letter was signed by the following senior nobles of the Tyra family: Tyra no Michimori, governor of Echizen, junior 3rd rank; Tyra no Sugimori, Right Palace Guards captain, junior 3rd rank; Tyra no Korimori, acting Right Palace Guards captain, governor of Iu, senior 3rd rank; Tyra no Shigehira, Left Palace Guards captain, governor of Harima, senior 3rd rank; Tyra no Kiyomune, Right Gate Watch commander, governor of Mino and Totomi, senior director of palace upkeep, governor of Kaga and Etchu, senior 3rd rank; Tyra no Tomimori, councillor, left watch intendant, commander-in-chief of imperial forces, junior 2nd rank; Tyra no Norimori, acting councillor, governor of Hizen, junior 2nd grade; Tyra no Yorimori, acting grand councillor, inspector general for Dewa and Michinoku, senior 2nd rank; Tyra no Monomori, junior 1st rank. Moved by the letter, the Tendai abbot withdrew to the shrine of Juzenji, where he prayed for 3 days. Only after that did his monks, at his permission, read the appeal. A poem was found on the outer cover of the letter. Even in a house long in bloom, the passing years bring a month when the moon sinks westward in the sky. O Sand Deity, have mercy on us. O 3,000 monks, add your strength to ours. Though the Heike's appeal was heartfelt, their actions over the years had deeply offended the gods and betrayed the trust of all the people. No response came from the gods, and their pleas were ignored. The monks, though sympathetic to their plight, reminded themselves, "We have already pledged our support to the Genji. We cannot easily go back on our word." No monk supported the Heike's appeal. On the 14th of the 7th month, Sadayoshi, the governor of Hygo, arrived in the capital with 3,000 mounted soldiers, including the Kikuchi, Harada, and Matsura factions. He had just quelled a rebellion in Kyushu, so at least the region was calm again, though fighting still raged in the eastern and northern provinces. On the 22nd, late at night, a great stir erupted around Rokahara. Men mounted their horses, tightened their saddles, and galloped in all directions, carrying goods to hide. It was clear that an attack was imminent. The following morning, word spread. According to Mino Genji, there was a man named Saido no Shigasada, who had captured and delivered the fugitive Shinzei to Hachiro Tamanoto during earlier conflicts. He was rewarded with a post as lieutenant in the watch, eventually rising to become a lieutenant in the Right Gate Watch. However, the Genji shunned him, and he sought favour with the Heike instead. That night, Shigasada rode to Rokahara to report that Yoshinaka, leading 50,000 men from the north, was advancing through Higashi Sakamoto under Mount Hiei. 2 of Yoshinaka's men, Tate no Chikasada and the scribe, Kokumi, had climbed Mount Hiei with 6,000 soldiers, where they were joined by 3,000 monks. Shigasata warned that they were headed for the city. Alarmed, the Heike sent their forces in various directions to prepare for the attack. The main army, numbering 3,000 under the command of Councillor Tomamori and palace guards. 2 of Yoshinaka's men, Tate no Chikasada and the scribe Kakume had climbed Mount Hiei with 6,000 soldiers, where they were joined by 3,000 monks. Shigesada warned that they were headed for the city. Alarmed, the Heike sent their forces in various directions to prepare for the attack. The main army, numbering 3,000 under the command of Councillor Tomamori and Palace Guards Captain Shigehira, stopped all Yamashina. The governor, Michimori, and Noritsune of Echizen and Noto led 2,000 men to hold the Uji Bridge, while Yukimori the chief left Ekiwari, and Satsuma Governor Tadanori guarded the Yodo Road with 1,000 soldiers. Word spread the other Genji forces, including those of Yukie and Yoshikyo, were also making their way to the capital. Realizing that the Setsu and Kawachi Genji were pouring into the city, the Heike decided to concentrate their forces in one place to prepare for the battle. They called every man back to the city. In the imperial capital, fortune and fame were won, and after the crowing of the rooster, no one could afford to be idle, not even in times of peace, let alone when disaster loomed. The Heike wished they could escape to the remote wilderness of Yoshino, but every province in the country had risen against them. How could they be wrong, they wondered, recalling the Buddha's teaching. In the 3 words, here is no peace, for they are like a burning house. On the 24th, in the early hours of the night, Lord Monomori went to Rokuhara to speak with Kenraimonin. I thought the world would always be as we knew it, he said, but now everything has changed. People are talking about forcing our fate here in the city, but I can't bear for you to witness such a cruel sight. I've decided to take you, along with the cloistered emperor and his majesty, to the provinces of the west. Kenraimonin replied, Whatever is to happen now, I leave it in your hands, my brother. She wept, unable to stop her tears, and Monomori too was deeply moved. It seemed that his cloistered eminence had learned of the Heike's plan to flee the capital that night, and he secretly left his residence, heading towards Kuruma, with only the chief right equerry, Sukatoki's son. No one else knew of his departure. Meanwhile, Suiyasu, a sharp-eyed servant who worked for the cloistered emperor, overheard a conversation in the sovereign's quarters. His cloistered eminence is gone. Where could he have gone? He heard. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Suiyasu rode straight to Rokuhara to inform Lord Monomori. There must be some mistake, Monomori replied, though he rushed to check for himself. Upon arriving, he found that the cloistered emperor had indeed disappeared, along with Lady Tango and the other ladies of the household. What has happened to him? Monomori asked, but no one had any answers. The news of the cloistered emperor's disappearance spread quickly throughout the city, causing general panic. Heike ladies and gentlemen felt as if the enemy had already breached their homes, their sense of safety shattered. They had prepared for days to take both emperors west, but now, abandoned like this, they felt exposed. Still have his majesty, they said. Let's begin his journey. At dawn, the 6-year-old emperor boarded the palanquin, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Take the seal and keys too, demanded the Grand Councillor, Tyrano Tokitada, along with the hour markers and other items. In the confusion, some items were forgotten, including the sword from the Emperor's day room. Tokitada, along with his sons and a few other officials, set off in full court attire with the Emperor, accompanied by bearers and palace guards in full armour. They made their way west along the Shichijo and then south down Suzaku. On the 25th, the first light of dawn revealed a sky full of stars, the river of heaven, and clouds trailing over the eastern hills. A bright moon lit the morning, and roosters crowed everywhere. No one could have predicted the events that were unfolding. The turmoil that had attended the move to Fukuhara some years earlier now seemed to be a forewarning of what was to come. Lord Motomichi, the regent, joined the imperial procession, but as his carriage crossed Shichijo near Miyako, a boy with his hair tied in side loops ran in front of it. On the boy's sleeve were the words, Spring Sun, which Motomichi recognized as referring to Kasuga, the deity of the Host teachings, and protector of the Kamatari heirs. Motomichi, struck by the omen, turned to his attendant, Takano. "I've been thinking," he said. "His Majesty is on his way, but not the cloistered emperor. The Heike's future seems grim. What do you think?" Takano exchanged glances with the groom leading the carriage. The groom understood and quickly turned the carriage around, heading north towards the northern hills of the city. They moved swiftly, passing through the gate of Chisokuin. A Heike houseman named Moritsugi, upon hearing the news, insisted that they should pursue the regent and stop him, but the others restrained him, and he remained where he was. Lord Koromori had been preparing himself for what he feared was coming, but it still caused him pain when it finally arrived. He had married the daughter of Narachika, the Grand Councillor of the Naka no Mikado. Her beauty was unrivalled, her face like peach blossoms heavy with dew, her eyes with all the allure of makeup, her hair like willow fronds swaying in the wind. Their son, Rokudai, was now 10, and their daughter was 8. Both children begged him not to leave them behind. Koromori spoke to his wife, trying to comfort her. "As I've told you, the Heike are fleeing westward. I wish I could take you with me, but I've heard that enemies are waiting for us along the way. We can't pass through without being stopped. If you hear that I've been killed, don't become a nun, marry again, anyone you like, and take care of yourself and our children. I'm sure someone will want to look after you." His wife didn't respond, but lay silently with a robe over her head. Just as he was about to leave, she clung to his sleeve. "Here in the capital, I have neither father nor mother. Where will I find a husband once you leave? You say I should marry anyone, but I could almost hate you for saying that. We were brought together by fate. You may love me, but could just anyone do the same? We promised to stay together to the end, to disappear like dew in a meadow, or like float sand sinking to the same ocean floor. Did you make all those sweet promises up in the night? If it were just me, I could manage alone, nursing the pain of being abandoned, but what will happen to our children? Who will look after them? You're cruel not to take us with you." Her words were mixed with reproach and pleading. Koromori replied, "Yes, it's true. We were both young when we met. Me at 15, you at 13. I promised to be with you always, no matter the obstacles. But it would be heartless to take you with me now, knowing what I face. It would be cruel to put you through such hardship. Once we settle somewhere far away, I'll send for you." With that, he left resolutely. As he donned his armour in the gallery by the middle gate, and prepared to mount his horse, his son and daughter ran up, grabbing his sleeve and tugging at his armour. "Father, where are you going? Take us with you." "We want to go too," they cried, tears in their eyes. Koromori, deeply moved by their cries, thought, "Such are the ties that bind us to this world of sorrow." He hesitated, feeling more and more unable to move. Just then, his 5 younger brothers, Tsukumori, Kiyotsune, Arimori, Tadafusa, and Morimori, rode through the gate and stopped beside him. "Still here?" they asked. "What are you doing? The Imperial palanquin must have already left." Koromori mounted and started off with them, but then turned back, rode up to the veranda, and lifted the edge of a blind with the tip of his bow. "Take a good look," he said to his brothers. "My children were desperate to come with me. I gave them all the comfort I could, but I didn't realize how late I was leaving." He burst into tears, and all present wept into their armour. Among his housemen were 2 brothers, Saito Go, aged 19, and Saito Roku, aged 17, who held Koromori's bridge and vowed to follow him everywhere. Koromori said, "When your father, Sanomori, went north, you both insisted on going with him, but he left you behind for his own reasons. He died on that northern campaign. I'm leaving Rokudai with no one to look after him. Please stay behind. You'll be helping me more than you know." The brothers swallowed their tears and stayed behind. "Never did I think you could be so heartless," Koromori's wife cried, from where she lay weeping. His children, along with the gentlewomen, tumbled and dived through the blinds, crying out in despair. Their voices echoed in his ears, even as he rode away, and he could almost still hear them in the winds across the Western Ocean. Before leaving the capital, the Heike set fire to many buildings: Rokuhara, the Ike Mansion, the Komatsu Mansion, Hachijo, Nishihachi, the homes of numerous senior nobles and privy gentlemen, at least 20 or more residences, including those of their retainers. Additionally, they burned 40 to 50,000 houses belonging to commoners throughout the city, and in Shirakawa. They destroyed everything. Some of the buildings had once been graced by the imperial presence. Now, only the foundation stones remained, marking the places where grand gates once stood, and the ground was marked with the impressions left by the imperial palanquin. In some places, an empress had once hosted her guests, but now only the sound of cold winds echoed over the ruined gardens. Mansions that had been filled with the fragrant scent of incense, draped in green curtains, where the woods were rich with game and the waters abundant with fish. Homes of the greatest lords, built with immense care and labour, had been reduced to nothing, turned to ashes in an instant. Think, too, of the more modest homes of the retainers, doors woven from wormwood, gates made of simple brushwood, and the fragile huts where the servants huddled. The fire destroyed dozens of acres in its wake. It was like the fall of mighty Wu, when the Gosutai Palace turned into overgrown brambles, or the ruin of the once powerful Qin dynasty, when smoke shrouded the Xinyang Palace. Once, the Heike had held the strategic Han Valley Pass between the towering Yao peaks, but the northern barbarians had driven them out. Seeking refuge by the rivers Jing and Wei, they found that the eastern barbarians took that hope away too. Could they have imagined that they would be cast out from the heart of noble society, weeping as they entered the ignorant darkness? One day, they had been like gods, high above the clouds, bringing rain. The next, they were reduced to dried fish at the market. Fortune and misfortune follow the same path as do glory and decline. The events that transpired made that truth clear to all. Who could not grieve over the fall of the Heike? Once, long ago, in the place called Hogan, they had bloomed like spring flowers, but now in the present, they fell like autumn leaves. A group of free men had come to the capital to serve as guards at the palace. Hatakeyama Shigeyoshi, Oyamada Arishige, and Utsunomiya Tomasuna had been held there for some time until events unfolded that led to their execution, but Lord Tomamori intervened. "Now that your house's fortune has run its course," he said to Lord Monomori, "beheading 100 or 1,000 men will not restore your power. They have families, followers. Think of how their loved ones will grieve if by some miracle fate smiles upon you and you return to the capital. They will remember your rare compassion. The better course is to release these men and send them home." Monomori agreed. "You're right," he said, and allowed the men to go. They bowed low and wept. "You've spared our lives ever since we arrived here," they said. "All we ask is to follow His Majesty with you, wherever he may go." Monomori replied, "I have no doubt that your hearts lie in the east. On this journey west, I have no use for empty shells of men. Go now, quickly." With tears in their eyes, they left the capital. For over 20 years, Monomori had been their lord and master, so it was no wonder that they wept as they parted ways with him. Tadanori, the governor of Satsuma, turned around from wherever he had been and, with 5 of his men and a page, rode up to Lord Shunsei's house. The gate was closed, and it did not open for him. He called out his name, adding, "I've just come back from among the fleeing Heike." This caused a stir inside the house. Tadanori then dismounted and called out loudly, "I have only one reason for returning. I want to speak to Lord Shunsei." "If the gate is to remain shut, that's fine, but Lord Shunsei, please come out so that I can talk to you." Lord Shunsei, hearing this, said, "I have an idea what this might be about. There's no need to fear him. Let him in." The gate was opened and they met. It was a deeply emotional encounter. Tadanori said, "I've held you in high regard ever since you first taught me poetry long ago, but the turmoil of the capital these past few years and rebellions in province after province, matters that have deeply affected my house, have kept me from visiting you as much as I'd like, despite my continued devotion to poetry. His Majesty has already left the city, and the days of the Heike's glory are over. I've heard that a new imperial anthology will be created, and a selection of poems must be chosen. If you could, in your great kindness, include just one of my poems. It would be the greatest honour and add lustre to my life. I've hoped for this for a long time, but with the chaos around us, all talk of the anthology faded. Still, I believe that once peace is restored, your work on the anthology will continue. If you find anything worthy in the scroll I've brought, just one poem, and if you would consider it, the joy of that would reach me even from afar, and you would have my gratitude and protection no matter how distant." He had chosen the best 100 poems from his collection over the years, written them out on a scroll, and kept it with him until the end. Now, with his armour still on, he handed the scroll over to Lord Shunsei. Shunsei unrolled the scroll and read through it. "Having received this precious gift from you," he said, "I will treat it with the utmost respect. You can be sure of that. The devotion to poetry that you've shown by coming here brings tears to my eyes." Tadanori, filled with joy, replied, "Let the waves of the Western Ocean swallow me, let my body lie in the wilderness if it must, but in this world of sorrow I will leave no regrets. Farewell." He mounted his horse, tied his helmet cord, and rode westward again. As Shunsei watched him disappear into the distance, he thought he heard Tadanori singing loudly these lines. "The way ahead stretches far. My thoughts race to the evening clouds over Mount Yan." Shunsei, deeply moved by Tadanori's departure, almost wept as he returned inside. When peace eventually returned, Shunsei resumed his work on selecting poems for the new anthology, the Senzaishu, The Harvest of 1,000 Years. Reflecting on Tadanori's visit, his demeanour, the words he had spoken, Shunsei felt even more deeply moved. In the scroll, there were many deserving poems, but because Tadanori had been banned by the imperial court, Shunsei had no choice but to leave his name out. The single poem he had included, titled Blossoms in the Old Capital, was published under Author Unknown. It read, "By rippling waters, the old Shiga capital vanished long ago, yet, as then, Mount Nagara blossoms with mountain cherries." Tadanori, by this time an enemy of the court, was left out of the anthology, and though it was the only choice, it was a painful decision for Shunsei. Tyranno Tsunemasa, the deputy master of the Grand Empress's household, was the son of Tsunemori, the director of upkeep. In his youth, he had served as temple page to the Prince Abbot of Ninarji, and despite the chaos around him, he must have looked back on those days with some fondness. So with a handful of his men, he rode to Ninarji, dismounted at the gate, and sent this message: "The time of the Taira family is over, and I must leave the capital today. Among all the sorrow of this world, there is only one regret I carry, that I must leave you, your reverence. I began serving you when I was 8 years old, and continued until I came of age at 13. I never left your side except when I was ill, but now I am heading west across the ocean, not knowing when I will return. The pain weighs heavily on me, so I've come to say goodbye. Though I've already put on my armour and gathered my bow and arrows, I know I'm not dressed in a way worthy of meeting you." The Prince Abbot, moved by these words, called out, "Come in as you are." On that day, Tsunemasa wore a purple brocade robe under armour with green lacing. He had a sword with a gold-trimmed scabbard at his waist, and carried arrows with black and white eagle feathers. His bow, wrapped in rattan and lacquered in black, was tucked under his arm, and his helmet hung on his back. He knelt respectfully before his old master's quarters, and the Prince Abbot came out and raised the blinds. Come in," he said, and Tsunemasa entered. Tsunemasa then asked his man, Taira Arinori, to bring a biwa, which Arinori presented to him in its red brocade bag. Tsunemasa took the instrument and placed it before the Prince Abbot. "Some years ago, you entrusted me with Saizan, and I've brought it here today. Parting with Saizan is painful, but the thought of such a precious treasure being lost is unbearable. If by some miracle my family's fortune changes and I return to the capital, I would gladly borrow Saizan again." As Tsunemasa spoke, he wept, and the Prince Abbot, deeply moved, composed this verse: "You who go on your way with such lingering regret, in your memory you leave behind a token that I shall keep wrapped with care." Tsunemasa then asked to use the inkstone to write, "The water that flows hither through the bamboo pipe is never the same, but oh, how I wish that change would leave me always with you." After bidding farewell, Tsunemasa began to leave, but his housemen, acolytes, and clerics, all of whom had been with him through the years, clung to his sleeves, crying as they mourned his departure. Among them was Gyoki, a junior monk from Tsunemara's youth, now a distinguished prelate, the son of Mitsuyori, the Grand Councillor. Grieving at the parting, Gyoki accompanied Tsunemasa to the Katsura River, but could go no further. They said their final goodbyes in tears, and Gyoki offered this verse: "So it is, alas, ancient be they or still young, mountain cherry trees, when that time comes, soon or late, lose their blossoms, every one." Tsunemasa replied, "For the journey dressed, I shall spread night after night solitary sleeves, and travel, as I know full well, an interminable road. A man from Tsunemasa's household, carrying a red banner, swiftly unfurled it. "There it is," his housemen shouted as they gathered around. 100 men mounted their horses and galloped off, soon overtaking the imperial procession. At 17, Tsunemasa travelled to Kyushu as an imperial envoy to the great Uza shrine. He brought the Biwa, Saizen, with him, and standing before the main sanctuary, played its secret pieces. The shrine priests, who had little knowledge of music, were so moved that tears dampened the sleeves of their green robes. Even the servants, who had never heard music before, must have mistaken those beautiful notes for the sound of rain. It was a truly magical moment. Now, to speak of the Biwa, Saizen, long ago, during the reign of Emperor Ninmyo, Fujiwara no Sadatoshi journeyed to Tang, China. There, he met Lian Chengwu, a renowned Biwa master, who taught him the 3 Biwa pieces. When Sadatoshi returned to Japan, he brought with him 3 Biwas from his master, Genji, Shishimaru, and Saizen. The dragon god, it seems, desired them, for when Sadatoshi was returning by ship, a powerful storm struck. In his desperation, he offered Shishimaru to the sea, but successfully brought the other 2 Biwas back to Japan. He presented them to the emperor as treasures for the imperial household. During the reign of Emperor Murakami, one cool 15th night, under the light of a rising moon, the emperor played Genji. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared before him, and a voice, light and wonderfully distinct, sang along with the music. The emperor sat down the Biwa and asked, "Who are you, and where do you come from?" "I am he," the figure replied, "who gave Sadatoshi the 3 Biwa pieces. I am Lan Chengwu, the great Biwa master of Tang. Among the 3 pieces I withheld one particularly secret movement and sank to the demon realm for it. I heard the marvellous sound your plectrum creates and came to your presence. If you would allow me, I would like to teach you the movement I had so foolishly omitted, and in doing so bring enlightenment." With these words, Liang Chengwu took up Saizen, which was resting before the emperor, tightened the strings, and immediately taught the missing movement in 2 parts, Shogen and Sekisho. After that, no one, whether sovereign or subject, dared to play Saizen. The Biwa was then given as an imperial gift to the Prince Abbot of Ninadji, who later loaned it to Tsuemasa, then a young boy, and the abbot's favourite acolyte. The back of Saizen was made of wisteria wood, and the front was painted with an image of the moon rising into a dawn sky between green summer peaks. That's why it is called Saizen, or Green Hills. Genji too was a rare and wondrous Biwa. Yorimori, the Grand Councillor, like many others, left after setting fire to his own residence, but at the south gate of Toba Mansion he stopped. "I forgot something," he said. He cut off his red insignia and with 300 men turned back towards the city. The Heike houseman, Moritsugi, rushed to report this to Lord Monomori. "Look, my lord," he exclaimed, "Yorimori is staying behind with many of his men. This is an outrage. I would not dare go after him, but I would gladly shoot at his men." Monomori replied, "Scoundrels who forget all they've owed to this house over the years and refuse to share our fate are not worth bothering with." Moritsugi was silenced. Monomori then asked, "Where are Shigemori's sons?" "None have arrived," came the reply. Todamori, distressed, said, "Not a day has passed since we left the city, and already people's hearts have changed so cruelly." This is exactly what I feared, and that's why I suggested we make our last stand in the capital." He glared at Monomori. Why had Yorimori decided to stay behind? The truth was that Yoritomo had always shown him kindness. "I think very highly of you," Yoritomo had often said. "For me, as the great Bodhisattva Hachiman is my witness, Lady Heike still lives in you." When Yoritomo sent a force to the capital against the Heike, he had specifically instructed them not to target Yorimori's men. The days of the Heike's glory are over, and they have already fled the city, Yorimori thought. For me, salvation lies with Yoritomo. That seemed to be the reason he stayed behind. Yorimori sought refuge at Ninanji and the Tokaiwa mansion of the Hachi princess, where his wife, Saisho, was one of the princess's foster sisters. "Should the need ever arise," Yorimori asked the princess, "please do what you can to protect me." The princess replied, "If only my wishes mattered these days." Yorimori knew he could count on Yoritomo's goodwill, but he was uncertain about what the other Genji might do. He was troubled by how he had severed ties with his allies. In his anxiety he felt trapped, caught between sharp rocks and the deep blue sea. Meanwhile, Lord Shigemori's sons, Koromori and his 5 brothers, along with 1,000 men, caught up with the imperial cortege on the Matsuda riverbank at Yodo. Monomori, who had been expecting them, greeted them warmly. "What took you so long?" he asked. "My children desperately wanted to come with me," Koromori explained. "Trying to cheer them up delayed us." Monomori asked, "Why did you leave Rokudai behind?" Koromori responded, "Because there's no telling where our journey will take us." Monomori's question brought Koromori to tears. As for the Taira who fled the capital that day, they included senior nobles like Monomori, Tokitada, Norimori, Tomomori, Tsunemori, and many others, along with various privy gentlemen and housemen, totaling 160 in all. 7,000 Heike remained, those who had survived the past years of campaigning. At the Yamazaki Barrier Chapel, they set down the Emperor's palanquin and prayed to Otokayama. Tokitada's prayers were heartfelt. "All hail Hachiman, great Bodhisattva, return, in your mercy, His Majesty, and all of us here to the capital." They turned to look back, seeing the sky filled with mists and desolate smoke rising. Lord Norimori made a verse. "All so quickly gone, a man leaves his house behind. There beyond the clouds, and where once he made his home, smoke rises into the sky." Noritsune added, "Behind us we see the city that was our home, now a burned-out waste, and before an endless road over wastes of smoking waves. The capital, once their home, was now far away, across the desolation, while ahead lay a journey of 10,000 leagues over cloud and wave." Sadayoshi, the governor of Higo, heard that Genji forces were waiting at Kawajiri, so he rode out with 500 men to deal with them. But when he arrived, he learned the information was false. On his return to the capital, he encountered the imperial cortege near Udawon. Dismounting, he knelt respectfully before Monomori and asked, "Where are you headed in your flight? If you're going to the western provinces, you'll be harried as fugitives and suffer disgrace. I beg you to face what comes in the capital itself." Monomori replied, "But haven't you heard? Yoshinaka is already attacking from the north with 50,000 men. Higashi Sakamoto, below Mount Hiei, is swarming with them, and the cloistered emperor disappeared last night. If it were only our fate at stake, I would agree, but it would be too cruel to expose His Majesty's mother and my own to such misfortune. That's why I decided His Majesty must undertake this journey, with proper escort." "Very well," Sadayoshi said. Then I request leave to face my own fate in the capital. He split his men among Shigemori's sons and, with a small band of 30 riders, returned to the city. News soon reached Yorimori that Sadayoshi had returned, intending to kill any Taira who had stayed behind. He must be thinking of me, Yorimori thought in panic. Sadayoshi spent the night at the burned-out Nishihachi mansion, but not a single Heike noble showed up. Disheartened, he decided at least no Genji horses should trample on Shigemori's grave. He had the bones exhumed, and wept as he spoke to them. "O misery and disaster, see the fate of your house. It has been written that death comes to us all, and after happiness sorrow follows. Yet I have never witnessed such a catastrophe." Weeping, he addressed his distant lord, sent the bones to Mount Koya, and let the Kamo River carry them away. Perhaps filled with despair, he then fled eastward to Utsunomiya, where he had once treated a man well. He placed his trust in that kindness, and Utsunomiya showed him great compassion. The senior Heike nobles, with Monomori leading them, were all present, accompanied by their wives and children, except for Korimori. The lower-ranking members of the family, who would have brought too many, had left their families behind without knowing when they would be able to reunite with them. Separation is painful, even when there's certainty about when people will be together again. Imagine the sadness when it's the last time together, and saying goodbye feels like a final farewell. Those who left, and those who stayed behind, could only cry, clutching their sleeves in sorrow. The long-serving Heike retainers recalled the many favours they had received, and could not simply forget them. Both young and old looked back repeatedly, taking slow steps forward. Some slept by the waves on rocky shores, spending their days at sea. Others travelled long distances, braving steep slopes and treacherous terrain. Some whipped horses, while others used poles to guide boats. All of them fled as best they could. When the Heike reached Fukuhara, their former capital, Lord Monomori gathered the best of his housemen, old and young, several hundred in total, and addressed them. This house, once rich from the good deeds of the past, now has nothing left. The accumulated evil now overshadows us and ruins our lives. The gods have abandoned us, and so too has the cloistered emperor. Now that we have left the imperial city to wander, where is our refuge? And yet, seeking shelter with a stranger under the same tree confirms a bond from past lives. Drinking from the same stream shows a connection from earlier births. Consider, all of you, that your loyalty to this house is not just passing. You have been our retainers for generations. Some of you are our close relatives, bound to us forever. Others are us because of favours we have granted throughout the years. When we prospered, you lived off our bounty. Now, how could you not repay that debt? Furthermore, our noble sovereign lord is with us, bearing the free regalia. Will you not follow him, no matter how remote the wilderness may be? Upon hearing these words, old and young wept. They replied, "Even the smallest bird or beast shows gratitude for kindness, so how could we as humans not honour that principle? For more than 20 years we have owed everything to our Lord, all that we needed to care for our families, all that we required in our lives. It is to our Lord that we owe everything. For the man of bow and arrow, the man who fights on horseback, divided loyalty is shameful. We are resolved to follow wherever our sovereign leads, whether beyond Japan to distant lands like Silla, Paikchi, or Koguryo, or even to the grasslands of the Kaitans, or anywhere on earth." All of them spoke with one voice, reassuring their leaders. That night they spent in Fukuhara beneath the early autumn moon, a waning crescent. In the stillness of the night, under the empty sky, They laid their heads on grassy pillows like travellers. Their tears mingled with the growing dew, and sadness took hold of them. They knew that they would never return here again, and they gazed at all that Lord Kiyomori had built, the hilltop retreat with a view of the spring blossoms, the seaside retreat for watching the autumn moon, the running spring, pine grove, and the riding ground pavilions, the two-storey viewing stand, the snow view retreat, the rustic thatched retreat, the grand houses for the lords, the palace built for his majesty by Kunisuna under Kiyomori's orders, with mandarin ductiles and smooth stone walkways. After just 3 years, all of these were in ruins. Moss covered the paths, autumn weeds blocked gates, roof tiles sprouted ferns, and vines weighed down the terraces. The once proud lookouts leaned and were deserted, except for the wind through the pines. The blinds were gone, and the sleeping chambers were left open to the moonlight. At dawn, they set the Fukuhara Palace on fire. Then, with the Emperor, they boarded their ships. This departure was painful, though not as agonizing as when they abandoned the capital itself. The sights and sounds around them hurt. The smoke from the sea folks' fires, boiling down seaweed, the stag's cry on the hillside at dawn, the sound of waves crashing on the long stretches of coast, the moonlight reflecting off teardrop-streaked sleeves, the song of crickets among the desolate grasses. Every sight, every sound brought them pain. Just yesterday, they had stood at the gates of Kanto, 100,000 men in full force. Now only 7,000 were sailing west, loosing the ropes of their ships, heading into calm seas beneath distant clouds. The sun was setting in a clear sky, and beyond, a mist-shrouded island, the moon rose. As they followed the tides, their ships seemed to climb towards the heavens. How far we've come, they thought, shedding endless tears. On the waves, they saw a flock of white birds. Look, there they are. Those must be the birds that Ariwara once spoke of by the Sumida River. They sighed. Those are his capital birds, and so the Heike disappeared from the capital for good.